Right, apologies there, ladies and gents. We are now back live here from Silverstone, here on BARC TV. A few gremlins there, but we can now see that the Britcar Prototype Cup race is well and truly underway, and it is number 11 of Shane Kelly who has the lead. Scott Mittel is in second place, just over 8 seconds down. Opposite of Ruben Stanislaus has dropped down into fourth place with Ben Stone up there in third, and less than a second behind at the end of the previous lap, Scott Mittel. Will Stowell is in fifth position, John Davis further back in the Radical, there he is. So 3 laps completed so far by Shane Kelly, the former F3 Cup star, race winner here at Silverstone with the Praga last season. And apologies for a few gremlins there. See how much drier it is though here at Silverstone now as we watch the Radical of John Davis. No spins for him so far in this one. Shane Kelly, there is our race leader coming through Village, the Irishman. Taking over from Jess Hawkins. They'll team up later on in race 3, the 50 minutes pit stop race. Shane has done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 22.416. Still fairly close in the midfield at the moment, with Mittel in second place. He was less than a second clear of Ben Stone last time through. They were about 2 seconds clear of Ruben Stanislaus, who's dropped back from his pole position, only his second time racing the Praga, and off goes John Davis. Off he goes. Has he hit the barrier there on the outside? That's at the pit lane entrance for the international pits. I don't think he's hit the barrier. We'll see if he can get going again. He's gone a long way off. There is Shane Kelly, continues to lead for the University of Wolverhampton. If you fancy studying motorsport engineering with them and being part of this team, just visit wlv.ac.uk. Check out their motorsport engineering courses. New fastest lap of the race for Ben Stone in third that time through, 2:22.240. He's only half a second behind Scott Mittel now. There they are in the background. And the 4th and 5th place cars are almost side by side as well. So we've got 2 battles going on in the midfield. There's Stanislaus holding off Stowell behind. There's the fight for 4th position. Will Stowell in 5th place. The car started by Chris Bridle in race 1. He twitches his way through Beckett's there, just exploring the limits on his Praga debut. Here comes the number 4, Ben Stone on the attack. We saw him have a couple of wins last season, driving the Adola Motorsport car, then now with TGM Tim Gray Motorsports. Down into club, on the tail of Scott Mittel. Lead gap is about 7.5 seconds, I would say. It's just over 10 minutes of the race still to go. Still Ruben Stanislaus holding that 4th place. All the Pragas fairly well bunched up together at the moment. Wait to see if John Davis can get going again in the Radical. I didn't see any yellow flags down at club. That's where he spun off, so I assume he's got going again somewhere. But he's a long way behind now, sadly. Here's the fight for second. There's a bit of muck on the road there at the entry to Village, I noticed on the outside. Has that been dropped by the Radical after it rejoined? Running out wide there. Here's Scott Mittel, cuts in through the loop, then through Aintree. Ben Stone is in hot pursuit in the car raced by Ted Wilson earlier on. Still Shane Kelly, plain sailing for him out in front at the moment. See what's happening with the 4th place battle. Well, the gap's opened down just a little there between Stanislaus and Stowell. Ah, there's the Radical, trailing a bit of trim. Look at the state of it. Look at the mud all over it. Looks like he's been rallying. Made a mess of the trim on the side, but John Davis still ploughing on, literally, when he went off. It's almost a lap behind now. So here comes Ben Stone, attacking for second place on the back of Scott Mittell. Up towards Maggots and Beckett's once again. This is the main focus at the moment. Another fastest lap for Ben Stone, 2:22.184. So the lap's not all that quicker. You saw the 77 car slide a little wide there through the second element of Beckett's. Only about 4 or 5 Praga lengths in it now for second place in this Britcar Prototype Cup Race 2. Shane Kelly leading by almost 8 seconds now. Ben Stone flashing the lights at Scott Mittell. He wants to make his way through. Mittell has every right to defend his position. Stanislaus still fourth. There's only half a second between himself and Will Stowell now. Reader coming up to lap John Davis. Mittell a little slow through the entry of the club there. The Radical does go a lap down. John Davis just happy to have somebody to race with, I think. He's been on his own all race long, and now here comes Stone. He's having a look as they come up to Abbey. I don't think he's going to get through there. No, he doesn't. Here's the fight for fourth. Stanislaus ahead of Stowell. Young Ruben Stanislaus holding on at the moment. They're about 6 seconds back on the second and third place battle, those two. Here's the fight for second. Tighter line through the loop for the number 4 of Ben Stone. Started in race 1 by Teddy Wilson. Down the Wellington Straight. Lapping the Radical of John Davis. There goes Mittell, no problem. Leaving a fairly tight line. We saw what happened in the touring car race previously. What happens if you get onto the standing water on the outside? You get shot straight on and almost into the gravel, as James Everard demonstrated. Now what can Ben Stone do here? He's going for the outside. He's trying to do a Stuart Waite there, coming off Luffield. But Scott Mittell gets his foot down, keeps it going. Still flashing the lights there, Ben Stone, trying to intimidate the man ahead of him. They're 9 seconds back now because Shane Kelly has just done a new fastest lap, 2:21.640, so lap times are coming down. Will Stowell just did his personal best, 2:23.203, quickest third sector of all from that car. It's impressive from Will on his racing return. Now they're nose to tail for second place. They head out of Beckett's. Can Ben Stone get into the slipstream down the Hanger Straight of the green and black machine here? He's trying, but Mittell covering the inside. It's an intelligent drive by Scott Mittell, a former teacher turned race car builder. Up towards Club. Is he going to make a move here, Ben Stone? No, he's not close enough. Shane Kelly being able to pull away as a result of this scrapping behind him. Fourth is still Stanislaus ahead of Stowell. John Davis in the Radical has been lapped. Length of the Hamilton Straight now, almost the lead of the race. Now Ben Stone sizing up a move this time. They go through the standing water on the Hamilton Straight. Again, he's not close enough to attack Scott Mittell for second place. Stanislaus in fourth. Running well, only his second appearance in the Praga. It's Will Stowell behind him, his first ever. Ben Stone and Scott Mittell, the two most experienced drivers in the field. Here comes Stone having a look on the inside. Oh, not quite. You don't very often see passing moves made there. 5 minutes of the race to go. Down the Wellington Straight they come. Who's going to be in second? Mittell comes through on his own. Where's Ben Stone? He's slowing down. Ben Stone has had a problem. We didn't see what happened there on the exit of the loop and Aintree. Did he go off, or did the car momentarily slow on him? We didn't see there. New fastest lap for Shane Kelly. There he is. We haven't forgotten about him. 2:20.68. Leads by nearly 11 seconds now. With just over 4 minutes to go, Shane Kelly's got this race at his mercy for the University of Wolverhampton team. So down to fifth is Ben Stone. lost about 10 seconds there, so whether he just ran wide onto the grass or whether there was a momentary problem with the car, we didn't see. Still, Shane Kelly continues to dominate for the University of Wolverhampton. This bodes well for the pit stop race later on. Leads Scott Mittel by 10.85 seconds. Stanislaus a further 7.6 seconds back in third position. He's got Will Stowell on his tail, just a couple of seconds back, 1.89 to be precise. Over the standing water, you can see almost a river running across the course there at the Hamilton Straight. Silverstone water splash. We have seen rally stages. The RAC Rally did used to have stages at Silverstone occasionally, and there were water splashes. They had the rally sprint course as well. John Davis, incidentally, has pulled into the pits in the Radical, so possibly a bit of damage to the underside from when he went off. Hopefully he can get that car back out for the pit stop race. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Waiting for our race leader, charging down the straights into Brooklands. There's Scott Mittel on his own in second. What's the gap going to be this time? Are we going to see another fastest lap from the Irishman, Shane Kelly? Keeps his foot in as he comes over the line. 2:21.23 that time through, so not a new fastest lap, but he's still pressing on hard. Be on his final lap now, I think. Ben Stone has recovered. He's having a go at, yeah, he's got past Will Stowell. He's having a go at Ruben Stanislaus here. Up over the line, Ben Stone, the more experienced driver, having a go at the man in his second Praga weekend. Stanislaus working to hold him off there. This is good driving by young Ruben. Very talented kart racer. Now here comes Ben Stone. Can he hold off the Tim Gray Motorsport car? Well, Stone has just done the fastest lap, 2:19.346 for Ben Stone. That time through, he's all over Ruben Stanislaus. He wants to get back on the podium. Can Stanislaus hold him off? The pole sitter in this race dropped back to fourth in the early stages. Shane Kelly now 14.5 seconds clear of Scott Mittel. He's all set for victory, barring any major disaster. Here comes Stone. No, you don't, says Ruben Stanislaus into Stowe. Stays clear. Stowell further back in fifth position. Yes, John Davis has rejoined, but a couple of laps down now in the Radical. Ben Stone up the outside. He goes through into Club Corner. Good move there on the outside, under braking for the complex. And now he's just set his sights on Scott Mittel once again. And Mittel's last lap was about 3.5 seconds off that of Shane Kelly. 2.5 seconds off Mittel's personal best. So Scott Mittel may be starting to struggle on this final lap. I think it will be checkered flag this time. There's John Davis back out. Mustn't forget about the only non-Praga, the Radical RSX. Pitted to remove a bit of flapping trim from the car. Checkered flag will be ready this time for Shane Kelly for the University of Wolverhampton. They are set to pick up their first win of the 2023 Britcar Prototype Cup in the Praga R1. Here he comes out of the final corner, up towards the line. A dominant display by Shane Kelly to take the second win of the day. First for the University team this year. 9 laps completed. We wait to see who's going to come home in second, because Ben Stone is catching Scott Mittel. He's not going to get there though. Mittel comes over in second place. Good recovery by Ben Stone, and he gets the fastest lap on the final lap as well. Fourth goes to Ruben Stanislaus. Fifth is Will Stowell in the number 14. John Davis will finish a couple of laps down in sixth after a pit visit. Fastest lap to Ben Stone, 2:19.146, so lap times really came down towards the end of that race. Good recovery by Stone after dropping back. But no problem for the Flying Irishman, Shane Kelly. Picks up University of Wolverhampton's first victory of the season. Now they'll aim to make it a double in the pit stop race later on. As will the Idola Motorsport team with Ruben Stanislaus and Rodolfo Gonzalez. That'll please Shay here in our YouTube comments. He's watching from Wolverhampton. Whether he's a student at the university, we don't know. John Davis gets over the line 2 laps down. So Shane Kelly takes the win for the University of Wolverhampton by 14.9 seconds from Scott Mittel in his Mittel Cars entry. Third place to Ben Stone for TGM with private leads. He gets the fastest lap of the race, just under half a second off at second place after recovery. Fourth goes to Ruben Stanislaus in the number 18 for Idola Motorsport. His teammate Will Stowell, 3.2 seconds back from him in fifth place. 2 laps down was John Davis in the DW Racing Radical RSX. That concludes the second Prototype Cup race, their second sprint race of the day. And we'll head down to Ian shortly to hear from some of the drivers in Parc Ferme. Next up, it's Britcar Trophy.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. There is a very happy Shane Kelly, as you can see, getting out of the car. Scott Mittel over on the right, just holding off as well. We've got a crowd over there to our left. We'll just let him go say hello to everybody. First of all, I was just chatting to Jess a minute ago as well, but we'll grab a quick word with Shane as well. Shane, well done. Once you get out in front, it was it's never straightforward, is it? But you looked in control, shall we say?
Yeah, I love the conditions. So. Enjoy these conditions. Different every lap, loads of oil and Magnus Beckett's. So it's just sort of avoiding that a little bit. You can smell it as you got to it. And so, amazing. Like I said, once we got a rhythm, the guys kept me in check with the gap, and so we didn't have to push too hard. So, yeah, unbelievable. Loads of sponsors here today, and half of our team have never been seen a racetrack until this weekend. So,
well, you've got 100% win record now. You've got to do it all again a little bit later. The 50-minute race, a little bit different dynamic with the pit stop.
Yeah, of course. Jess done a mega job this morning, so I think we're strong. It's great. We're looking forward to getting in and sharing with Jess, and just do a good job.
Go on, guys. So you don't want to talk to me. You want to go celebrate. Go on. Just before you go, what a great race that was, by the way. Something happened out there. I didn't quite see what happened, but you almost got Scott again in the end.
No, I'm Scott.
Sorry, you are Scott. Sorry, Scott. He almost got you. It was getting close, wasn't it? It was getting tight.
Yeah, I just sort of backed off a bit on the last lap, and then I obviously backed off a little bit too much. Saw him and realised I better speed up again here. It was really good fun racing, and a good first lap with Shane. It was nice, fair racing there. So, we got something wrong. The tyres were awful, to be honest. We have old set of tyres on Friday. The car was brilliant, and in less wet conditions than that, we go about 5 seconds lap faster. So,
and the door stayed down this time.
Door was good,
a little bit warmer this time.
Yeah.
Right, well done, Scott. Congratulations. Right, as you can see, podium celebrations are about to start down here. However, we've got another race coming up for you, Britcar Trophy, very shortly. Dave, back to you.
Yes, it is Britcar Trophy time. We should see, hopefully, 31 cars in our next race. Thanks, Ian. We'll take you through the grid for this one. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. The pit stop window, just checking my notes. Yeah, one stop of 140 seconds mandatory, taken between 20 minutes into the race and 20 minutes before the end. So that's only a 10-minute pit window in this 50-minute race. That's going to be a bit frantic. Let's have a look at the grid then. Qualifying took place this morning. Pole position is the number 24 SVG Motorsport Ginetta G55. Ian Astley will start that car. Neil Wallace takes over. Alongside them, Datum Motorsports Ginetta number 47 Maurizio Sciglio is their driver, will drive solo. Second row, number 33, that's the Mazda RX-8 of Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. Mac G Racing, Johnny Mac will start. Alongside Assetto Motorsports number 42, Ginetta. That car will fly in the early stages because Jade Edwards is taking the start, sharing with Mike West. Row 3, number 40, the Intersport Racing BMW. Brian Branson, we've seen him out earlier on, will start. Another familiar name, Jasvir Sapra, takes over. Alongside them is the number 23 Formevo Clark Racing Porsche, Simon Clark. He drives alone, running in Class 2. That's a change of class for that car, isn't it? One moment. Let's make a note of that. So a change of class for number 23. Row 4, number 2, the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta, started by Jim Edwards. Edwards Senior, Julian Wantling will take over, alongside number treble 1, Axel van Nederveen in the other Datum Motorsport Ginetta. Row 5, number 19, Thorny Motorsport BMW M3, started by Callum Noble. Callum drives solo, in fact, alongside the Derek McMahon Racing Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Barry McMahon starts, Paul Plant takes over. Row 6 is the 2 Dragon Sports cars. That's the first of the Renault Clios. Car 66 will be started by Jack Meakin. Reese Lloyd will take over. We saw him out in his TCR Astra yesterday. Alongside them is the number 92 car. I believe that car is going to be started by Jack Hewlett, and Travis Coyne will take over. Row 7, the TSR Volkswagen Golf. Anthony Rogers starts, sharing with Mark Jones. Alongside them is Team Brits, their BMW M240i, the car that won the title last season. Paul Fullick starts, Tyrone Matherin will take over. On row 8, it's number 88 of High Row Motorsports, Renault Clio. Ollie Meadows starts, Andy Tucker takes over. Alongside them, number 37, which is the BPC Motorsport, the Burntwood Performance Centre Ford Fiesta ST180. Josh Poulin starts, Jack Watts will take over. Row 9 is 118 of Abbey Motorsport, that's the Nissan 370Z. Mark Skeets will start. He relays David May. Alongside them, number 14, Spires Motorsport. It's the name Spires, it's got to be a Renault Clio, and that's driven by Craig Guest. On row 10 of the grid, number 22, Sim Dynamics. That is a Renault Clio. Simon Mason starts, Chris Bialan will take over. Alongside the number 22 will be the number 4, Datum Motorsport Ginetta of Marco Anastasi. On row 11, number 89, the second High Row Motorsport car, Ben Jenkins will start, sharing with James Harrison, experienced Clio racer. Alongside number 83, the Major Motorsports Honda, that's the Cook family in their Honda Civic Type R. Edward Cook starts, sharing with Steve. Row 12, number 64, the JW Bird Volkswagen Scirocco of Paul Goodlad, he drives on his own. Alongside number 183, the CH Racing with Motion Sport Honda Civic, that's William Puttergill, driving solo in that car. Row 13, number 52, Westbourne Motorsport, just one Clio for them this year. It's the car Charlie Hand did so well in last year. Sarah Franklin starts, the motorsport lawyer, and she shares with Mike Bowman. Alongside the number 13 Raceway car, that's the first of the Ginetta G40s, Brendan Hafner driving solo in that car. The second TSR Golf is next, number 77, started by Rob Alec. Finn Jones will take over. And they are alongside the number 45, the other Major Motorsport Honda Civic. That's driven by Arthur McMahon. He drives solo. Row 15, SVG Motorsports number 62, Ginetta G40 of Alex Turnbull. And the second Spires Motorsports Clio alongside them. Jonathan Christie Rundle will start that car. Darren Gerhardt will take over. Meanwhile, there's one car that is starting from the pit lane. The Rob Boston run Lotus Elise of Will Stacey unfortunately failed a scrutineering check after qualifying, and that car will have to start from the pit lane. think I can see another car over in pit lane there on the left of the shot as well. And I've got a feeling that might be the Team Brit BMW. The cars are making their way up to the grid. Great variety we've got. So we've got Ginettas, BMWs, Porsches, Golfs, plenty of Clios. They'll go well, the front wheel drive Clios in these slippy conditions. And I believe Armani and Waterhouse is down on the grid, ready to talk to one or two of the drivers.
Right, everybody, hello, welcome down to the grid. Those of you asking, yes, we have found Scott now. He'll be pleased to know. Let's keep going for a little walkthrough before we get run over. Let's move over here as well. Dangerous place. Come a little bit further down the grid than we normally do. We've got Mr. Guest in the car. Let's have a quick chat with him in the Clio. You didn't know I was going to do this, did you? I'm really sorry for just jumping in.
No pressure.
No pressure at all.
No swearing, right?
No swearing, no pressure. How are you feeling ahead of this one? 15-minute race, of course, mandatory pit stop. Feeling good, feeling ready?
Yeah, feeling good. It's a bit of a baptism of fire, but so far so good. Ask me again after the race, and it could be either a big cuddle for you or a completely different.
Or a black eye for me. Is that a cuddle or a black eye? There we go.
It's either a kiss or a cuddle. Take your pick.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see how it goes after the race. So best of luck for it as well. Thanks for talking to it. There we go. If you see me later this afternoon with a black eye, we know why it hasn't gone his way. Let's move down the grid a little bit further, see who else we can have a quick chat to. A lot of Ginettas. If you just have a quick look on the camera, look, making their way, of course, to the front end of the grid. Britcar Trophy race, 15-minute race. We have another one coming up a little bit later too. Mr. Cook here as well. Let's see if we can just open the door and have a quick word. I'm sure you won't mind. You don't mind me coming to have a quick chat, do you? How's it going? It's good to see you again, by the way. Are you happy with how qualifying went?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lock up going into the chicane. Ended up just going straight into that, but bar that, it was all good.
What's the expectation from this race, and where are we going to finish?
Just want to be obviously finishing the first few laps and then see if we can get up the order a bit in Class 2 and see where we get to.
Now, strategy, of course, there could be safety car. Who knows what's going to happen? If it falls within the pit window and it's earlier, you're straight in the pits.
Depends how early. If it's just sort of middle of the pit stint, we'll probably pit. Otherwise, probably stay out.
Stay out. There we go. Good man. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Not too long to go now. Let's keep going down. I don't know if I've shut that properly. It's not often we pop down here, but let's keep going as well. Number 13, one of the Ginettas as well. I wonder if we can have a quick chat. The car in front. Here we go. Here we go. Particle, just make sure everything's okay. Is everything all right, guys? Are we everything okay with the car?
Yeah, I believe so, mate. I think so. It was this morning, just got possibly a bit of a power issue, but we'll see how we get along.
Best of luck. We've got to go. We've been hooted off now, so time for us to get out of here. Dave, we're going to have to hand back to you. It's almost time to get racing.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this one. Potentially over 30 cars out there if they've all made it out after qualifying. The last couple of cars just being brought into line at the back. As we say, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise of Will Stacey will be starting from the pit lane. Failed a post-qualifying check, so had its practice times disallowed, unfortunately. And there is another car down there as well, as I said. I think it's Team Brit over there on there. If we can just see the roof there. We can just see the roof of the Lotus as well. Be a rolling start, probably just one lap behind the pace car, the safety car this time, because these drivers did qualify in wet conditions. So they're used to the track conditions today. They qualified this morning, as we saw. One car that was on the entry list but is missing, sadly, is one that would certainly be a contender for victory, the Race Lab BMW of Lee Frost and Lucky Carer. We've seen them take a few wins in both British Endurance and Britcar Trophy in the past. So Ian Astley and the white Ginetta and the yellow machine of 47 Maurizio Silio lead them off. There's the RX-8. There's Jazz Sapper and Brian Bransom's BMW. It's Brian Bransom going first. Busy day, busy weekend for them. A clutch of Clios. The Scirocco of Paul Goodlad. A couple of Honda Civics. Got the Ginetta G40 down there at the back of the grid. That's the 62 car. There he is, Alex Turnbull. I couldn't see the 41 Clio there, so we'll have to wait to see if John Christie Rundle and Darren Gerhardt have made it out. Pick up as the race gets underway if anybody else is missing. Good to see Dragon Sport back out. They didn't have a lot of luck with their TCR Opel Astra yesterday, but Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin plus Jack Hewlett and Travis Coyne looking for success today. Don't forget the pit window opens when the clock shows 30 minutes of the race to go and closes with 20 minutes of the race to go. It's going to be a mad scramble for the pits here at Silverstone. You're in touch with race control as well, so it can bring you any penalty info if there are any. Pick your cars to follow. Who's going to be our first Britcar Trophy category winner of the season? It's Team Brit who won the title last year. They will try to do so again. As you say, looks like their car is starting from the pit lane. Charlie Hand, the runner-up last year in his Renault Clio, made the big step up into British Endurance here yesterday, racing the RNR Performance Ferrari. Oh, there's the 41 Clio, it is there. Just a bit out of position as they moved off the grid. Jonathan Christie Rundle at the wheel. Start to form up then, the two Ginettas at the front. RX-8 and Ginetta, a very modified Mazda RX-8 on the second row. I suspect the 42 car is going to be one to watch in the early laps. The green and white Ginetta, Jade Edwards on board, former British touring car racer. Brian Bransom in the grey BMW will be one to watch as well. Ginetta certainly the numerically dominant mark here, along with the Renault Clios. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this race. 50 minutes of action here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the first race of the Britcar Trophy season. They start to stack up behind the safety car, which pulls into pit lane. Ready to unleash the power. Ian Astley on pole position, Maurizio Siglio alongside him. They go up towards the red lights. Let's get it on with the Britcar Trophy. Revs are up and we're underway. Good start by Johnny McGregor in the RX-8, trying to make a move up the inside. So is Brian Bransom, the grey BMW, and it is Ian Astley who takes the lead from pole position in the white SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Jade Edwards quickly moving around the outside there in the green and white number 42. The Assetto Motorsport car could get second place here if she plays her cards right into Maggots. Yes, she's going through on the inside, I think. Maurizio Siglio tries to hold their side by side. They touch. Jade Edwards, I think, has just held second place. Another Ginetta going around the side. Siglio spins. Another car goes over the gravel. Oh, great splashdown there for one of the Ginettas. That's Jim Edwards in the number 2. Goodness me. I thought it was going to take the front bodywork off that car, but he somehow kept it in one piece. Mud goes flying everywhere. The RX-8 was involved. Siglio facing the wrong way in the background. I think Johnny McGregor has kept it going in the Mazda. Yeah, he's in the midfield, so we'll check out the race order as they come towards club. But Maurizio Siglio, one of the favourites for this race, is stone last as they head round the opening lap. There's the Ginetta, a bit of damage to the back of the car where he was spun out. 2 into 1 didn't go there, sadly, into Beckett's. Your leader is Ian Astley ahead of Jade Edwards. Brian Bransom in the BMW is up into third position. Then we've got the Porsche of Simon Clark, number 23. As they start to sort themselves out down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Ginetta, BMW, another BMW coming through. That's Callum Noble in the pink and black car. Something flew off there. I don't know if that was off Brian Bransom's BMW. Next in the order, Axel van Nederveen. Then we've got the first of the Clios through to the infield loop for the first time. Ian Astley sharing with Neil Wallace. Ian, I think, the quicker of the two drivers, so he'll probably stay in the car till towards the end of the pit window. But Jade Edwards starting to give chase, very quick in her Renault Clio Cup days and in BTCC as well. Down the Wellington straight, the two Ginettas starting to eke out a slight gap here. Down into the left-hander at Brooklands for the first time. They've gone slightly clear of Brian Bransom in Jasvir Sapra's BMW in third place, the grey M3. Very quick car indeed, that one. Fourth place is Callum Noble's M3, then Simon Clark in the Porsche. Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman, is sixth in his Ginetta. That's the Datum Motorsport car. Seventh is the first of the Clios, it looks like the 66, and Jim Edwards behind in the number 2 Ginetta as well. Yes, it is Jack Meakin in car 66 who leads the Clio class. Simon Clark sliding the Porsche there as he goes through. He's really sliding the Porsche as he goes through Copse Corner. Axel van Nederveen could capitalise and get through here. There's Edwards behind in his Ginetta after ploughing over the mud and the grass earlier on. Through Beckett's for the second time. Ian Astley leads by 3/4 of a second ahead of Jade Edwards. There's the Clio. Next through is Johnny McGregor, was delayed in that incident. Look at the Clio three-wheeling its way through there. Jack Meakin sharing with the boss of Dragon Sport, Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman. Behind them, the other Dragon Sport car driven by number 92. I believe it's Jack Hewlett sharing that car with Travis Coyne. We saw on the info sheet I was sent the starting drives prior to start time as Johnny McGregor goes through there. As Jake Hewlett, Jack Hewlett, sorry, Jake Hewlett was originally meant to drive in a separate car, but now sharing with Travis Coyne. Here come your leaders. It's still Ian Astley from Jade Edwards. Brian Branson a bit sideways, got a wheel on the curb there. Still very wet down at this end of the circuit. It's Noble. Porsche's dropped back. Axel van Nederveen has got through there. Then it's Simon Clark, Jim Edwards, Johnny McGregor, and then the leading Clio's, the Dragon Sport cars. Starting to settle into their rhythm then after the opening exchanges. Astley leads the way from Jade Edwards in second. Two Ginettas starting to pull away. Class 2 being led by Clark in the Porsche. Lloyd and Meakin lead the Clios. The other class is the Ginetta G40 Cup. Just two entries there. It's Brendan Hafner, number 13, leading that. Through to complete the second lap then. The two Ginetta, the two Ginettas, the G55 Academy car of Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. Ian Astley out in front. Jade Edwards sharing with Mike West in the G56 GT8. Externally similar cars. Over the line they go. Oh, the Fiesta's off. That's Josh Poulin getting out of his car. Now that, I think, is at the loop. I think he's gone straight on there. That's the BPC Motorsport car, Burntwood Performance Centre. That hasn't lasted long, unfortunately. Here's a battle further back between one of the Golfs, number 7 of Anthony Rogers, and the number 4 Ginetta, I think that was, of Marco Anastasi. That's for 11th place. So Astley leads by 1.5 seconds. He's just done the fastest lap, 2:29.342. Here's Johnny Mack on the fight back. We normally see Johnny McGregor, of course, in action in the Tyrannus, the Ultima-based sports car. We might see that. It's rumoured in the Prototype Cup later this year. Callum Noble under fire from Axel van Nederveen. Surprisingly, Jim Edwards, other than that bit of grass he's picked up, has escaped without major damage to his Ginetta after that ploughing match at Beckett's. We saw McGregor go off there as well. He's picked up a bit of grass as well. Here's the other car involved. That's Siglio's Ginetta. Maurizio Siglio trying to fight his way back up the order. Where is he up to? Let's have a look down the tiny screen. He's 20th. Won't gain 7 places on that last lap. And he's having a go at the Team Brit BMW with Paul Fullick at the wheel. 4th in Class 2, the purple BMW at the moment. They started from the pit lane. He's made some good moves up the order in 18th place. A little bit of understeer there from the Ginetta. One of the Clios running wide. It's the number 89, I think, of Ben Jenkins. Renault Clio Cup Generation 4 cars being used in the Clio category in this race. So a fairly steady start, despite that bit of mayhem going into Beckett's for the first time. There's too many cars in too small a space. There's the Alfa Romeo. That went fairly strongly in qualifying, but it's dropped back. Barry McMahon, number 57, the former Alfa Romeo Championship winner. He was in a 1.56 on that occasion. Here's a battle further forward. This is for 4th place between Noble and Van Nederveen. Simon Clark's Porsche's dropped back a few spots in the lead battle. But the BMW sliding around there, Callum Noble. Sponsored by Silverstone Shooting Centre. I'm hoping the BMW goes like a bullet from a gun here, down the straight. Charging ahead of the Dutchman Axel van Nederveen, who's won here at Silverstone in the past in Britcar Trophy. Jim Edwards behind, sharing with Julian Wantling. The BMW sideways again. This is not a drifting competition, Callum Noble. Looks spectacular, but it won't help your lap times. Ian Astley with the fastest lap of the race, 2:29.236. Leads by 2.7 seconds over Jade Edwards now. The battle of the Ginettas at the front. They're 1.5 seconds clear in turn of Brian Branson. Jim Edwards starting to move up to attack now Axel van Nederveen. Into the hanger straights. Johnny McGregor coming up behind them. He's recovered well after his brief off at Beckett's early on, avoiding the chaos ahead of him. There's Simon Clark in the Porsche. He still leads Class 2, the Porsche 997 Carrera S for Form Evo Clark Racing. He drives solo, so we won't see a driver change that car at the pit stop. What about Maurizio Siglio? He's up to 17th now, following in the wheel tracks of Paul Fullick in the Team Brit BMW. Team Brit, of course, doing so much wonderful work to help those with physical and mental handicaps to overcome their problems through motor racing. They've changed so many lives over the years, even now competing in British GT with Aaron Morgan and Bobby Trundley. Maybe they'll make it to Le Mans someday. There's the number 64, Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco. Where in the order is he at the moment? A little further down in 22nd place, he's got Mark Skeets, the ex-BMW racer, in his Nissan 370Z behind him. He breezes past on the hanger straights. This is the battle for 2nd place, meanwhile, into Brooklands. Brian Branson closing up on the Ginetta of Jade Edwards. Coming up to 10 minutes of the race gone. Still another 10 minutes until the pit window opens. Branson a little wide over the curb there. Edwards continuing to chase. We'll see what the gap is this time through to our race leader Ian Astley. 2 seconds is the gap. New fastest lap for Brian Branson. 2:28.613. Is he going to go through here into second at Copse? Side by side with Jade Edwards. Jade is a tough customer. It's going to be a good battle between these two, and Jade Edwards hangs on. Branson will try again using the grunt of Jasvir Sapra's BMW. Down to Beckett's. And Edwards holds the place. Good driving by Jade Edwards. First rose to prominence in Mazda MX-5s a few years ago before moving to Clios and subsequently up the ladder to touring cars. Branson tries again as they go into Stowe. They're still side by side. Great fight between these two. Edwards runs a little wide. We've seen this line work coming out of Stowe towards the Vale. It works again for Jade Edwards. Branson to the inside now into Club. He's trying every which way he can to get past the Ginetta for second place. These three well clear now of their opposition. They're 13 seconds up on Axel van Nederveen, who's now fourth in the white Ginetta. We haven't forgotten about Will Stacey either. There's the Lotus coming through from the back. Where's he up to now, Will Stacey? He's up to 11th, having started from the pit lane. Good run through the field. It's got Maurizio Cilio catching him as well in the yellow Ginetta after he went off on the first lap. Callum Noble sideways over the curb there again, coming out of club. And Brian Branson tries again. Ooh, that was close. Coming through Village. The Ginetta still hanging on. They said Jade Edwards was a tough customer to get past, and she's proving so. Out towards the Wellington straight once again for the fifth time. Branson has the fastest lap last time through. Nederveen is fourth. Jim Edwards may well have got through for fifth as well. I thought I saw there as we saw the shot of Club Corner. But it's the closest fight on track at the moment. Second place. Coming up on the first of the back markers very shortly as well. Just one retirement so far, that was the Fiesta, sadly, of Poulin and Watts. 62 of Alex Turnbull in the Ginetta G40 goes a lap down. Brian Branson round the outside, he's taken second place. Good move, Brian Branson. Jade Edwards fights back, they're going to go either side of the Ginetta G40. Oh, that was close. Brave driving in these wet conditions. Branson keeps his foot in and he's got second position. Splits the Ginettas, and now he's going to try and go after Ian Astley for the lead. Jade Edwards on his bumper as they come up into the final element of Beckett. She's going to try and drive all the way around the outside. The BMW gets sideways and Jade Edwards goes through. This is a great fight for second place. You know, I just see a few raindrops on that camera lens. Don't tell me the wipers are going. I think it's starting to rain again here at Silverstone. Another 6.5 minutes till the pit window opens. Branson back around the outside, retakes second. Edwards goes for the outside line, off Stowe Corner into the Vale, switches back again. This is terrific stuff. All this is allowing Ian Astley to get away at the front. Down in the club, Branson holds the place. This is fantastic. Further back, who's in fourth place? Axel van Nederveen on his own now. Here's Will Stacey fighting it out with the number 4 of Marco Anastasi. This is for 9th position. Anastasi, the third of the Dayton Motorsport cars. Cilio and van Nederveen are the others. Still Brian Branson holds off Jade Edwards for second place. Class 2 is still led by Clark's Porsche in 8th place. Clio's led by Jack Meakin in 11th. He's just lost out to Will Stacey. The G40 Cup category, well, that'll be being led by Brendan Hafner. He's 28th. Lively stuff in our first Britcar Trophy race of the season. Wipers going, a bit more rain falling here at Silverstone. Let's hope we're not going to have another cloud burst. Starting to close slowly, I think, on Ian Astley here. Just over 2 seconds in it last time. So let's see what the gap is this time. I think that gap's come down. Brian Branson pushing hard here in that BMW. Let's see as they go over the line. Yes, it's less than a second now, 0.93 to be precise. 2:28.613, still the fastest lap for Branson. He's just on the best third sector of the whole race, 26.546. So Brian Branson is catching race leader Ian Astley. That big BMW has taken a couple of wins in Britcar Trophy in the past. Ginetta's looking a little more steady in the turns though. Here comes Branson, he's having a look there, coming out of Beckett. He won't be close enough there. Maybe in a couple of corners time. Needs to get his foot down quickly here, going, oh, the RX-8's out. Damage to the front end. Has that hit the barrier? Couldn't quite work out where that was. We only saw that for a second. Here comes Branson up the outside. Meanwhile, he's got him on the brakes. Brilliant. Round the outside into Stowe Corner on the brakes. That's a very rare move. Superb from Brian Branson, but Ian Astley is fighting back in this tremendous Britcar Trophy race. There's a Clio being lapped as well. And Brian Bransom has taken the lead with the most unlikely of moves round the outside into Stowe corner. You never see overtakes there. Jade Edwards briefly stuck behind one of the Renault Clios there. I think that's the 41 car of Jonathan Christie-Rundle. Meanwhile, Marco Anastasi has now caught Simon Clark in the Porsche. That's for 8th overall. Clark still leading his class. There's Callum Noble. He's dropped back to 6th now behind Jim Edwards, and behind him Will Stacey up to 7th. There's Edwards. So Callum Noble's dropped back quite a considerable way. There's the BMW, and there's Will Stacey in the Lotus from the back of the field, up to 7th. Had 2 wins at Donington last year. There's Axel van Nederveen, he's 4th. It's 3 minutes till the pit window opens. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane. We can talk to the man whose car, in the hands of Brian Bransom, has just taken the lead. He's talking to Jazz Sapra.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the garages here. It's been a real thrilling start. It has been a brilliant battle between Brian Bransom there and Jade Edwards, and ironically, they're next to each other here in the garages too. I've got Jazz Sapra with me, a teammate for Brian as well. He's doing pretty well there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing well. Starting from 5th. Got up there. He likes the wet anyway, he loves the wet. So.
I mean, do you think it might be starting to dry out a little bit, or is there too much water?
Hasn't said anything on the radio yet.
Is he not?
No.
Okay.
So, obviously not.
Now, if a safety car suddenly comes out for any reason, Jazz, certainly in the early stages of the pit window, is the instruction for him to come straight in?
Yeah.
So you want to win this, you go.
We'll try our best to up in the go. If there's any tyres left where I get in it.
Yeah, there won't be.
No, I don't think there will be.
Jazz, thanks for talking to us. And there you go, that is the Jade Edwards side as well. Exciting stuff, isn't it? This is really boiling up. Not too far now from the pit window open. It's going to get very busy down here. Dave, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. And one car to watch coming through is, of course, Will Stacey in the Lotus. He's up to 6th now. He's got ahead of Callum Noble's BMW. He just did the quickest second sector of the whole race, 1:15.582 last lap around. But fastest lap is with Brian Bransom. He's done a 2:27.602, the wet weather specialist. There's the Clio class leader, number 66, Jack Meakin, sharing with the Welshman Rhys Lloyd. You can tell that Rhys Lloyd normally races an Opel Astra because he's got the old Vauxhall Opel Works colours on the car. They're currently running down the timing screen in 11th overall. Second of the Clios is the number 92 of Hewlett and Coyne. And third, it is the Ollie Meadows Andy Tucker car. Pit window shortly opening. Is it going to be everybody in at first opportunity? We see them space out over the 10-minute pit window. It's not a long window to make your stops, as the Ginettas almost together there. Jade Edwards now up with Ian Astley, 3 wide but on the back markers. That was one of the Golfs. And Jade Edwards sideways. Oh, they've touched, and round goes Ian Astley. They just slid out there. The Golf goes off in avoidance. So does one of the Ginettas. Oh, Ian Astley, what a shame. Left facing the wrong way. Just no grip there as they tried to go side by side. They slid into each other from what I could see there. Doing well to avoid them, the 77. That was Rob Alec in the Golf. And the Ginetta of Brendan Hafner, the class leader, the G40, getting involved too. So Ian Astley gets going again. That's Jade Edwards up to 2nd. Axel van Nederveen is through to 3rd. Jim Edwards now 4th. Astley across the line is in 5th position. The pit window is open. Who's going to be our first pit caller then? Great shame for Ian Astley there. Just a lack of grip, I think. They were 3 wide with the Golf that they were lapping going into Brooklands. They stayed side by side into Luffield. And just as they got offline, they hit a wet patch and went spinning. I think Jade Edwards just slid sideways and clipped Ian Astley. I don't think any of that was intentional. So Brian Bransom now your clear leader as a result of that by over 8 seconds. Probably more than that at the end of this lap. Nobody into the pits just yet for the single 140-second mandatory stop. There's Ian Astley, he's got Will Stacey's Lotus behind him now. That car's flown up the order from the pit lane. Impressive aero on that machine, certainly. Rob Boston racing car. Rob Boston Racing, of course, the reigning British Endurance Championship title holders with the Mercedes GT3. Jim Edwards moves Brendan Hafner out of his way there at club. And here comes Will Stacey. Is he going to get through there, the little Lotus? Not quite. The tail of Ian Astley recovering from his spin. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits. I think he's ready to receive the first of the stoppers.
Yeah, welcome back to the pit lane, everybody. Now we've been to a couple of garages and you see so many people, swaves of people around helping out. It's just Dave and Mark though, isn't it, for you guys? That's it.
It is today, mate. Yeah, we're just me and Mark. That's how we have it, you know.
It's going all right though, isn't it? We think Mark might have had a bit of a spin, a bit of an off.
I believe so. For the first time in 12 months, that car's actually running more than 2 laps without breaking down. So I think we've solved the problem, but it must have been an issue on track because Mark won't go backwards normally.
Whatever happens with it, you've won then, because it's made it more than 2 laps now.
If it finishes the race, it's a bonus. That's as far as we're happy with that. But we'll move up. You know, I think we've find all the problems, dealt with it, and we'll get there. The weather's not helped matters either. So.
No, but this is the best of most. Well, best of luck, and just proof, everybody. Of course, there's somebody to loads of people, loads of information, loads of tables. This is it. This is it for Dave. It's empty. Talking to Dave, back to you.
Well, brace yourself, Ian, because I think it's about to be everybody in a few moments' time. The first car to come in is Ian Astley to hand over to Neil Wallace. He might want the car checked over after that spin as well. None of the other front runners have come in on this lap, though. We've got one of the car in, the Golf of Rob Ellick. He'll hand over to Finn Jones, number 77 Golf. Just 2 retirements so far. Johnny Mack in the Mack G Racing Mazda RX-8. Josh Tomlinson sadly not going to get to take over there, and the Ford Fiesta ST we saw out of the race too. Through goes one of the Honda Civics there. That's Will Puttergill battling with Sarah Franklin, locally based racer from Northampton in the Renault Clio, the ex-Charlie Hand car. Good to have Sarah back this year in her Clio. The motorsport lawyer. The fight continues. 26 minutes of the race to go. Any more pit callers? Yes, Maurizio Cilio has come in the 47 car. There's will make an early stop after his spin at the start of the race. In comes the car of Jake Hewlett and Travis Coyne as well. The Dragon Sport Clio has made its pit call. So a few early takers. I imagine this time around we'll see the majority of the field come in. Still Brian Branson with the lead by 8 3/4 seconds ahead of this car of Jade Edwards. Axel van Nederveen is now 3rd, Jim Edwards 4th, and Will Stacey up to 5th because Ian Astley has brought the Ginetta in to hand over to Neil Wallace. Is Brian Branson going to come in this time? He comes out of Brooklands. Jasmine Sapra will be waiting to take over. Is Brian going to go on and do another lap? We know he loves the wet conditions. Yep, the race leader is going to stay out. 5 more minutes to make his pit call. Moving over towards the pit wall there, possibly to try and read a signal from the crew whether he's got to come in this time or not. Waiting to see if anybody else is going to dive for the pits this time, or are they going to leave it another lap? Lead gap is up to 11 seconds. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits. He's found one of our Renault Clio teams. He's talking to Andy Tucker.
Right, everybody, here we go, down in the pit lane now, starting to get busy, a lot of pit lane action, pit lane windows open. Andy Tucker's here with me, about to go out. Andy, how's the first bit of the race gone?
Yeah, it's gone really well. We're currently in P3, new car for myself and for Ollie, so yeah, going mega so far. Hopefully we can snag P1 though, that's what I want.
That's what you want. As I say, I've seen you in there with another team before. Of course, new horizons for you this season.
Yeah, so I'm driving without any form of adaptations now on the car. This is a completely bog standard race car, and I'm loving it. It gives me a chance to really prove what we can actually do with a disability, and yeah, I'm loving it, mate. Really
Andy, you're always such a nice bloke. So it's such a pleasure to see you and to talk to you. Thanks so much. Best of luck out there. Take care. Dave, back to you.
Great to see Andy Tucker of Team Brits there, driving with the Hyro Motorsport team today, sharing with Ollie Meadows. Ollie will be coming in shortly to hand over. We saw Sarah Franklin in the pits there to hand over to co-driver Mike Bowman. Jim Edwards has come in as well. Julian Wantling will take over. Will Stacey, meanwhile, has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:27.560 in the little Lotus. Paul Fullick of Team Brit has come in. Ty Matherin will take over that car. There's a battle between Marco Anastasi and Callum Noble. That's for 6th place on the timing screen. Anyway, we'll have to wait to see what cycles through after all the pit stops. Neil Wallace has rejoined, so has Silio, so has Travis Coyne. Now, here comes our leader towards Luffield for the 11th time. Is he going to come in this time? We haven't seen many of the leaders stop just yet, except for Jim Edwards and the car that spun earlier on. Ryan Branson, I suspect, will stay out for another lap. Yes, he is. It's just going to be enough time, I think, for him to do another lap and get in before the pit window closes, because the lap takes just under 2.5 minutes, and that's pretty much how much time there was left as he crossed the line. Jade Edwards is in to hand over to Mike West. See a few more front runners come in, I suspect, this time. Here comes the Lotus. In goes Will Stacey into the pit lane. They come in so quickly there, and then they slam the brakes on and get down to the pit lane speed limits. Axel van Nederveen is in as well. They're pouring in now, as I suspected. Julian Wantling has rejoined in the number 2 car. Further down, the 45 Honda Civic of McMahon is in. There's T. Matherin being strapped into the Team Brit BMW. The Alfa Romeo is in. Paul Plant taking over there from Barry McMahon. Will Puttergill's Honda is in. Darren Gerhardt's taking over the number 41 Clio. The Porsche comes in, the number 23 of Simon Clark. Alex Turnbull, number 62, brings his Ginetta in. Marco Anastasi has come in as well. Will Stacey, Axel van Nederveen, we know about. Jade Edwards as well. Callum Noble did not stop that time through, the BMW, so it could be BMWs 1 and 2 on the road at the moment. Who else has yet to stop? Jack Meekins come in to hand over to Reece Lloyd. The number 7 Golf of Anthony Rogers, he'll hand over to Mark Jones. Everybody in, pretty much. There's one of the cars that has got going again. That's the number 2 Ginetta. That's Julian Wantling at the wheel. Now, a bit of front end damage after it went over the grass earlier on lap 1. There's the number 7 Golf we spot on our inset camera. It's the TSR team. Been running Golfs in this series for a few years. Team Brit BMW back on track. It's Team Matherin at the wheel now. Here's a battle between a pair of Clios. The number 41, which is now being driven by Darren Gerhardt, has got the number 62, I think there's 52 rather behind it. No, 92, my apologies there, that's Travis Coyne. 52, of course, is the orange car of Franklin and Bowman. So Branson leads and has yet to stop. Callum Noble hasn't stopped, and the only other car that hasn't come in, I think, is the Stephen Edward Cook Honda Civic. That's going to have to come in this time around because the pit window has just closed. Now, has Brian Branson made it in time? It's not shown as having come in on the timing screen. There's Neil Wallace. No, I think Brian Bransom's gone through again. I think the race leader's missed the pit window. He didn't come in that time through, Brian Bransom. He's still out there. So is Callum Noble. I've got a feeling they've missed the pit window. Right, the window closed during that lap, so they'll have passed the board. Now, whether we'll have to wait and see the decision from race control there as to what happens. But I'm wondering if the two BMWs, there is Brian Branson, I'm wondering if he's missed the pit window. Definitely coming this time. Okay, so he is coming in this time, Brian Branson, to hand over to Jazz Sapra. But the pit window does close with 20 minutes of the race to go, and you can see there's just under 18 minutes to go, so whether he's left this stop too late, we'll have to wait to see what the officials decide. And again he doesn't come in. Brian Branson keeps going. I was told it was coming in that time. Well, he's definitely missed the pit window now. Unless it hasn't shown up on the timing screen that it has been in while we were watching the midfield. But it would surely trigger the timing beam coming into the pit lane and we'd get the notification. Meantime, here's a battle between a pair of Honda Civics, the 45 car, that's Arthur McMahon, and the 183 William Puttergill, raced in various events including the Honda Civic Cup over the last couple of years. The only other cars that have not come in are the Cook Honda and the Callum Noble BMW. Noble has now come in. Yes, the Hondas come in as well. Edward Hancock handing over to Steve. Okay, so everybody has now stopped except for the race leader. We'll wait to see what transpires here. Now, the big winner after the stops, I can tell you, showing in third on the timing screen, is the car that started from the pit lane, Will Stacey, in the Lotus. Let's have a look at the rest of the order behind him. He's just over 5 seconds clear of Axel van Nederveen's Ginetta. Next is Mike West in the number 42. He's just under 3 seconds back, the car started by Jade Edwards. Then it's Julian Wanting in car number 2, some 15.3 seconds down on them. And then we've got Marco Anastasi in the number 4 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta ahead of Maurizio Siglio. But Brian Branson still hasn't come in. We've got a spun car at Brooklands. That's one of the Clios. That's one of the Spires Motorsport Clios, I think. Which one is it? It's the number 41, I think, which is Darren Gerhardt's. Now Brian Branson does come in. But surely too late. So it looks like this is going to give the lead to Will Stacey, but we'll wait and see where the BMW feeds back in. Simon Clark in the Porsche. In comes Brian Branson. Our pit cam down there with the squad. Out jumps Brian. Jasper Sapra ready to go. Motorsport racing team running the car this weekend. We've seen them run their BMW Z4 in the British Endurance Championship last year. The likes of Kevin Clark. Strapped Jasvir Sapra in, racing BMWs for several seasons now. Shame that Lucky Kira and Lee Frost aren't here, because they always have a friendly rivalry on track with them. Making sure everything is plugged in. Oh, a spin up. That's the number 83. That's the Cook family Honda. Steve Cook had just come out of the pits. Spin at Beckett's. That's the second time we've seen a Honda Civic spin at Beckett's today. Well, this one thankfully didn't get collected. And he's back in the race. Making sure that the BMW serves the minimum pit stop time, 140 seconds. It's Callum Noble on his outlap. We'll wait and see where he slots back in. But it looks as though Will Stacey in the Lotus is going to take the lead once everything has cycled through after the pit stops. We'll have to wait and see where Jasvir Sapra rejoins. We'll try and find the Lotus on track. We can hand down to the pits meanwhile to talk to the man who's just got out of the number 40 BMW, Brian Branson.
Well, there we go. The race leader came into the pits, Brian Branson. Brian, that was epic out there, wasn't it? In fact, you're having a good battle with Jade Edwards just over there.
Yeah, that was good. The first few laps was a bit scary. Well, first lap especially. I don't know what happened, over there.
Yeah, there was a spin right in front
Yeah, there was a couple of close moments getting through that. But once I got settled in and got used to the conditions and stuff, I started to obviously gain more confidence and got some heat in the tyres and started to reel the Ginettas in, and it was good. It's all about, in this sort of weather, it's just all about consistency, and that's as simple as that.
I think a few of us were expecting you to come in a few laps earlier. Was it strategy to stay out as late as possible?
Yeah, I don't know anything. I just get told when to come in. They obviously don't really talk to me when I'm going round.
I talk to you, Brian. Well done. Now it's up to Jazz to take it on.
I just get told what to do,
Well done. If you stay with us as well, I wonder if I'm just going to see if I can quickly grab Jade a second. Jade will be happy to talk to. Jade, I just wanted to be happy to very quickly talk to us. Ironically, Brian Branson just there. What a battle you two had out there.
Yeah, it was pretty entertaining. I think there was a difference in speed between corners and straights. So I said on the radio, this is going to be a bit of a battle over a lap. But the car's so much faster than ours, we just had no competition there. But it was fun to hold him up for a couple of laps.
It certainly was, wasn't it? Of course, you've got another race a little bit later as well. What have you learned from this stint that you can take into later this afternoon?
I've learned that not everyone treats lap one as an endurance race, which is fairly entertaining. But
sounds about right.
Yeah, it was fun. This is the first time I've ever done Britcar, and it's not my car. It's the owner's car that races with Assetto all the time, and I've just been brought in for a weekend. So as much a job to do as much as looking after the car. So we'll be starting obviously where we finish this race. Hopefully it's near the front and we can just have another enjoyable battle with everyone and then see where we end up.
Super stuff. Best of luck for this one and later as well. Dave, back
to you. Just over 10 minutes of this race still to go then. A couple of cars receiving stop-go penalties. Car number 62, Alex Turnbull, a 2-second stop-go penalty. Car 70, which is Team Brit, Paul Fullick and Ty Matherin, they've got an 8-second stop-go penalty. And number 14, Craig Guest in his Clio, a 7-second stop-go penalty, presumably for pit stop offences. So they'll have to come in and serve those. Meanwhile, back out on track is Brian Branson. And I was just about to say that Will Stacey is likely to take the lead. The Lotus has come back into the pits. Now, has that car got a penalty? Or is that a problem for Will Stacey? We'll have to get Ian to find out for us. But Will Stacey is back in the pits for a second time. in the Lotus. We haven't had notification if that car has a penalty. The 89 car, the Harrison and Jenkins Clio, driven at the moment by James Harrison, that's got a stop-go penalty of 4 seconds. These are presumably for short pit stops. Yeah, Stacey back in. He's going back out again. We'll have to find out what that was all about. So that means that Jasvir Sapra will still be in front in the BMW. Will Stacey, we'll have to see where he slots back in now because he's made an extra pit call. Axel van Nederveen is next, then it's Mike West in the 42, started by the driver we just heard from, Jade Edwards. Julian Wantling in the blue Ginetta is 5th, so this is a battle for position here. The 3 Ginettas together, 5th, 6th and 7th. Maurizio Siglio makes a move through for 6th. We saw a glimpse of a spinning Clio there going into Stowe. One of the Spires cars, one of theirs has already had a spin. So there is 5th place Wantling, 6th Siglio, 7th is Anastasi. They run nose to tail through Club. There's the Lotus. So that's could be down to 8th place now. We see it in the background there at the exit of Club. This is the time where we just need to let the timing screen settle down. It looks as though Jasvir Sapra is still in the lead. 7.5 minutes of the race to go, the grey BMW. It's very busy here at Village. There's Will Stacey in the Lotus. The Rob Boston racing car having just made a second pit call. Just looking to see if there's any more notifications of penalties. No, just the 4 we've given you. Oh. Car number 19, who's that? Callum Noble's BMW. 206 seconds stop-go penalty. 206 seconds, that's a huge penalty for the number 19 BMW. That car currently running in 9th place. I wonder if that could be for missing the pit window. We'll have to try and get confirmation from race control on that one. We can hand down to Ian for a bit more info from the pits.
Go on the car. Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. As you can see here, we're in the penalty area right now. We call it a sin bin. That's what we decided to call it with the marshals. And actually, if you look on the board, this is how we monitor it. This is how the marshals do it. They write on the door, cross it off when they served it. So far, car 62, 70, 89, 14, they've all served, well, these two just come in now, literally 14 just left serve the penalty. So they've all now served their penalties. So we should be racing right to the flag now. Dave, back to you.
Yeah, a few stop-go penalties. We mentioned 206 seconds for Callum Noble. The 83 car of Stephen Edward Cook has got a 210-second stop-go penalty. That's for missing the pit window. The race leader's got one as well. 300-second stop-go penalty for car number 40. 300 seconds. That's 5 minutes. A 5-minute penalty for the race leader for missing the pit window. I thought the BMW had come in late, so 3 cars have missed the pit window. They have got big penalties. The biggest going to Sapper and Bransom. That's got 300 seconds to serve. Brian Bransom missed the pit window by a considerable margin, and that is going to put the kibosh on any chance of this car winning the race. He's coming in. 5 minutes of the race to go, so, well, with a 300-second penalty, he may as well just stop and finish the race in the pit lane. Oh dear. So who's that going to give the lead to? We saw the Lotus come into the pits for a second time. So it's Axel van Nederveen who's going to inherit the lead in the Ginetta number 111. He's just gone over the line. Now, second place on the timing is showing as Mike West in the number 42 car. Oh, a spin for the number 4. Marco Anastasi. Will Stacey just avoids him. A quick spin there. He rejoins. He's only lost 1 place. Good recovery. So it's going to be Van Nederveen. There he is. He's currently some 16.8 seconds clear of Mike West. Silio has got past Julian Wantling. They're fighting for third. Then Stacey and Anastasi. We saw them fighting further back. That's going to be for 5th position. Callum Noble's come back in. But big penalties for missing the pit window. We called it correctly. Big penalties for Callum Noble, for the Cook family, and most importantly for Sapra and Branson. A 300-second penalty. It does seem quite draconian, but it's all in the rule book. The penalties for missing the pit window. And so, Axel van Nederveen looks good for victory. He loves it here at Silverstone. Can Mike West catch him in the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta started by pro driver Jade Edwards? It's only just over 3 minutes to go, and the gap was nearly 17 seconds, so it looks unlikely. Let's have a look at the class leaders while we have a moment. Now that's settled down. Then Class 2 is still led by the Porsche of Simon Clark. The Clios are led by Reece Lloyd, taken over from Jack Meakin. That'll make up for his disappointment yesterday when his Astra had to retire with overheating in the 3-hour race. Oh, and a Honda spinning at Beckett's. We've seen this a few times. This time it's Arthur McMahon. The 41 Clio of Darren Gerhardt just avoids him. The G40 Ginetta class is led by Brendan Hafner. There's our Clio leader. They're running in 11th place overall. Reece Lloyd, the Welshman. Another Clio goes off. That's the 52 car of Mike Bowman. Took over from Sarah Franklin. Well, the earlier Clios are pretty good rally cars, and that one proving its off-road ability. Very cautious rejoin there, just checking his mirror, making sure the track is clear. Away he goes. Bowman car, where was he running? 23rd place. Still just a couple of retirements in this race. Early on we lost Johnny McGregor. Looks like he hit the tyre wall. And after only a couple of laps, the Ford Fiesta ST of Pullen and Watts pulled out of the race. So Van Nederveen leads. The gap is nearly 18 seconds now, going into the Hanger Straight. There he is. Maurizio Silio is third in his Ginetta. Looks like we're going to have a Ginetta lockout at the podium here. Maybe one more lap to go. Wait to see if the checkered flag comes out this time. It may well do. Oh, that's the second place car. That's Mike West. That's at Beckett's, I think, ploughing through the grass, just as Jim Edwards did on the opening lap in his teammate's car. Oh dear, disaster for Assetto Motorsports. Gets it back on, but that's handed second place on a plate to Maurizio Silio. And look who's up behind them. Will Stacey. What a recovery after a second pit call. There's the Lotus. I was just saying that we could have a Ginetta lockout of the podium. I'd rather put the curse on them there, because it looks like we're going to get the Lotus on the podium. Julian Wantling next in the order. It's Anastasi and Neil Wallace. Neil Wallace, the slightly slower of the pairing, sharing with Ian Astley. We remember them, they were leading early on until a tangle with the 42 Cup. There goes Axel van Nederveen. There's only 15 seconds on the clock, so it looks like it is going to be checkered flag. This time, well, it all looked fully set for the grey BMW. But they missed the pit window, and it's going to be the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta of Axel van Nederveen that begins the Britcar Trophy season with a victory. Here he comes, out of Woodcote, up towards the line. There is the checkered flag. Axel van Nederveen takes the win. Just had a bit more advice from race control. Bring you in a second. We can explain the penalties a little more. Who's going to be second? It looks like, is it going to be the Lotus? Has the Lotus got through there? Looks like it has. My goodness, Will Stacey absolutely flying in the Lotus Elise for Rob Boston Racing. He comes over in second. He takes Maurizio Silio with a couple of corners to go. And fourth place will go to Julian Wantling and Jim Edwards in their Ginetta. There's the blue Ginetta. Anastasi will take fifth despite a late spin. Marco Anastasi there he is. And sixth place after that off at Beckett's Mike West and Jade Edwards. Well, an incredible, unpredictable race there. To clarify, our thanks to race control, the penalty for missing the pit window is 1 second per second you're outside the window. So, in other words, because Brian Branson missed the pit window by fully 5 minutes, that's why they got a 5-minute penalty. Wait to see where that BMW is classified, because it effectively spent the last 5 minutes of the race sat in the pit lane. Tumbling down the order. Here comes Simon Clark in the Porsche. He's going to win Class 2. It was Neil Wallace and Ian Astley who finished 7th. They led early on, the pole sitters, for this race. It'll be the other way round for race 2. The driver that went second in this race will start race 2. Porsche 997 Carrera comes in to take 8th overall and win the class. 9th place and second in Class 2 will be the Mark Jones and Anthony Rogers Golf, number 7. And in 10th place should be our Clio class winners, Jack Meakin and Reese Lloyd. There's the Golf. 9th place, there's the Clio. The Ginetta G40 class, incidentally, was won by Brendan Hafner, 23rd overall. The last car to take the checkered flag should be Mike Bowman in the car started by Sarah Franklin. There it is, and well, there's Van Nederveen. Don't think he saw the checkered flag first time round. He's gone round again. A lap of honour, we'll call it. There's the number 13 car, Brendan Hafner. We didn't see much of him during that race, the Raceway Ginetta. He's coming in to win his category, 23rd overall. For the record, Jasvir Sapra and Brian Branson 2 laps down, 22nd after that penalty. Big penalties for Callum Noble as well. 206 seconds outside the pit window, and the number 83 Honda 210 seconds. Well, an entertaining and unpredictable season opener for the Britcar Trophy. They'll do it all again later on with another 50-minute race. Here's your provisional result then. Axel van Nederveen takes the first win of the season, 19 laps completed in the Ginetta G56. What a recovery by Will Stacey. He started from the pit lane, came through into the top 5, had to make a second pit visit and then roared his way back up to second, albeit 28.9 seconds down on Axel van Nederveen. Third place for Maurizio Stiglio, van Nederveen's teammates. Lotus preventing a lockout of Ginetta. Look at all those Ginettas at the top. 6 of the top 7 places. Wantling and Edwards 4th. Unlucky for Mike West, spinning down to 6th there behind Marco Anastasi on the last lap. Wallace and Astley, the pole sitters, in 7th place. Class 2 goes to Simon Clark's Porsche ahead of the Jones Rogers Golf. The Clio class won by Reese Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Good result for the Nissan 370Z of David May and Mark Skeets. That had a lot of reliability problems last year, but a good finish there in 11th overall. Then the Coyne and Hewlett Clio, and the rest of them. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse now in Parc Fermé to celebrate with some of the drivers.
Right, everybody, welcome down here to Parc Fermé. William Stacey in second place. Let's grab him. We are going to have to just quickly move out of the way. Your winner, Axel, hasn't turned up just yet, but we managed to grab William. Let's get your helmet off first, because boy, oh boy, that was an eventful race, wasn't it? Because Brian Branson, Jazz Sapra, oh dear, 300-second penalty. Oh, cost him the race, didn't it? To the benefit of these guys, though. William, managed to get your helmet off now. That was very eventful, wasn't it? What was it like behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was quite intense, quite slippery.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I was so confused about what actually happened with the race, because because we started at the back of the pit lane.
Yeah, came from the pit lane.
I think we were flying, and then we came and got the pit stop all right. And I saw a board, only me, nobody else around me, saying stop, go, penalty. But so I came in and I waited here, and then there were I wasn't meant to be called in, so I went back out. So I thought I'd be nowhere. But somehow it happened that I got a few cars at the end, and then ended up coming in P2. I thought I'd be sent down there, but it was good fun though. I got a bit confused about what's going on.
So where you got your team, are they able to? You do have talk back in the car.
Yeah, we have a headset on. Rob Boston we run with. They've got the headset and everything. But I'm not too sure. Sometimes I'll say it and maybe the connection's not great, so they'll miss something.
Better move out of the way before we get run over. I was going to say, for a man who's just finished second in a 50-minute race, you look very confused, but congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what happened there.
Go celebrate with the team, as we almost had a bit of a bump here. I wonder if we could go round and see if we can talk to Axel. We've got a little bit of time, haven't we? Here he comes. Let's let him get out the car here. A bit of a tight fit here, isn't it? We could have maybe moved them over a little bit more, but very happy man indeed. Congratulations. How do you feel?
I don't know what happened.
Well,
honestly.
you won the race. Brian Branson's Jazz Sapra got a 300-second penalty for missing the pit window. So you're the winner. Why is everybody so confused down here? It's unbelievable. Well, it was very eventful out there, though, wasn't it? Look, get your helmet off, go celebrate. Congratulations, anyway. I'll let everybody know what is going to come out. In fact, we can probably get the camera around and cover the podium celebrations as well very shortly. Still a lot coming up for you today, though, as well. We do have the classic touring cars, the Pre-83 and Pre-66 race to bring you this afternoon. We've got another 50-minute Britcar Trophy race as well, and of course, don't forget that 50-minute Britcar Prototype Cup race as well. Let's just put the camera and enjoy some of the celebrations down here.
Okay, so thanks Ian, and well done to our drivers there in what was a rather confusing end, as Will Stacey elicited that. He thought he was going to get a stop-go penalty, but no, I don't think it was a penalty for the Lotus. He got fastest lap as well, 2:26.053. No surprise, really, the way he recovered through the field there to take second on the last lap. Just to let you know that during the lunch break, which is coming up next, we will give you the chance to see the Pre-66 and Pre-83 touring car race from yesterday. That a few technical problems prevented us from seeing the end of that one, but we'll bring it to you during the lunch break. And that's the category that's coming up after lunch, scheduled for 2:25 p.m. The Orange Aero Pre-83 touring cars and the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. Then we've got our second Britcar Trophy race, 50 minutes. The starting drivers will swap round. So the second driver from the first race is the first driver in the second race. Meanwhile, here are our podium finishers then. Maurizio Cilio takes third in the Ginetta. Second place for young Will Stacey. And here's Axel van Nederveen, the man who didn't even know he'd won until he was told that the BMW had been given a penalty. There they are on the podium. Well, we've had a Venezuelan winner, now we've got a Netherlands winner, Axel van Nederveen. Gary James conducting the interviews up there. We're heading into our lunch break now here at Silverstone. So grab yourself some lunch and we'll be back in just under an hour's time we're scheduled for. We'll let you know if we are starting any earlier with our remaining classic touring car race before we go back into Britcar Trophy. And then we've got the Britcar Prototype Cup. I have been sent the pit stop times for that race and the starting drivers. The standard pit stop time is 140 seconds in the Prototype Cup. because the University of Wolverhampton car is being driven by 2 pro drivers, as Ian explained earlier, they have an extra 10 seconds to serve. And there are pit stop penalties given if you finish in the top 3 of one of the earlier sprint races. If you win a sprint race, you get an extra 10 seconds. Second is an extra 7 seconds, and third an extra 5 seconds. So that adds up. Scott Mittel and Charles Hall had 2 second places between them. Rodolfo Gonzalez, of course, had a win, so that's 10 seconds extra. A win and a third for the University of Wolverhampton, so they've got the longest pit stop of all. And Ben Stone got a 3rd place for TGM, so everybody's got a different length of pit stop to serve. The shortest one is Chris Bridle and Will Stowell, because they didn't get a podium. Right, so we're going to head off for a spot of lunch, and we'll allow you to do so as well. Thanks to everybody here at Silverstone so far today. Thank you to our camera teams. They'll take a well-earned lunch break. And we'll be back underway in about 50 minutes' time. We are scheduled with our next race here on BARC TV at Silverstone. In the meantime, we will shortly bring you the Pre-66 and Pre-83 touring car race from yesterday. Let's have a look at the grid then for our final race of the day. This is a combined grid for the oldest cars we'll see today, the Orange Aero Pre-83 touring cars and the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. It's not, for a change, an all-escort front row, as we often see in the Pre-83 touring cars, but it's a familiar face on pole. Number 1, Stephen Primet, the 10 times champion in his Ford Escort Mark 1. Just moving away for the green flag lap. He starts alongside the lovely little Datsun, the Datsun 510, number 85, Jonathan Corker. Second row, number 17, Will Davison with a BMW E30, and number 81, Mark Cholerton from Kings Lynn in his Ford Escort Mark II. Row 3, another Escort, the Mark 1 of Graham Smith, number 197, alongside Mark Osborne, the Welshman, number 49, in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Row 4, 31, it's the first of the Pre-66 cars, Canadian driver Peter Holford in his lovely Ford Mustang. Alongside him, 148 Don Hughes. We normally see him in a Peugeot 306 in the more modern categories. He's in a Mark 1 Golf GTI. Very nice indeed. Row 5 is the car carrying our onboard camera in this race, number 77 Alan Greenall. Seen him a few times before in his Ford Falcon Sprint in the Pre-66s, alongside 125 Jackson Goodrum in a BMW. Row 6, number 10, Jason Christie in a Mark 1 Escort, alongside number 13 of John McGurk. He's in a Lotus Cortina. Row 7, 74, Carl Shreve in a Dolly Sprint, and number 30, Steve Walden in a BMW. On row 8, 52, Billy Keneally. He's in the first of the Ford Anglias, alongside 223, Gary Townsend in his Lotus Cortina, former Mazda MX-5 racer, among other things. Row 9, number 12, David Thomas, been racing his Ford Capri Mark 1 for many, many years. Starts alongside number 21, that's the Davies family Mini. That's being driven by Mike Davies in this race. John Davies takes over tomorrow. Row 10, number 16, is Anton Martin in his Ford Escort, alongside 201 Pat Keneally. I believe he's Billy's father in his Lotus Cortina. What a sight they make coming round on this green flag lap. Row 11, number 43, Malcolm Best in the red and white Capri. Been racing that car for many years, alongside 126 Ken Britton. He's in a BMW E30. On the 12th row, 88 Mike Broadway in a BMW 2002, alongside 47 Nigel Cox. He's in a Lotus Cortina. Row 13, number 34, a newcomer to the club. That's Will Egby. He's in the ex-Freddie Brown Hillman Imp. Will is a YouTuber. Look up his name on YouTube to follow his racing exploits. He's in the Fraser Imp replica, alongside number 102, Ed Gibbs. He's in another of the Ford Anglias. Next on the grid, number 6, Michael Foley. He's in a Lotus Cortina. And we'll start alongside, I was going to say, Luke Wilson, the reigning champion, number 11 in his Austin A40, but I can't see Luke's car there, unfortunately. He could be a non-starter. It's a shame. penultimate row, 168 Keith Wright. He's in his Lotus Cortina. Down on the entry list as is Maurice Minor, but he's brought the Cortina out instead. Alongside number 96, Jim Henshaw. He is in a Maurice Minor. And the final row, 26, Steve Evans. In the Austin A40 he shares with Brian Bedford. Steve Evans racing today, I think it's Brian tomorrow. And finally, Kevin Swan, number 539. He's in a Ford Anglia, the Anglia he shares with his son Jake. He missed qualifying this morning with some problems, but has been added to the back of the grid. We hope he's there, present and ready to start. Question is then, can anyone beat Stephen Primet? It doesn't happen all that often. Starting alongside Jonathan Corker in the little Datsun. So other than that, it's escorts galore at the front of the field pretty much. This will be a 20-minute race. Waiting for the cars to come up to the grid then. We must extend our best wishes as well to Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Hopes to make a return with his Ford Capri this weekend, sadly unable to race due to illness. So get well soon to Stuart. See you back out very soon indeed. Here they come up to the grid then. The white escorts of Stephen Primet, the man from Bedfordshire. Those marshals standing at the front with the yellow flags are certainly braver than I am. Watch for Mark Osborne. He likes to take the fight to the escorts in his Dolly Sprint. Pete Holford heading up the Pre-66s, sponsored by Pultec Classic Racing Engines. Big Ford Mustang. Pete Holford, the Canadian-born racer, been racing Mustangs for decades now. Got quite a collection of them. Back to the glory days of the late 70s, early 80s, and then going back to the 60s when the British Saloon Car Championship was in its infancy. Great to see a Maurice Minor out there in the hands of Jim Henshaw. Okay, they're in position, waiting for the green flag at the back. There it is. This will be a 20-minute race, the only standing start of the day. Revs beginning to rise, the red lights will be on the gantry, and away they go. Down towards that first corner. A great launch by the BMW there through the middle of Will Davison. Looks like he's going to take the lead into Copse Corner for the first time. Indeed he is. Cracking start by Will Davison in the number 17. And he leads from Stephen Primet. Mark Osborne, a flying start as well. Look at the Triumph go up there in third place. Shades of Jerry Marshall, arguably the greatest saloon car racer of all time, or certainly in my opinion. Everybody else away as they head up towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. It's Davison who leads, Primet in second, Osborne third, Jonathan Corker's Datsun is in fourth position. They swing their way through the complex for the first time. What a brilliant sight they make. Loving the Lotus Cortinas in there. 223 there, Gary Townsend. First saw him race several years ago in Formula One stock cars of all things. Down the straight then, it's Davison from Primet, Osborne. Here comes Pete Holford using the grunt of that Mustang, and Alan Greenall's well up as well, the two big V8 beasts. They'll be dominating the Pre-66s in the early stages. Here's one of the Anglias, that's Billy Keneally in the number 52 car. The number 30 BMW up there on the outside is Steve Walden. Dave Thomas, Capri veteran in there too. Stephen Primet having a go for the lead as they come into club, but it's Davison who holds him off in the number 17, leading the Pre-83s. There's Holford's yellow Mustang. Oh, Mark Osborne slowing. Mark Osborne's Triumph in trouble. That's a great shame after such a good start. He'll try and limp it back to the pits. But Stephen Primet ready to attack for the lead. They go into Abbey. He's on the inside line. Surely going to go through. In the background there we see Osborne pulling off into the Formula One pits. His race is run. Hopefully he can get the Triumph back out for tomorrow's race. There's the Mini of Mike Davies. Sadly, we've only got one Mini here this weekend. There's Will Egby and the Hillman Imp towards the back. Right at the tail of the field is Henshaw's Maurice Minor. Everybody else heading through towards the end of the lap at the moment. Wait to see who leads as they complete the first lap of this 20-minute race. As the midfield coming through the loop. Jason Christie's escort we caught a glimpse of there. It's Primet who has got the lead from Davison. Stephen Primet looking for title number 11 this year. Incredible. Up towards Luffield they head. Car's looking fantastic in the sunset now the cloud is cleared. Now Jonathan Corker picked up a win at Brands Hatch last year in his little Datsun. Only one of its kind racing in the UK, and he's on the tail of Will Davison. These three have broken clear, but I think the safety car is coming out. Got a notification on the timing screen there. Yep, safety car. That might well be for Mark Osborne's stranded car, unless we've lost anybody else on the opening lap. We'll wait and see. Mark Chollerton there in 4th place. The first three had broken away. This will close things up again. Mark Chollerton in 4th. Holford 5th ahead of Greenall. They lead the pre-66 split. Then we've got Carl Shreve's Triumph. That's going well. Jason Christie. Don Hughes. Great to see him back in a Golf. I seem to remember back in the 90s, Don Hughes used to race in the old Blue Coral Super Road Saloons in a Mark 1 Golf, alongside the likes of Paul Rose and company. Back out in a Golf. We normally see him in his Peugeot 306. Had some problems with that last year. There's the yellow Golf. Graham Smith's Escort behind him. Then we've got Jackson Goodrum in his BMW E30. Then the first of the Lotus Cortinas, which is Gary Townsend. 47 of Nigel Cox was the class champion in that division last year. Oh, we're back underway here at Silverstone. Apologies there. And Will Davison has retaken the lead on the restart there after the safety car to recover Mark Osborne's Triumph Dolomite sprint. Saw Jonathan Corker slowing down the hanger straight as well. Looks like problems for the little Datsun, which is a great shame because he was up there challenging for a podium place. Pick up the race order as they come round to complete their next lap. Battling all the way down the midfield here, very busy indeed. Let's see whether Corker has got going again. There's the pre-66 leaders. There's Corker. Yes, he is still going, just in there behind Jason Christie. It's Will Davison's BMW back in the lead then, the number 17, the former junior saloon car start. But he's under pressure now from Stephen Primet as they head up the Wellington Straight. He's in the slipstream. He's surely going to go through as they come under the bridge towards Brooklands. He's got the inside line away. Escort against BMW. And once again, the Escort wins out. Just no stopping Stephen Primet in this championship for so many years now. Already well clear of the rest of the pack, continuing to scrap for third place. I wonder if we'll see those big V8s come through to challenge Mark Chollerton, who's currently in a rather lonely third position. Over the line they go to complete their third lap, the two leaders together. Chollerton in third, they're well ahead of everybody else. I think Jonathan Corker slowing on the straight slowed the pack up. Yeah, Holford's up to fourth and Greenall fifth, the grunt of the V8's telling there. Corker is still there in sixth, stayed ahead of Jason Christie. Then Carl Shreve, Graham Smith and Jackson Goodrum's BMW rounding out the top 10. It's the one retirement so far, that was Osborne. The leaders swing their way through. Beckett's got just under 10 minutes to go, so we're just over halfway through. Down towards the hanger straight for the fourth time. There's Pete Holford, sliding the Mustang coming out of Chapel. Corker's got back ahead of Greenall. You can see here the more nimble Datsun, better in the twisties. But on the straights, Greenall just blasts past the Datsun as if it's standing still. Let's go on board with Alan Greenall. Not the easiest thing to handle, this massive Ford Falcon. Big twitch there as he comes out towards Vale. He's won several class championships, has been an overall champion as well. In the pre-66 touring cars. Running wide there, Carl Shreve under fire from Graham Smith. And Jackson Goodrum, then the Lotus Cortinas, and then it's Don Hughes. Back on board with Greenall up towards Abbey. He's so careful, especially in slightly slippery conditions in a big beast like this. Peter Holford still ahead of Jonathan Corker in front of us. There's Graham Smith, the yellow Escort up the inside, attacking Carl Shreve. Still Stephen Primet up front. Here he comes into the sunset. Not exactly clearing off into the sunset. Will Davison sticking with him. They're in the same class, these two, Class C. We haven't really had time to go through the subclasses in today's events. Pete Holford leading pre-66 Class A. Class F for the Lotus Cortinas led by Gary Townsend. Pre-83 Class D is being led by Don Hughes and the Golf. Pre-66 Class C by Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia, he's going well. Oh, a spin there, talking of Ford Anglias. Whoop, that was close. Will Egby just missing the spinning car of 102 Ed Gibbs. That could have been disaster. It's Will Egby's first ever race. He's only a young gun in the ex-Freddie Brown Imp. That was nearly a Code Brown moment. That was close. Still Will Davison not letting Stephen Primet get away. 7.5 minutes to go. Circuit has now dried out again. There's the Lotus Cortinas now behind Don Hughes in the Golf. Dave Thomas there in the Capri. Racing that car for more years than I can remember now. Up towards Maggotts he goes. He's currently in 14th place. Lotus Cortina battle now headed by John McGurk, number 13. Sliding his Cortina around, chased by Gary Townsend, number 223. Came from the short ovals into Mazda MX-5 racing, was a class champion there. sponsor of Motorsport through his vehicle hire business as well. Back on board with Alan Greenall, scrapping it out into Stowe. You can see the car ahead twitching around there just through the sunlight. It's Jonathan Corker. He's battling it out with Peter Holford in the Mustang, and round the outside Graham Smith on the brakes, sliding the Escort into club, and he's got the place. Now that's quite a rare passing move at Silverstone, round the outside into club. Very experienced Graham Smith, impressively pulling that off. Primet still leads. In fact, Pete Holford has dropped back. We see there Jason Christie up with him now. So he's dropped behind Corker for 4th place. Holford 5th. Christie has slipped through almost unnoticed there into 6th place. Leaders up under the bridge once again towards Brooklands. See them disappear behind the one of the many grandstands here at Silverstone, home of the British Grand Prix, the British MotoGP. Stephen Primet slides the Escort through. Looking for title number 11 this year. It's going perfectly for him in this first race of the season, though he didn't have things all his own way off the line, with Will Davison able to outpace him. Mark 1 Escort, more famous of course as a rally car. It has won the British Saloon Car title. Smoke there from Kevin Swan in his Anglia. Now we saw him have problems in qualifying. He didn't set a time, had to start from the back of the grid. He's chasing Anton Martin in the Escort. They're both ex-Bangor racers, those two, but hopefully we won't see any contact from them here. Dave Thomas on the tail of the Lotus Cortina of Gary Townsend. There's Greenall ahead of Carl Shreve. Tom McGurk ahead of them. Now here's Pete Holford. He's dropped back a little, but he's still leading the Pre-66 split ahead of Alan Greenall, who's 3rd in Pre-66. John McGurk in the Cortina. Carl Shreve almost pushing Alan Greenall there. Got the handling advantage of the Dolomite. Car that Andy Rouse had some of his earliest successes in, one of Britain's greatest ever touring car drivers. And as soon as they get to a straight, the right foot goes down from Alan Greenall, and it's goodbye to his opposition until they reach the next corner. There is Peter Holford in the number 3 and 1. Numbers reminiscent of Dale Earnhardt on the side of that car, the great NASCAR driver. There's Jonathan Corker on his own in 4th place in the little Datsun. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Corker, in fact 2:35.475 last time around. Lead gap is just over a second, and they're 2 3/4 seconds clear of Mark Chullerton. And here comes Will Davison up on the outside into Village. Stephen Primet's lead is under threat here. It's a good drive by the BMW. Will Davison goes to the outside again. He's trying to cut in on the exit and get a run down the straight towards Brooklands. Here we go, out of the loop. Can Will Davison do it? There'll be, I think, 2 laps to go this time. Just about. We'll wait and see as they cross the line how long's left. 3 minutes as they go into Brooklands. Davison looking determined here. He'll see the last lap signal. If it's this time or next time, that'll be his signal to launch an all-out attack. Towards the line. It's going to be borderline whether this is the last lap or not. Davison, if anything's dropped back a little there coming out of Woodcote. Didn't see a last lap board, so I think we have got 2 to go. Davison may have missed a gear there coming out of Woodcote. He has dropped away a little. He's dropped back quite a lot there coming through. He's gone wide coming through Copse Corner and kicks up some of the rubber marbles on the outside. I wonder if there was a problem with the BMW there, but no, he's still there. Just lost a couple of car lengths. I think he missed a gear coming out of Woodcote, and that's lost him some momentum. He's back on it there, really on it through the exit of Beckett's. It's good stuff. Somebody has hit problems. You can just see a bonnet there at Abbey. Can't see who it is. Alan Greenall's dropped back. He's had a moment somewhere. He's down to 11th. Here's Holford, still leads the pre-66s, ahead of Christie. As the sun sets here at Silverstone. Graham Smith behind them. As for the inside in the background, there's Carl Shreve. The car being wheeled away. It looks like it's a Lotus Cortina, I can tell you that. I think it might be Nigel Cox. Yeah, he hasn't come through, the number 47 on that last lap. So he's out of the race. Pete Holford swings the Mustang through club. Graham Smith's got past Christie as well. Here's Gary Townsend. And here's the lead battle, and Davison's through. Davison leads. Where did that come from? Coming through the infield section. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. Now, will we see a checkered flag this time or not? We'll have to wait and see how much time is left as they make it down to the end of this lap. I didn't see a last lap board. Primet's not finished yet. Here he comes. This could be the finish of the weekend so far. Primet up the inside, down towards Brooklands. He's got the inside line for the left-hander at Brooklands. Here comes Stephen Primet on the brakes. There's nothing between them into the left-hander. Davison's trying to hang on. The next corner's the right-hander at Luffield, but no, Primet's got the overlap and he's got the lead. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time, or are we going to do one more lap? Stephen Primet will want to see the checkered flag and start his quest for an 11th title with the win. Davison all over it. This is cracking stuff. Is Primet going to take the flag, or are we going to see one more lap this time? Over the line they come. I don't think the flag has gone out. No, it hasn't. They've got one more lap to do. That's the last thing Primet wanted. And Mark Chollerton's been caught for third by Jonathan Corker as well. Two battles to the end of this race. Can Will Davison upset the 10-time champion? The BMW is in the slipstream there. It took him a half a lap or so to get his momentum back, and out of nowhere he took the lead. There's back markers to worry about as well. We've got Jim Henshaw's Morris Minor and also Keith Wright in his Cortina ahead of them here. Lappery is quite rare on this circuit given its length. Shows how quickly these two are going. Steve Evans, Austin A40 there as well. Down the straight they come. Back marker's going to have to look out here in the background. Look, Corker's got third place, Chollerton alongside him. It's all about these two leaders. What can Will Davison do? Through Stowe. Here's a battle further back. Jason Christie and Graham Smith. It's all about battling escorts in this one. This is the fight for fifth. Behind them, Pete Holford leads the pre-66s. Here are the leaders, and they're in back marker traffic coming through club. Davison is forced to go to the outside by Privet. Oh, they've nearly clipped Steve Evans there, and Keith Wright. Look out, back markers. Oh my goodness. They've got to find a way through somehow. Davison was delayed a bit there. Lucky there wasn't a collision there. They did very well to thread the eye of the needle coming through club. And has that lost Davidson his chance? You see he's dropped back about 3 or 4 lengths as a result of that. Those behind are sensible. They've got their lights on to let the back markers know they're there. Chollerton and Corker. A corker of a race this has been as well. The race of the weekend so far, in my opinion. Primet, a little bit of a slide there coming into the loop. Is he going to hang on? He's usually got the advantage down the straight into Brooklands. I can't see Davison doing it from here. Corker's done another fastest lap, incidentally, 2:34.517. It's all about these two for the victory. I don't think Will Davison's going to do it. I think Stephen Primet has got this sewn up. Here they come, lapping Michael Foley's Lotus Cortina into Brooklands for the last time. Davison trying, but he's not going to get close enough. And the undisputed master of the Orange Aero Pre-83 Touring Car Championship is going to start his quest for yet another title, an 11th title, with the victory. Great effort by Will Davison, but it is a win for Stephen Primet. Takes the checkered flag. Second goes to Will Davison. And who's going to be third? Where's the battle between the Datsun and the Escort? The Datsun's got it. Jonathan Corker just ahead of Mark Chollerton by 0.6 of a second. The winning margin 0.7 of a second. Now who's going to be fifth? Where's those other two squabbling Escorts? Christie and Smith. Here they are, and it's Graham Smith in the yellow Escort is going to take fifth position. Brilliant. All those drivers in the same class as well. Pete Holford wins the pre-66s. He slides across the line. 8th goes to Don Hughes. He wins his class in the Golf. And look at this, Alan Greenall is nearly shoving Jackson Goodrum over the line. He's back in the pack. He'll take 2nd of the pre-66 split, though, and 3rd will be John McGurk just behind him in the Cortina. What a cracker to finish with. And that's just day 1. We kick off at 9 AM tomorrow, the first race, which will be the Prototype Cup. First ever Britcar Prototype Cup race. There's Mount Best ahead of Mike Davies, the only Mini here this weekend, sadly. Normally see a few of them, the likes of Barry Syme with his Scottish Blue Mini, but not out this weekend, unfortunately. And there is our pre-66 winner. Well done, Pete Holford in the big Mustang. But the overall win yet again goes to Stephen Primmett. Rarely beaten here at Silverstone. He did have a shunt here a couple of years ago on the international layout, which curtailed his season 2020, but no such problem since then. Oh, we've got a car in the gravel. Who's that? It's another Lotus Cortina. It's Pat Keneally, number 201. Last car in should be our newcomer Will Egby. Look forward to following his exploits on YouTube. There he is. The youngster comes home to complete the race in 23rd place. Primmett takes the win then ahead of Davison. And Pat Keneally is going to need a JCB. That's Beckett's he spun out. You can find all the official results from today's events confirmed on the BARC website and also at tsl-timing.com, the website of our official timekeepers. That concludes day 1 here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, our season opener on BARC TV. So the win goes to Stephen Primmett by 0.7 of a second ahead of Will Davison. Great fight between those two. Jonathan Corker in 3rd, 0.6 of a second ahead of Mark Chollerton. 5th place for Graham Smith ahead of Jason Christie. 7th went to Pete Holford, he won the pre-66 split. 8th for Don Hughes, he won his class, as did a few more further down we'll get to in a moment. 9th for Carl Shreve. Jackson Goodrum 10th, just ahead of Alan Greenall. Class win for John McGurk in 12th. Dave Thomas won his class in 13th, as did Billy Keneally in the Anglia in 14th. 15th was Gary Townsend, then Steve Walden, Mount Best. 18th place was Mike Davies, he took a class win in his Mini. Then it was Broadway, Bridden, Anton Martin, Ed Gibbs, Will Egby, Michael Foley, Keith Wright, Henshaw and Evans completed the finishes. We lost Pat Keneally on the final lap. Nigel Cox we saw out of the race. Kevin Swan, a reoccurrence of his problems from qualifying, retired as well. And of course we lost Mark Osborne on the opening lap. Watch out for fireworks tomorrow if he's starting from the rear of the field. Just a reminder as well that overnight the clocks go forward as well ahead of tomorrow's stream. Just a reminder to you. But I think we can shortly hand down to the pits with Ian to hear from the drivers.
To Park Firm, familiar face, of course, Stephen Primmett picking up the win. More from him very, very soon. He won the Pre-83s. Let's go have a quick chat with Mr. Holford, though, who won the Pre-66s. It's always good to have a chin wag. Well, I tell you what, I can feel the heat coming off there as well. The heat off the winner, the heat off the victor. There we go, glasses off, helmet off. Whilst he's doing that, actually, let's just have a quick word here with Mr. Corker, who actually got the fastest lap of the race.
Did I? Oh, must have been one of the laps I had fourth gear.
Oh no, problems with the gearbox.
Yeah, you'll see from the in-car, I guess, but yeah, lost fifth gear eventually and fourth occasionally.
Was there a bit of nerves when you sat in the assembly earlier and there was a bit of rain?
No, not really. No, I was more nervous about the gearbox because I knew it was going to be a problem. But that's enough racing driver excuses, isn't it?
Let's get the book out. Well done anyway, congratulations. Here is Mr. Holford. A nice race out there.
Yeah, busy. All those escorts hanging around.
Yeah. But you're matching it with them though, and this is a real crowd pleaser, isn't it?
Well, I think so. I'd be better if I had the same tires as they did, but you know, it's a good spectacle when it's sliding around a lot.
There's always tomorrow as well. Well done, congratulations. Let's go up here a little bit. We want to have a quick chat with Mr. Primmett. Of course we do. Stephen Primmett. I feel like we do this a lot, don't we? Congratulations. How was it?
Yeah, good to see you, mate. Yeah, it was really exciting. Yeah, really exciting. Hard work.
Of course, the last race of the day, we know the track's been rubbered in quite nicely now, so plenty of grip out there. But was there a few nervous moments because it looked like the weather might put a bit of a kibosh on it?
It was a bit damp at Stowe, but that after a couple of laps that seemed back to normal. But I was making some mistakes down the bottom there around club and that, and Will was capitalising on me every time, and yeah, I had to try and clean it up. Come on, Steve, clean it up.
Now, over the winter, of course, some people do a lot of work on the cars, but you need to probably do a lot of work and building a new trophy cabinet. How many trophies you got now? Hundreds.
Yeah, hundreds. Yeah, that's probably quite true.
Are we going to see? We could be doing a lot more of this throughout the year, I imagine, Stephen.
Yeah. I can't imagine 25 minutes tomorrow. I'm going to pass out, I think.
You'll be fine. Well done, congratulations. There you go, Stephen Primmett. Mr. Holford as well, picking up the win. A lot more racing action coming up for you tomorrow as well. So I'll take you back to Dave Goddard, who'll tell you what is going to be coming up. Thanks for watching. Good afternoon, race fans. Welcome back after the lunch break. We are starting a little earlier than planned with our afternoon session here on day 2 on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit here on BARC TV. Our next race coming to the line will be the cars we saw during the lunch break from race 1 yesterday. It's the Orange Aero Pre-83 touring cars, the Group 1 touring cars, and the Full-Tech Pre-66 Classic and historic touring cars. Results of yesterday's race determining the grid, and an interesting race it was as well. Great fight up front between Stephen Primmett and Will Davison, and they will head up the grid for this one. Primmett on pole on the outside alongside the BMW of Will Davison. The second row, 85 Jonathan Corker
Lost the higher gears in his gearbox. That's why the little Datsun 510 was struggling down the straights yesterday. He starts alongside Mark Chollerton, number 81, with his Ford Escort Mark II. Row 3, a pair of Mark 1 Escorts, 197 Graham Smith and number 10 Jason Christie. Then we've got the first of the pre-66 cars, the winner yesterday, Peter Holford in his Ford Mustang. Starts alongside the very smart Mark 1 Golf of 148 Don Hughes. Row 5, 74 Carl Shreve in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint, carrying one of our cameras. Starts alongside the BMW of 125 Jackson Goodrum. Row 6 is the Ford Falcon Sprint of number 77 Alan Greenall. Alongside him, number 13 John McGurk. He's in a Ford Lotus Cortina. Row 7, the Capri of David Thomas, number 12, starts alongside the Ford Anglia of 52 Billy Keneally. He's one of our camera cars as well in this one. Row 8, we have 223 Gary Townsend and a Lotus Cortina. And Steve Walden's BMW E30. The two championships nicely mixed on the grid here. On row 9, 43 Malcolm Best in a Ford Capri and 88 Mike Broadway with his BMW 2002. The 10th row, 126 Ken Britton, another E30 BMW, and the 16 car is Anton Martin in his Ford Escort Mark III. Row 11, 102 Ed Gibbs, he's in an Anglia, had a spin in yesterday's race, and alongside him is newcomer number 34 Will Egby in the Lone Hillman Imp, the ex-Freddie Brown car. Row 12, number 6 Michael Foley, former Morris Minor racer, now in a Lotus Cortina. And say the same for Keith Wright alongside him, he's in his Lotus Cortina this weekend, still got his Morris Minor though. Then we have a Morris Minor, number 96 Jim Henshaw, he starts alongside Pat Keneally, who ended up in the gravel trap on the last lap of yesterday's race, the father of Billy. Row 14, a couple of cars that failed to finish yesterday. Nigel Cox, number 47, in his Lotus Cortina, pulled off at Abbey in yesterday's race. Kevin Swan in the Ford Anglia number 539 had a few mechanical problems both in qualifying and the race yesterday. Watch out for fireworks, and towards the back we've got Mark Osborne, number 49. The Triumph Dolomite Sprint was a first lap casualty yesterday. He'll streak his way through from there. Alongside him is the Mini, number 21 John Davies. The Davies family sharing that Mini this weekend. There's John in the red Mini. Then we've got Brian Bedford in the number 26, the greenish grey coloured, I'm not sure what you call that colour, Austin A40. He's taken that over from Steve Evans, the two drivers sharing the car. And I'm pleased to see at the back of the grid there the reigning pre-66 champion, Luke Wilson, number 11. He failed to start yesterday's race in his Austin A40, so he'll have to start from the back. This will be a 25-minute race. This race yesterday was much the race of the weekend. Brilliant battle between Will Davison, look at him flicking the BMW from side to side there, behind Stephen Primet, the 10 times pre-83 champion in the Escorts. Jonathan Corker hoping for a better run today. On board with Billy Keneally, newcomer last year with his Ford Anglia. That's the ex-Robin Slater car. It's had a couple of wins in its time. Mentioning Will Egby in the Hillman Imp as well. He is a YouTuber going racing this year. See the little blue and white Imp towards the back of the grid there. His gearbox failed, we're told, in qualifying yesterday, and it's been replaced with the help of a certain James Ibbotson, the former pre-66 touring car champion of 2021, runner-up last year. Apparently it's the same gearbox that was in his car when he took a win at Donington last season. Whether it'll make Will Egby go sideways, we'll wait and see. Those of you who were watching last year will know how spectacular James Ibbotson was. We haven't seen him out racing this year. Hopefully we will soon. On board with Carl Shreve in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint, number 74. He had a good run to 9th place yesterday. You can see Pete Holford ahead of us in the big Ford Mustang. He scored the win overall in the pre-66 division of this race. Two championships mixed in together. Through the loop and on to Aintree. Tighter than it looks, that left-hander then. There's Aintree down to the Wellington Straights. There's Mark Osborne, the Welshman, First lap casualty with some problems with the Dolomite yesterday. There's Luke Wilson, the maroon car. And Brian Bedford back in his Austin A40 shares the car with Steve Evans. The Davies family share their Mini, the only Mini we've got here this weekend as well. Yes, hello to James Ibbotson, he's watching on. Probably hoping his gearbox stays in one piece in Will Egby's car. It's the cream-coloured Mark 1 Escort on pole position. We'll start from the outside. Now, yesterday, in slightly more damp conditions, the BMW got the best getaway of Will Davison and charged into the lead, so we'll see if he does the same here. Watch for Alan Greenall. There's the big Ford Falcon in the background. There's Don Hughes, the yellow and white Mark 1 Golf. We normally see him in his Peugeot 306 in the Pre-03 touring cars, but trying something different this season. Steve Walden, the bright red and white BMW. Malcolm Best, Ford Capri veteran. The blue Cortina there is Keith Wright. Marshals have them into line. Watch for Mark Chollerton, the man from Norfolk, in the Mark II Escort on the left. Is this going to be Davison versus Primet once again? We had an epic battle yesterday. 25 minutes, a longer race this time. We had a safety car in yesterday's race to recover Mark Osborne's stranded Triumph. We hope for not to see a repeat of that. Here we go. Revs are up for 25 minutes of action and the pack is unleashed. Here we go with the Pre-83 and Pre-66 touring cars. Davison gets away well, so does Corker. Down towards that first corner they head. Now who's going to be leading as they head up towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time? Around the outside there goes Ed Gibbs in the Anglia, battling with Ken Bridden's BMW. Malcolm Best there in the Capri. He's had that for many years. It is Davidson who's got the lead, and down to third goes Stephen Privet because Jonathan Corker's got a corker of a start, and he's up into second place in the little Datsun 510, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Mark Chollerton's Escort is fourth as the sun starts to burn through the cloud at last here at Silverstone. Jason Christie in fifth. Leading the Pre-66s is the big Mustang of the Canadian Pete Holford. They head out towards the Hanger Straight for the first time. Will Davison in the E30 BMW leads them through. Corker in second place. We go on board with the Triumph of Carl Shreve into Stowe Corner, chasing Jason Christie at the wheel of the Escort just ahead of us. The camera car is Billy Keneally's Anglia further back in the pack. Down the Vale. See, it's not certainly as even as it looks. Then into Club. Davison, Primet's got through into second place. He's got ahead of Jonathan Corker. Fourth place we have Mark Chollerton. It's Holford, Christie, Shreve, Graham Smith, Don Hughes and Ken Bridden. Looks like he's up into 10th place. So that may be Jackson Goodrum. They're similarly coloured cars. Down the Hamilton Straight towards Abbey. It is still wet on that part of the circuit. Is that Mark Osborne already making moves towards the lower end of the top 10? Looks like it. We're on board with Shreve once again as they head up towards Village. The left at Farm first of all, then into the right-hander. There's our leader, Will Davison. Not to be confused with the Australian racer of the same name in touring cars. Stephen Primet in second place in the Escort, looking for a double win this weekend. Pete Holford looking for a double in the Pre-66 divisions, holding off Jason Christie's Mark 1 Escort as they slide their way out and head towards the Wellington Straights. Expect to see that Mustang getting very sideways here as Primet has stayed on the tail of Will Davison down the straight there, but the BMW holds the lead into Brooklands. Jonathan Corker keeping up with them, those three trying to break away from the rest of the field. Round the double right-hander at Luffield. Primet is getting ready to attack here as they come towards the pit straight. Chollerton is fourth ahead of Holford. Over the line to complete lap number 1. Davison from Primet, Corker, Chollerton, Holford. Jason Christie in behind. Primet right on the tail of the BMW as they head around Copse Corner for the second time in this longer than they're used to, this race, the 25-minute race. Normally 15 or 20 minute sprints. Into Beckett's. Slightly tighter line taken by Primet in the Mark 1 Escort. Carl Shreve in the background in the Triumph, under fire there from Graham Smith. Vastly experienced historic racer in the Mark 1 Escort. Here is Caterham's for many years as well. It's all over the back of the 74 Triumph Dolly Sprint. Speaking of Dolomite Sprints, let's have a look where Mark Osborne is up to. He's in 12th place at the end of lap number 1. He's gained 14 places from the back of the field. Now Shreve closes onto the tail of Jason Christie in the number 10 Escort. Through Stowe Corner. Behind them, Don Hughes under fire. That's from Jackson Goodrum in the number 125 BMW. And still Will Davison has the lead, looking for what I think will be his first outright win in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Shreve up the inside there, nearly took Jason Christie in the club. That was very close indeed. And now Primet is in attacking mode. They head up towards Abbey. He's not close enough to try and go through on the inside this time. You can see the dry line has emerged. Further back in the order, Graham Smith on the attack. I think that was in the Escort. Tricky to see because of the sunlight. Yes, sunlight after all the rain we had earlier. Through the infield loop. Still William Davison holding on to the lead in the number 17 BMW. Down the Wellington Straight they go. Stephen Primet, the Bedfordshire driver on his local circuit, desperate for another victory. He's having a look here. He's going to try and slingshot down the inside into Brooklands. He's not going to do it. Still Davison has the lead. Corker just keeping a watching brief. The little Datsun 510 in the Works Datsun colours there, the blue and white with the red chevron. 3 cars line astern. Red, white and blue. If only they were minis. Got 1 mini in the field, John Davies towards the back of the field. Lost 1 car on the first lap, the Morris Minor of Jim Henshaw. As Primet has a look on the inside at Copse. He's not close enough though. Up towards Maggots once again for the 3rd time. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Corker. 2:38.103. A few tenths quicker than the 2 ahead of him. Here's David Thomas in his Ford Capri. He's running 12th. Alan Greenall behind him in that magnificent Ford Falcon. He's taken many wins in the pre-66s over the years. We're having to give best this weekend to Peter Holford in the Mustang. It's behind them, it is Billy Keneally, 3rd in the pre-66 division in his Ford Anglia, and he'll be leading his class, Class C. Keneally sideways in the Anglia, very popular as a short circuit hot rod, the Ford Anglia. We're with him and he goes up the inside. He passes the much more powerful Ford Falcon of Alan Greenall. I'm sure Greenall will blitz back ahead on the straight though. Yes, he does already. Just can't match the brute force in a straight line of the big Ford Falcon Sprint. Closing on Dave Thomas, who's been racing Ford Capris for longer than I can remember. Keneally flings the Anglia to the inside. Good car control there from the young gun. It's almost 3 wide for the lead. Look at this into Abbey and up the inside. Corker, I think, has taken the lead. Where did that come from? Can he hold it through Farmer Village? He's done it. Oh, brilliant from Jonathan Corker. Just 1 win, I believe, for that Datsun so far, if memory serves me right. That was at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago. And suddenly he's passed Davison and Privet. They were so busy fighting each other, I don't think they even noticed that Jonathan Corker was there. And Corker goes into the lead in 1 move through Abbey. That was a brave bit of driving. Here comes Primet now. That unsettled Davison, you can see, ran a bit wide coming off Aintree up towards Brooklands. Primet up the inside, he's going to take 2nd place. Yes, he's done it. And Jonathan Corker leads in the Datsun. Davison goes down to 3rd, the former junior saloon car star. They're just over 3 seconds clear of Mark Chollerton's Escort. Jason Christie is up in a 5th position. Further back, he's ahead of Pete Holford, who still leads the pre-66s in the yellow Ford Mustang. Over the line, Jonathan Corker leads the way. Less than a second covers the top 3. There's Cholerton in the background. Can Will Davison fight back? Out towards Maggots once again. Primet is in attacking mode now. Jonathan Corker will be hoping that he has all his gears for the rest of this race, as a bit further back as Steve Walden's BMW, and Corker a little bit sideways. Primet a little bit sideways coming through Beckett's there. He just about holds it together. That's allowed Jonathan Corker to get away just a little. This is impressive from the little Japanese machine. Not too often we see the escorts beaten in Pre-83 touring cars. There's Cholerton in the background, a long gap back then to Jason Christie. Looks like Carl Shreve has got through into third place, and Graham Smith may have done into sixth place rather. Graham Smith may have got through as well there, so Pete Holford I think has dropped back. Leaders make their way into club corner. Mark Cholerton trying to close up on them. Could he make this a four-way battle? Here's a scrap further back. Gary Townsend in 223, the former Mazda MX-5 racer, fighting it out with number 88, the BMW 2002. Will Egby's Hillman Imp in there as well. Mike Broadway in the BMW. Nice little gaggle of cars there. The Mount Best in the Ford Capri, Ken Britton's BMW, John Davies in the Mini. 102 Anglia of Ed Gibbs. There's Townsend, there's Mike Broadway's BMW. This is for the lower reaches of the field, really. Battling for around 17th place, this lot. There's Graham Smith, number 197, with his escort on the tail of Carl Shreve. Yes, Peter Holford seems to have dropped back in the Mustang. If he hits problems, it will be Alan Greenall who inherits the lead of the Pre-66 division. Leaders up towards the right-hander at Luffield, and Primet's going for the inside as they come out of the second part of Luffield. Corker's gone wide. Primet doesn't need asking twice. He goes through, takes the lead from Jonathan Corker, and pulls away down the pit straight. Now is Davison going to make a move for second place? So many times before we've seen Stephen Primet not quite as strong from the start, and then comes on strong in the second half of races. Davison is throwing that BMW around in that third place as he tries to recover, tries to attack Jonathan Corker's Datsun. Cholerton still fourth, then Christie, Shreve, Smith, Halford's back to 8th place. Goodrum and Don Hughes in the Golf rounding out the top 10. Top 7 cars all in the same class, Pre-83 Class C. Halford's leading his class, so is Don Hughes in the Pre-83s. David Thomas leads Pre-83 Class B in the Capri. The Keneally's, father and son, are both leading their classes. Pat, having come through the field, he went into the gravel yesterday. Mark Osborne's good run through the field has come to an end. Unfortunately, he's pulled into the pits. More problems for the Dolomites. 27 cars left running out of the 29 who started. Stephen Primet continues to lead. Squeal of tyres as they fling these cars around Silverstone with abandon. Here's the battle further back in the order. 1 or 2 cars with wipers going, so there might be a bit of rain falling again as Gary Townsend pulls the Cortina ahead of John Davies' Mini. Ed Gibbs in the Ford Anglia behind. That one's got the more traditional grille on it. It's the sort of wide mouth grille as opposed to the square that Billy Keneally's has got. Ford Anglia 1966 was British Saloon Car Champion, if memory serves me correctly. John Fitzpatrick was the driver, later to become a star of sports car racing for many years. Malcolm Best getting past one of the BMWs, that was Ken Britton. The Mini. John Rhodes was the pioneer of driving a Mini by just slinging it into the turn and sliding it round. Like Broadway's BMW 2002. They featured more often in the European Touring Car Championship than the British saloons. Ed Gibbs, a bit of a wiggle there. Behind them is Will Egby. He's got Anton Martin's Mark III Escort on his tail. Still Primet's your leader. We've got 11.5 minutes of this race to go. Further back in the pack with Carl Shreve once again. This is the battle for 6th position with Graham Smith. Along the pit straight they go, Shreve in the slipstream. There's Don Hughes in the Golf in the background. He's got ahead of Pete Holford. I'm wondering if Pete's having issues with the Mustang, because he was right up in the top 5 early on. He's dropped back to about 9th place now. Don Hughes' transponder's not working. He's recorded as not coming through on that lap. Fastest lap of the race by Jonathan Corker once again, 236.568. We'll have to watch as he goes into Abbey. This time, oh, Carl Shreve makes a mistake. Now, was that a mistake, or is the track getting damp again? Certainly gone dark again here at Silverstone. So was that a mistake, or did he slip on some fluid? Don Hughes behind him, then it's Holford. And Jackson Goodrum's BMW is behind them. Graham Smith throws the Escort through the right-hander at Stowe Corner. The gap for the lead was 0.6 of a second at the line. There's a slowing Austin A40, that's Brian Bedford. He's been lapped, he's running at the tail of the field. We've lost just 2 cars, Jim Henshaw's Morris Minor and Mark Osborne's Triumph. Still Holford well clear in pre-66 of Alan Greenall. Third is Billy Keneally's Anglia. There's Greenall. David Thomas's Capri behind him as they come through club. That's the battle for 12th overall. Thomas leading his class. Here's the fight for the lead, and Primet's back in front. Jonathan Corker tried at Abbey, but couldn't quite get the moves to stick. And Primet leads from Corker, Davison in third. It's close between these three. They're lapping one of the tail enders there. Corker tries the outside this time. It was Keith Wright's Cortina they were lapping. Former Morris Minor man. 9 minutes to go. Over the line they go. 1.5 seconds covers the three of them. Can Jonathan Corker find the space for another attack on Stephen Primet, the 10 times champion? Davison ran wide there. If he does that again, he might get a warning for exceeding track limits. If you do that too many times, you could get a penalty. Through Beckett's. Corker trying again, he closes up, seems to be stronger on the turns. But Primet's got the straight line speed advantage. Or has he? Or has he? Because look at the way Jonathan Corker's going now as they come down the hanger straight. Can he get into position to make a move under braking for Stowe Corner? Not quite. Primet covers. These three are way ahead of the rest. They're nearly 10 seconds clear of Mark Chollerton's Escort in 4th place. Out of Stowe. The Vale and up towards Club. And Corker closes right away. This is where he's stronger, on this back part of the circuit. Side by side there between Pat Keneally, the ex-lightning rod racer on the short ovals, among other things, and one of the BMWs. That's Ken Bridden. Malcolm Best just ahead of them in the Capri. Seven and a half minutes of this race to go. There go the leaders. Still Primet. What can Jonathan Corker do? He seems to have overcome his gearbox issues from yesterday. Davison just watching on from behind. You can see it's still wet under the bridge, but majority of the circuit is dry. There's the reigning pre-66 champion, Luke Wilson, with the Austin A40, and he's going to be lapped by the overall leaders, the pre-83 cars. Luke Wilson failed to start yesterday's race, had to start today at the back of the grid. Corker closes to win less than a length of the Escort again. He goes out wide, he's going to try and cut in on the exit, but he's not close enough. Swings to the inside now. Is Privet going to get Bolt? No. Moves across, takes the back marker, pulls away again. Maybe that's what Jonathan Corker was banking on there. Davison has dropped a little further behind. He lost about a second on that last lap to those he's pursuing. Well, Davison continues to sit in third place. Cholerton is fourth. Then Christie, Smith and Shreve. Don Hughes, Peter Holford and Jackson Goodrum. Holford leads the pre-66 division. Jonathan Corker tries again, throws the car through Beckett. He's having a look on the inside. He's never going to get through there, surely. He is. He's done it. Oh, where did that come from? Fantastic bit of driving by Jonathan Corker. Slung it through on the inside at the exit of Beckett's. Now, can he hang on? Down into Stowe corner. Primet moves to the inside. Now we've got a race on our hands. Here comes Stephen Primet. He's surely going to retake the lead into Stowe. Yes, he's done it. Retakes the little Datsun. But Jonathan Corker is loving this. Not very often you see a move there made through the exit of Beckett's like that. There's our pre-66 leader, Pete Holford. He's dropped back a bit down the overall order. He's behind Jackson Goodrum now. I'm wondering if that Mustang does have an issue. He does seem to be off the pace. Perhaps it's the brakes. They do tend to boil their brakes, these big American beasts. There's a lot of car there to stop as Graham Smith draws past Don Hughes in that lovely Golf. Jackson Goodrum's BMW next, and there is Holford. Now his nearest pursuer is about 20 seconds back, Alan Greenall's Falcon, in the pre-66 division. They are in the same class. The next pre-66 is the Class C leader, Billy Keneally's Anglia. Jonathan Corker trying to make another move. Be about 3 laps to go in this race as Brian Bedford moves aside in his Austin A40 to let the leaders through. I think he's 2 laps down now. We seem to have lost the Hillman Imp, unfortunately. That's disappeared from the timing screen. So here comes Corker again. To the outside through Luffield. Is he going to try and power around the outside or cut back in? Cuts back into the inside. Can he get up alongside Primet? Primet moves to cover. You can see how much ground Jonathan Corker gained there through Luffield, taking that slightly different line. Certainly working here. Over the line they go. 8 laps completed. Corker's still got the fastest lap of the race. Less than 0.2 of a second between the two of them. They're dropping Will Davison now, the BMW. Privet goes a little bit wide. Is Corker going to send it up the inside again, coming into the right-hander of Beckett's? I don't think he'll be close enough. Look at the gap Primet's got there as they come into the right-hand, the first element of the Beckett's complex. Right, left. Corker's not going to be close enough. He has closed up. That Datsun is better handling than the Escort, I would say, in this race. We've got just over 3 minutes to go, and here comes Corker. Can he get him into Stowe? This is where Primet retook the lead a lap ago. Primet holds the lead. Change the 6th. Carl Shreve's got the triumph ahead of Graham Smith's Escort. Brian Bedford, not surprisingly, has pulled the A40 into the pits. That car was getting slower and slower. I'm talking of slowing. Oh, Carl Shreve's pulling off. Just saw in the background there, the Triumph has hit problems. That's our camera car, sadly, out of the race. Yep, there he is. Pulls over on the run towards Beckett's. Carl Shreve out of the race. There's Pete Holford. Rumble of the Mustang. His last lap, only a couple of seconds off his personal best. He's dropped back a little. He's taking it a bit easy, perhaps. Looking for his pre-66 double. Here are the leaders. So Carl Shreve's demise leaves Graham Smith 6th. Don Hughes and Jackson Goodrum fighting for 7th. Holford will now be 9th. I think it's Steve Walden's BMW into the top 10, the orange and white machine. Leaders lap one of the Lotus Cortinas. I think that was Michael Foley in the number 6. Blue flag being shown to him there to let him know Will Davison is there. Primet has, if anything, stretched his lead a little. Let's see what's going to happen into Luffield this time, because this is where Corker can close up. Which line's he going to take? He stays in the wheel tracks of the Escort this time. The Escort tries to get the better exit from the right-hander, and then can get his boot down the straight. There's 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so this will be the last lap. There's the last lap board out. There's a black and white flag going out to somebody as well. Didn't see the number. But double check that on the timing screen if we've got a notification. Car 223 has got a 5-second penalty, we've been told. That's Gary Townsend for exceeding track limits. So 5-second penalty for car 223. We're on the last lap now, and this is Jonathan Corker's last chance to attack. Down the hanger straights, Will Davison looking on. Now what can the Datsun pilot do? Into Stowe for the last time. Corker looking for what I think would only be his second outright win in the pre-83 touring cars. Down the Vale towards Club. Will Davison's closed back up again a little, and Primet, if anything, has pulled away by a few lengths there. So it's looking good for Stephen Primet for yet another victory. Here's a battling pair of Lotus Cortinas. That's Gary Townsend on the back of Pat Keneally. They're battling for the class lead, but of course, as we understand it, Gary Townsend's got that penalty. Leader coming up to lap Anton Martin in his Ford Escort. Got quite a few classic Fords and a BMW in his collection, has Anton. And keeping it ahead of Jonathan Corker there. That could have lost Corker his chance, because he took a bit of time to get through past the back marker. Can he catch Primet? The Escort, we know, is a bit stronger in a straight line. I don't think he's going to do it now. The clock has counted down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time. He's got a safe margin over Jonathan Corker, but a great effort by the Datsun driver. Through Brooklands up to Luffield for the final time for the man from Bedfordshire, Stephen Primet. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 to kick off his quest for an 11th title in style. The undisputed king of pre-83 touring cars comes in to take yet another victory. Stephen Primet takes the win. Corker a fine second. Will Davison's had a great weekend. He comes in third. Behind them lapped is Anton Martin. Here is Pete Holford in 8th overall. He's going to win the pre-66 division for the second time this weekend in the Mustang, and still these 2 Lotus Cortinas are at it. They're chasing Malcolm Best in the Capri as well. That's coming out of Stowe. Mark Chollerton has taken 4th. He was 24 seconds back in 4th place. There's the Escort. And then another gap back to Jason Christie, who will take 5th. It should be Graham Smith next home. We go on board with Billy Keneally. He's in 12th overall, 3rd of the pre-66s. There's Graham Smith over the line. He finishes in 6th place. Jackson Goodrum, a good 7th in the BMW. And here's Pete Holford, sliding the Mustang home, one of his collection of Ford Mustangs, to finish in 8th place. And he wins the Pultec pre-66 touring cars. Roy Pierpoint would be proud. Steve Walden is next home, a good 9th. Alan Greenall, 2nd of the pre-66s in the Big Falcon, aka Frank Gardner. And there's Luke Wilson over the line. Not the best of weekends for the reigning champion. He'll come over in 22nd place. We've lost Don Hughes on that final lap as well. The Golf has dropped out somewhere. We saw Carl Shreve dropped out too. So the Golf has come to its demise somewhere. Completing the top 10 was Greenall, ahead of David Thomas in the Capri. Billy Canini will come in 12th by the look of things in the Anglia. Just waiting for him to cross the line. And he will complete the top 3 overall in the pre-66 division. Have a look at the class winners. Yes, Billy Keneally comes over in 12th. So the class winners, pre-83 Class C goes to Primet. Pre-66 Class A to Halford. Pre-83 Class B goes to Dave Thomas. Pre-66 Class C to Billy Keneally. Pre-66 Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. That's been won by Pat Keneally because Townsend got that penalty. Pre-66 Class W, that goes to John Davies in the Mini. Pre-83 Class D to Anton Martins Escort a lap down. Pre-66 Class D to Luke Wilson, so he gets some championship points on the board at least. And Pre-66 Class E would have gone to Will Egby, but he failed to finish. That's a great shame. I hope it's not James Ibbottson's gearbox that's gone bang. There's the provisional result then, 1 second, .005, the winning margin for Stephen Primet after a great battle with Jonathan Corker. Will Davison takes third, just over a second back, and he got fastest lap, 2:35.603. Mark Chollerton fourth, ahead of the escorts of Christie and Smith. Jackson Goodrum gets one of his best results with the club so far in 7th. Peter Holford wins the pre-66 division in 8th place in the Mustang. And Steve Walden, Alan Greenall complete the top 10 ahead of Thomas. Keneally Jr., Best, Ken Bridden, Keneally Senior completing the top 15. Race winner completed 10 laps, time of 26:17.234. So waiting for the cars to head into Parc Fermé. Next up is our second Britcar Trophy race of the day. Hope you're all enjoying the action so far. Do give us a like and subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club if you're watching. We've got over 800 of you on the stream at the moment. Thanks for being with us. Over 150 likes as well. Thank you very much. We can head down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits now to hear from some of the drivers in Parc Fermé.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to Parc Fermé. That was a corker of a race, wasn't it, between Stephen Primet and Jonathan Corker right here. Stephen Primet actually just going onto the weight scales now, just to make sure the car's fully legal. And he has officially taken the checker flag in first place. Looks like everything's okay. It's going to be Jonathan Corker's turn. Let's quickly grab William Davison. I did speak to him a little bit earlier, finishing third place. William, happy with that one?
Yeah, but wish we kept fast for a while. I led for a while and lost it, but they were quicker than me. So, yeah, not unhappy, I suppose.
It was a great race, and you actually had prime position for that battle. Where you're thinking, hang on, if something goes on here, I'm slipping right through.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd got battling, give me catch up a little bit. But once they broke the toe, I just couldn't get back near them again, and they were so clean. There wasn't really much battling or to take advantage of, really.
It's quite an important part round here, the toe, isn't it, Silverstone? Certainly on the Hamilton straight.
Those straights are so long, you also have a nap on them sometimes, and when you haven't got a toe, you're sat a miles behind. It does feel a bit like a long wait to get to the corner.
But there you go. Anyway, yeah, you could read a book around here. This is the man I wanted to talk to, actually, Alan Greenall. It was Peter Holford who won the Pre-66. Alan Greenall here, though, who finished in second place. Let's just have a quick word with Alan. Alan, how you doing? Do you want some help? Do you want me to get the door for you?
No way in the wind.
Yeah, and I'll hold it for you. P2 again today? Happy?
P2, yeah. Well, it's early in the season. The car didn't winter very well, so or rather, we started work on it a bit too late. But fair
enough, if you're honest. Yeah.
We finished 2 races, so that's not too bad. But,
it's had a good stretch of its legs, eh?
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
The boat, as we call it. We'll see you next time, Alan. Thank you so much. Next race coming up is the Britcar Trophy. So I'm going to hand you back to Dave, and he'll talk you through the grids.
Okay, thanks Ian. Yes, we've got the grid for the Britcar Trophy Championship race number 2, race 11 on our programme. Just making sure that we've got the up-to-date grid there. It's based on the results of race number 1. A few cars got penalties in that race, as we saw. So let's have a look at the grid then. Data Motorsport have 3 cars on as many rows at the front of the field. They've got pole position. Axel van Nederveen, the race 1 winner, starts from pole, with Will Stacey in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus alongside. A pair of Ginettas next on the grid. 47 car for Data Motorsport is Maurizio Silio, and for Assetto Motorsport, car number 2, that will be started this time by Julian Wantling, because if you went second in the car in race 1, you go first in race 2. Row 3, number 4, Marco Anastasi drives solo alongside the number 42 car. That will be started this time by Mike West. Jade Edwards will take over. Row 4, number 24 for SVG Motorsport. Neil Wallace will take the start. Ian Astley will take over that car. Alongside them, number 23, the Form Evo Clark Racing Porsche of Simon Clark. Row 5, the number 7 TSR Golf. Mark Jones starts. Anthony Rogers will take over. Alongside then number 66, the first of the Clios, Reece Lloyd will be starting that one. Row 6, number 118, that's the Nissan 370Z. David May going first, Mark Skeets takes over. Row 6, alongside them number 92, the Dragon Sport Clio, Travis Coyne and Jake Hewlett. Row 7, number 88, the Hyro Motorsports Clio, that's Andy Tucker from Team Brit, will be starting that car, sharing with Ollie Meadows. Team Brit BMW will start alongside them. Number 70, started this time by Tyron Matherin. Paul Fulling takes over. The JW Bird, number 64, that's Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco, is next, alongside the number 22 Sim Dynamics car. Chris Bielan going first, and Simon Mason takes over. Row 9, we've got the other Hyro Motorsports Renault Clio, number 89. That is started by James Harrison. Row 10, we've got the 45 car, which is Major Motorsports. That's one of the Honda Civics, that's Arthur McMahon. Number 14, the Spires Motorsport Clio of Craig Guest. Row 11, 52, Westbourne Motorsports. Mike Bowman going first, Sarah Franklin takes over. Number 40 is the Intersport Racing BMW. Now we saw they ran into a spot of bother earlier on with that 5-minute penalty. That's how much they missed the pit window by. Jasper Sapra starts this time, so hopefully he'll remember to come into the pits on time. Row 12, we've got the first of the Raceway Ginettas. Number 13 car crewed by Brendan Hafner. Number 41 Clio will be started by Darren Gerhardt, the Spires Motorsport car alongside. Row 13 is number 19, the Thorny Motorsport BMW of Callan Noble, another car to suffer a big penalty in race 1 for missing the pit window, as is the car alongside it. Number 83 Steve Cook will start that one this time. Row 14, the second TSR Golf, number 77, started by Finn Jones. Rob Alec takes over. Alongside number 62, the SVG Motorsport car of Alex Turnbull. The 57 Alfa Romeo a long way back. That's had problems at the end of race 1. Paul Plant starts. Barry McMahon takes over. The MacG Racing Tyrannus, I'm told, will not be starting. He picked up some damage in race 1. Have we had anybody else withdraw from the race? I'll just double check the sheets. No, that's the only withdrawal. So the 33 car unfortunately will not be starting. Too much damage from that bit of a shunt in race 1. The Mazda. The 37 BPC Motorsport Fiesta should be there though. Jack Watts will be taking the start this time, all being well. So we should see a 30 car grid for this, the second race of the day for the Britcar Trophy. There'll just be a moment's pause before the cars come out on the grid. 1 or 2 cars being recovered from around the circuit by our excellent marshalling team. Well, if you can, in the background, ladies and gents, hear what sounds like a building site in the background on some of our cameras, then that's exactly what it is. There's a lot of construction work of new buildings going on at Silverstone at the moment. This facility being improved all the time, the home of British Motorsport, so there's quite a bit of building work going on, and you may be able to hear that taking place in the background. We're not racing tractors, don't worry. We've seen tractor pulling, of course, albeit not at Silverstone, primarily an American sport. Yeah, one of our cameramen has just sent us a picture of some heavy plant working just alongside his camera position on one of the grandstands. Sure, it'll all look great when it's finished, but there seems to be constantly work going on here at Silverstone. New hotels being put up and all manner of different buildings. Maybe I'll ask James Ibbotson for more information. He studies at the college at Silverstone. The pace car is in position, ready for our second Britcar Trophy race of the day. Hopefully we'll see all 30 cars out there. As we said, the Mazda RX-8 sadly withdrawn with some damage. I'll get ready for the second round at Brands Hatch. We are back in action on BARC TV next Saturday, a one-day event, and something new for 2023 as the Caterham Championships join BARC for this year. So I'll have the factory-supported Caterham series, the Road Sports, the 270Rs, the 310Rs, and the Caterham 7 UK Championship. If you've not seen those before, particularly the UK Championship, they are absolute rockets, and they're at Alton Park in Cheshire next Saturday. I'll be on coverage for that one for you. That's next Saturday on BARC TV. Do not miss that. Here come the cars up to the grid then, a quartet of Clios making their way down the Hanger Street straight, and there's the BMW had to finish its race in the pit lane earlier on with that 5-minute penalty for missing the pit window. Maurizio Celio, first lap spin stymied him in the first race. What might have been if that not had happened? That had not happened. Get your words out, Dave. There's the Lotus. Now that could start as the favourite this time. Will Stacey had a couple of wins at Donington last year. Again, a 50-minute race with mandatory pit stops. A 10-minute pit window mid-race. A bit of an update on one of our earlier races. There's been a change to the results in the Jaguar Challenge second race, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, because The on-the-road Jaguar winner, Jack Robinson, has been given a penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag. And that has given the win provisionally to Mike Seaborn. So Mike Seaborn inherits the win there. Jack Robinson penalised for overtaking under yellows. Well, our intrepid pit reporter Ian Waterhouse, I can tell you, is braving the blustery conditions down on the grid. He's going to talk to one or two of the drivers for us.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to the grid here. As you can see, the cars now coming up for the second race for Britcar Trophy. 50-minute race a little bit earlier, another 15-minute coming up, a mandatory pit stop as well. I did see a few people asking questions about driver changes. You can drive solo. This is one man who is, sorry, I'm really rude now, I'm just going to shut it, I'm going to open it up again. Callum, I haven't seen you for a while. How's your winter, mate?
Not too bad, not too bad. Glad to be back, a bit rusty, but glad to be back.
Yeah, definitely glad to be back. Of course, look, race one done. You're a sole driver as well. What was it like out there?
Difficult. We had a little bit of unfortunate contact with the guy in the Mazda, which kind of hampered us a bit. The conditions were difficult.
Yeah.
But starting at the back's going to be a little bit entertaining, I think.
Well, it's going to be entertaining for us in that case then.
Maybe not for me so much.
Where can you go? Where can you get up to from there?
Hard to say. Top 7 would be nice. Top 7, top 5 be over the moon with, but we'll see how it goes.
Fantastic. Callum, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Now, you may remember the story really of race 1 was over here, number 40, Jas Sapra and Brian Branson. I'll just make sure we're not going to get run over. Leading the race, they looked good for it. Looked like they were going to take the race home until it looked like a bit of an error actually. Brian Branson not called into the pits on time, missed the pit stop window, got a 300-second time penalty, dropped them down the order. They start down here at row 11 in 22nd. I am going to have a quick chat with Jas. He did say he'd be happy to talk. Jas, I did say I'd come talk to you. I managed to come find you, mainly because it's nice and warm in there. Look, we know what happened in race 1. I had a quick chat with you after. You said you can still win this one, right?
Yeah, I'll give it my best shot.
Yeah. You're going to go for it,
they've
right?
got a bit of time, pit time penalties, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
So it might help us in the advantage.
Fantastic, Jas. Best of luck, mate. We'll catch up with Brian a little bit later as well. Just make sure we're not going to get run over. The last few cars coming up to the grid as well. We don't have long either. The Hooter's about to go to get us off the grid. Let's just see if we can quickly jump in here. Car number 41, we've got the Rundle. Thank you, Giretz. Here, how are we doing? All right, feeling ready for this one?
Yeah, first start of the season for a start for me, so a little bit nervous, but I've done it before, so.
I was going to say, you've done it once or twice before. I've seen you out and about around the circuit.
You're actually getting the mojo back.
Is it a bit nicer now? Track conditions different to how they were earlier? It's bone dry now.
I mean, it was a little bit patchy earlier, but we had a good race. The pace was good apparently in the last race. A couple of spins ruined it, but it's only because of trying to push hard. But we had terrible qualifying because I couldn't see where I was going. Everything fogged up. So I put this window down so I could see where the apexes were.
You won't have that problem now, though. Best of luck with the race. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep going. Am I right to leave that open? Thank you very much. And let's just make our way down a little bit further, shall we? It sounds like we've got a little bit of time. In fact, let's just go into the middle, actually, and you can see how it looks right at the back here and what work the drivers have to do. Let's just pop the cameras going forward there. That's how it looks here on the Silverstone GP circuit. We've got car 62 here. I wonder if we can just wonder if it's all right just to open the door and have a quick chat. How are we doing? All right?
Hello.
I'm just jumping in. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't.
Right, so we are quite a way back here. What can you do?
Try get past people on the first turn, maybe.
Yeah, it's always quite crucial, isn't it? It's a long old race to go as well. I spoke to Jade Edwards earlier and she was saying, look, it's an endurance race. You're not going to win it in the first corner. You can certainly lose it though, huh?
Yeah, there's still quite a bit wet patches a bit about. But yeah.
Good luck for the race. Thanks for talking to us as well. Let me just shut that there. Right, we're right at the back. We've only got about one more car due to come and line up. I'm going to hand back to Dave because we're going to have to get ourselves off there. Best of luck, enjoy, and I'll hand you back to Dave.
Thanks, Ian. The last couple of cars coming into line then down there. Watch out for fireworks, and towards the back, the two BMWs down there. The Team Brit BMW got an additional penalty, I can tell you, at the end of the first race as well. So that's further back on the grid. So BMWs from the back could be the theme for this race, as Arthur McMahon just moving his Honda Civic into line there. But the car to watch, I would say, is that Lotus of Will Stacey, the Rob Boston racing machine. We all know what Rob Boston Racing can do. They won the British Endurance Championship with the Mercedes GT3 of Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars last year. Can they win the trophy category this year? Starting alongside Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman. Now here's the car we were waiting for. This is number 13, Brendan Hafner, the Raceway Motorsport Ginetta. He won his class in the first race, a little bit late out of the pits in the Ginetta G40 Cup. He's only got one rival today, Alex Turnbull, who we just spoke to. There's Will Puttergill in the CH Racing Honda Civic, the Canter Holland sponsored car, run in conjunction with Motion Sport. I've just been sent some data through from the paddock. Yeah, cars with pit stop penalties for this second race. If you win your class in race 1, you get 15 seconds extra to serve at your pit stop in race 2, 10 seconds for second in class and 5 seconds for third in class. So Axel van Nederveen will serve an extra 15 seconds, Will Stacey an extra 10 seconds, and Maurizio Celio an extra 5 seconds, thanks to the Britcar officials just sending those through. It's Simon Clark in Class 2 has the 15-second penalty. Mark Jones and Anthony Rogers 10 seconds extra, and David May and Mark Skeets, the Nissan, has an extra 5 seconds. The Ginettas, there's only 2 of them. Brendan Hafner in the Ginetta G40 class has an extra 15 seconds to serve Alex Turnbull an extra 10 seconds. In the Clio class, it's Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meekin with the extra 15. The extra 10 seconds is Travis Coyne and Jack Hewlett. And the extra 5 seconds is Andy Tucker and Ollie Meadows. Everybody else has the standard pit stop time, 140 seconds minimum mandatory pit stop. So thanks a lot to the Britcar officials. Big thanks to Race Control and to Claire Headley of Britcar for sending us through all the info. And don't forget the penalty if you miss the pit window. 1 second for every second outside the window you are. The safety car moves off, ready for the rolling start. 50 minutes of racing coming your way with a 10-minute pit stop window in the centre. The pit window opens after 20 minutes of racing, closes 10 minutes later. Hopefully all the drivers have been reminded this time. Watch for the BMWs from the back. It's the Ginetta of Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman on pole. Will Stacey in that little Lotus alongside him. What's the secret of Lotus? Lightweight. Weighs almost nothing compared to some of the cars on this grid. There's Maurizio Celio, the yellow car. Number 2, this time started by Julian Wantling. There's the first of the Clios. The Nissan of David May. Gaz Sapra in his BMW. Team Matherin for Team Brit, ready to attack from the off as well. They're further down the grid than they wanted to be. Well, if it wasn't for the Lotus, it would have been a clean sweep for Ginettas. Callum Noble further back as well. He was sliding all over the place in the wet earlier. Told us he had a bit of contact with Johnny McGregor. You can see a little bit of damage to the front splitter on that BMW. haven't got the Ford Fiesta, unfortunately, so that's out of action after race 1. I think everybody else is there who should be. Possibly the 77 Golf was not there. Double check as they come through. No, the Golf of Finn Jones and Rob Alec not there. So we are missing a couple of cars. But a good field nonetheless. For the second race of the day for the Britcar Trophy Championship. Start to form up 2 by 2. There's the Alfa Romeo 57. Started this time by Paul Plant. Oh, we've got one car in the pit lane, the number 7 Golf. That's Mark Jones. He's going to be starting from the pits. So watch for him coming through. The Class 2 Golf, that was a runner-up in Class 2 in the first race. Here we go. The grid forms up. 50 minutes of racing with a mandatory pit stop. Axel van Nederveen going for his double, but he's got that extra 15 seconds to serve in the pits. An extra 10 seconds for Will Stacey, an extra 5 for Maurizio Cilio. Could that open the door to one of the Assetto Motorsport Ginettas? 4th and 6th on the grid. Watch for Sapra and Bransom coming through as well. They're in with a chance. We'll find out over the next 50 minutes. The safety car is into pit lane. They head up towards the start-finish line, waiting for the red lights to go out. Britcar Trophy, race 2 is go. And down towards the first corner. Good start by Will Stacey. Can he slot into the lead ahead of Axel van Nederveen? He'll try to get around the outside. The little Lotus, he's done it. And the Lotus shoots into the lead around the outside line. Van Nederveen in second. Looks like it's the number 2 of Julian Wantling up into 3rd place. And again, Maurizio Cilio nearly renewing his acquaintance with the 42 car. Great start by David May. Look at the Nissan up there in 6th place. He's locked up. He clips the side of Mike West in the 42 Ginetta. That was nearly another tangle into Beckett's for the first time, as we saw earlier. One of the Clios has gone straight on there. That was Reece Lloyd, the Clio class winner in race 1. He doesn't want to give himself additional penalties. He's got the pit stop penalty to serve. It's Will Stacey who leads in the Lotus from Van Nederveen. 3rd place is Julian Wantling, then it's Cilio, side by side between David May and the 42 of Mike West further back, as Stacey holds the inside line for Stowe and holds the lead. Hopefully they'll all get through Stowe corner okay. A fair bit of tyre squeal on the way into it. And look, Jasvir Sapra is already up, possibly in the top 10. There was a bit of contact there. Hard to see. I think that was Mike West. Yes, he's going across the chicane. Look out as he comes back on. Oh, he gets it spun around there. Is anybody going to collect him? He's right in the middle of the club chicane there. The Team Brit BMW avoids him. Now, I think something broke there because that Ginetta... Yeah, there's a wheel off there. Look, just rolling away to the left. There was contact there between that Ginetta and the Nissan 370Z, I think. The Nissan's still going, but has dropped back. That's created a bit of a hole in the field as Van Nederveen attacks for the lead into Village. I don't think he's going to get through there because the next corner's the left at the loop. And Will Stacey holds the lead, but disaster for the number 42 of Mike West. Looks like he's lost a wheel there after contact with David May. And I think there's yellow flags there. Yeah, I think the safety car's coming out. Oh, the Nissan's gone around as well, so that's got damage as well, I assume. And the safety car is coming out with Mike West, number 42, Ginetta, stranded at club corner. Well, up to now, there's the Ginetta. We got through all of our Britcar and British Endurance action without a single safety car. The whole of the 3-hour race yesterday, we didn't have any interruptions. But the number 42, we need to see the other side of it, really, because I think that car had shed a wheel. saw a wheel rolling away to the left behind the barriers there, so I think that's the car it's come off. Now, we mentioned Jasper Sapra just before that contact took place. He's gained 15 places on the opening lap. He's up to 7th. The order is Van Nederveen from Stacey, Julian Wantling in the blue Ginetta is 3rd, Chilio is 4th, then Simon Clark's Porsche. Marco Anastasi 6th in his Ginetta. Sapra, there he is, up to 7th already. 8th, it is Neil Wallace. Starting the car this time, we'll hand over to Ian Astley, who's the faster of the pairing. 9th behind them, it's the leading Clio, that's Rhys Lloyd. We saw him go straight on at Beckett's on the first lap, and 10th is his teammate, which is Travis Coyne. So Dragon Sport head the Clios. Yep, the Ginetta getting a tow from the trusty Silverstone Land Rover. Yeah, it must have lost the wheel there, lifting the front. And the Nissan back in the garage as well, that's a shame. Presumably, yeah, you can see damage to the right front wheel there. Presumably steering damage as well. That's a shame, because David May had made a brilliant start. But a bit of rubbing there with the Ginetta. Yep, there's the wheel. I believe this belongs to you, says the marshal. Looks like it's actually broken the wheel rim there. Yes, loose wheels can be unpredictable things. As we saw at Snetterton a year or two ago in a Caterham Graduates race when somebody's front wheel rolled all the way down the back straight pretty much. I believe Ian Waterhouse has got David May with him down in the pits.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to the pits. As you can see, we're here with David May. David, it had a little bit of spin out there. What's wrong with the car? Is it a flat? Is it a puncture?
I'm assuming it's a flat tyre. I was going around the end of Stowe, at the end of Hanger Straight, went a little bit wide. The next thing you know, all I saw was a Ginetta come flying in, hit me. We sort of collided. Nothing I could do. He went off. I got back on the track. I could see straight away I was like steering, and then the Ginetta went flying off in front. It took somebody else as well, so I don't know what it's about, but
not terminal though. We're going to get back out.
I'm hoping he not, so at least BARC gets have a go in it. I'll just have to get out. I'm just hoping to get out before the safety car comes round, but I don't know. If not, you know, we got right up to what, 4th, 5th or something. I don't know. We were right up there, and just somebody hit a damp patch, and that was it, and it was just game over.
Right, well, I better leave you to it. Who knows, you might still be able to get out there. Right, Dave, back to you.
That team of David May and Mark Skeets really do have all the luck, all the bad luck. Hopefully they can get that Nissan back out. We mentioned BMW's rising up the order. Well, Callum Noble gained 13 places on that opening lap, and the Alfa Romeo as well of Paul Plant gained some 14 places from towards the back of the lineup. Safety car looks like it's still out for another lap. Evelyn Branick heads them round. Van Nederveen leads. This is allowing the car that started from the pit lane to catch up, the Golf. Safety car in this lap, we're told by race control. But it is a long lap here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We won't get into the pit window for this safety car period. There's the last few runners. It is the Golf at the back, so Mark Jones has been able to catch up. Keep an eye on Jasper Sapra. He's won a number of races in Como BMW and various other series over the years. I remember seeing him win a night race at Donington a few years back as well. Ah, that's good news. The Nissan is coming back out. It was just a bit of damage to the wheel there. Thankfully no no suspension damage, and David May able to rejoin. He'll be a couple of laps down though. Ah, the 77 Golf is there. Didn't see that on the lineup when they came around for the rolling start. I must have missed that. Unless both of the Golfs started from the pit lane, of course. David May will try and catch up to the back of the Crocodile. Nissan 370Z just testing the steering there, making sure nothing's broken. In the colours of Jam Sport Racing, run by Abbey Motorsport this weekend. Jam Sport's perhaps most famous for Ford Fiesta racing. I believe Ollie Turner, who we saw in Britcar British Endurance last year, he is going back to race with them this year. Quite a cosmopolitan field here today. We've got a Dutchman leading, a couple of Italians in 4th and 6th as well for the Dayton Motorsport team. There's the Clio leaders. There's Callum Noble. He's flying through the order in the Thorny Motorsport BMW run by John Thorne, who briefly appeared in British touring cars a few years ago in the NGTC era. Safety car ready to pull in. Axel van Nederveen is ready to go on the attack, and so is Will Stacey. Look at this, they're not hanging around here. Just over 40 minutes of the race to go, and we're back underway. They can't overtake until the start-finish line. Here comes somebody overtaking. Look at Jasvis Sapra trying to storm up the inside into Coppice in the Battleship Grey BMW. In what order are they going to come out of Coppice up towards Magatin? Van Nederveen still leads from Stacey. Third place is the number 2 Ginetta of Julian Wantling. Celio is 4th. Simon Clark in the Porsche is up into 5th place. So the car that lost out a bit on that restart was the number 4 of Marco Anastasi. He's dropped behind the Porsche, and also through there is Jasvis Sapra. Behind them is Neil Wallace. Then we've got the first of the Clios, and here comes Callum Noble trying to join the lead battle in the BMW. Ginetta sandwiching the Lotus at the front of the field as Axel van Nederveen leads. Down into Stowe Corner, the first lap of the restart. They'll be making sure their tyres are up to temperature here after those couple of laps behind the safety car. Simon Clark going well in the Porsche, new to the Britcar Trophy this year. The club complex. There's Noble, the purple BMW in the background. He's got the Clio leaders behind him. Reece Lloyd, Travis Coyne. Behind them it's Andy Tucker. There's David May playing catch-up. Nissan running well. Here are your leaders. Axel van Nederveen from Will Stacey. The Lotus having a look on the inside as they go into Village. He's going through, takes the lead into the right-hander. Will Stacey for Rob Boston Racing in the Lotus Elise takes it up. Now, are we going to see him run away and hide at the front of the field? He's got a pit stop penalty to serve, of course, that extra 10 seconds. There's confirmation from Britcar. The 2 Golfs did indeed both start from the pit lane. If you like this sort of racing, as back up the inside, Axel van Nederveen will retake the lead into Brooklands. We've got a fight on our hands here, and Julian Wantling wants to get involved as well. Here comes Stacey on the inside. Look at this, they're side by side, almost out of Luffield. This is great stuff. The Lotus to the inside. Van Nederveen uses the grunt of the Ginetta to hold on in the lead. The Lotus will have the lightness and handling advantage, but the Ginettas have got the power in a straight line, and Julian Wantling has a look there down into Copse Corner. Cilio is there in 4th place. This is great stuff. All split apart come the pit stops. Now, if they all stay together, this could play into the hands of the number 2 car, because that hasn't got a pit stop penalty. Behind them, Simon Clark, and then behind them, another car with no pit stop penalty, assuming they get their pit stop right this time, Jazz Sapra and Brian Branson. They're eager to make up for lost time from the first race. 5 minutes of lost time. Behind them is Marco Anastasi. As I was saying, if you like this style of racing, 22nd of July at Donington Park, Britcar has a 6-hour race. The GT4 and lower specification. That's going to be something special indeed. Now towards the left-hander at Club Corner. Axel van Nedderveen still leads. Will Stacey's stay at the front was brief. Simon Clark now closing up. They're starting to stack up behind the leader now, you can see. Neil Wallace closing up as well. That Ginetta could be in with a chance when Ian Astley takes over. He's quick. I believe he used to race in British GT many years ago, back in the 1990s. I think it was a Lotus Esprit he used to handle. This time Stacey's on the outside. Here comes Jasvier Sapper. He's got ahead of the Porsche now. Next target is Maurizio Stilio. Apologies if I do mispronounce that, in the number 47 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. But he goes a bit wide there, made a bit of a mistake there, Jasvier Sapra. Man from Coventry. Down the Wellington Straights. Equally spaced out there, almost down the Wellington Straight, the leading runners. Into Brooklands. Sapra closing up on Silio. Over 5 minutes until the pit window opens. So Wantling and Jim Edwards and the grey BMW, they're the cars without the pit penalties in this battle. Simon Clark's got a penalty of winning Class 2 as Sapra pulls out. He's going to go up the inside of Silio. No, you don't, says the Ginetta man. They could be the two to benefit, the blue Ginetta and the grey BMW, when pit stops come around. We'll wait and see. It's only a few seconds extra for the top three in each class in race 1. Van Nedderveen continues to lead by 0.7 of a second ahead of Will Stacey. Julian Wantling runs third. That car will fly when Jim Edwards takes over. I remember Jim racing in the MG Owners Club Championship. We'll see them out at Brands Hatch at Easter for their season opener. Here comes Sapra. This time he's got past Silio. Into Stowe Corner, up into 4th place. What a rise through the order. Started back on the 11th row of the grid. Van Nedderveen leads, won the first race without even knowing he'd won it. Here's a battle further back. This is one of the Clios, number 22, Chris Bialan. Here's the leading Clios. The two Dragon Sport cars, Reese Lloyd ahead of the 92 of Travis Coyne. They're 10th and 11th overall. Behind them, Andy Tucker. Flying the flag for Team Brit, racing today for High Row Motorsport. They have got behind them the Team Brit BMW, number 17, T. Matherin. With the lead battle. Marco Anastasi's got ahead of Simon Clark in the Porsche. Stunning looking car, there's beautiful livery. Looking for a second class win. There go the leaders, and if anything, the Lotus was closer that time through. Now the BMW hunting the leaders out. He's into 3rd place now. He's got ahead of Julian Wantling now, Jasvier Sapra. As Will Stacey has a look coming out of Luffield. Can he get alongside Axel van Nedderveen this time? No, again the Ginetta gets the power down. Just over 3 minutes until the pit window opens. Nedderveen, Stacey, Sapra in 3rd. There's Wantling in 4th, Silio in 5th. If anything, those 5 have broken away from the rest now. They've dropped Marco Anastasi and Simon Clark slightly. And the Lotus still all over the Ginetta for the lead. Look at the way Will Stacey, the young gun, is throwing that Lotus around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Silio keeping a watch from 5th position. He's got a 5-second penalty to serve at his pit stop. Down towards Stowe Corner. There's Clark under fire in the background from Neil Wallace, who's improving all the time at the wheel of his Ginetta. Here are the Clios. The Team Brit BMW, Team Matherin, is up there now. He's got ahead of the 92 car, that's Travis Coyne, sharing with Jack Hewlett. And there's the Golf up behind them as well. The 77 car has come through the field very nicely. That's Finn Jones, started from the pit lane, and he attacks here into Stowe Corner. The BMW's already gone through. There's the Clio's falling victim to the quicker cars there. The TSR run Golf, looking great in that red and black livery. Stays ahead of the 92. It's Travis Coyne. Team Brit now at the head of this little group. The Clio on the back of them, that's Andy Tucker, I think. Behind Tucker, one of the Honda Civics. That is Arthur McMahon, 45. Now, which white Ginetta is that? Is that Neil Wallace? Yes, it is. He's got ahead of Simon Clark. Clark still leads Class 2. Thought for a moment that was Axel van Nederveen. I thought he was in trouble. There's van Nederveen. He still leads from Will Stacey. Into Luffield. Stacey gets the tighter line. Pit window will be open next time they pass the pits. There's 1 minute left until the window opens. The first race we saw the front runners leave it quite late, in a couple of cases too late. Oh, and big lunge there from Jazz Sapra on Will Stacey. Cilio having a go as well at the number 2. Difficult to know where to look there. Number 2 of Julian Wantling runs wide over the curb. Now, has the BMW got second place from the Lotus? No, it hasn't. Will Stacey keeps up his pursuit of Axel van Nederveen for the lead. Don't forget, van Nederveen has a 15-second success penalty to serve. Will Stacey 10 seconds. Cilio has 5 seconds. Simon Clark has that 15-second penalty in the second, in Class 2, I should say. Neil Wallace has come in, and he's into the pits. That's before the pit window opens, so has that Ginetta got a problem? The pit window opens now. There's the battle between the Clios, and there's been a change for the lead there. Saw Travis Coyne come through, takes Rhys Lloyd. Lloyd's been off. See some mud on the front of his Clio. Here come your leaders up towards Abbey, and Will Stacey's in attacking mode. Wantling under pressure from Cilio now, the battle for 4th place. Oh, the Team Brit BMW is off. Now, where's that? That, I think, is on the Wellington Straights. Stuck in the mud there. And I bet I know what that means. We're going to have a safety car just as the pit window opens. He's stuck in the mud. He can't get it moving there, Team Matherin. Not been a happy day for Team Brit. Wasn't a happy day for them in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. Then McLaren suffering from electrical issues. There's a big slide there from Simon Clark's Porsche. I wonder if it's raining again. That Porsche's all over the place. So whether there's rain coming down again, we'll wait and see. Will Stacey's under fire from the BMW now. But I was saying, Neil Wallace, I think he came in a bit early there. I'll wait and see. We know what the penalty is for missing the pit window. It can be classed as missing the pit window if you come in too early as well. But that car was definitely in pit lane before the notification came through that the window was open. Whether it was a problem for the Ginetta, we don't know. Marco Anastasi is the first of the front runners to come in. He was in 6th position. Anybody else to make a pit call? The number 7 Golf of Jones and Rogers has come in. Anthony Rogers will take over there. Callum Noble's brought the BMW in. That's the Thorny Motorsport car. So here come the leaders, down to Stowe Corner. Leaders swing their way through, the first 3 together now, and we've got the battling pair of Wantling and Cilio behind them. And they're coming up to lap Alex Turnbull's Ginetta G40. He is second in his class. But he's got 5 seconds less to serve at the pit stop as a change for 4th place there. Bit of a mistake from Julian Wantling. He loses out to Cilio. Leaders up towards Abbey. Marshall's trying to get this BMW, the Team Brit car, out of the mud. They're not having much success. They're trying to avoid any safety cars. It's bogged down, the grass being so wet from this morning's rain. Stacey still on the tail, right on the tail of Axel van Nederveen now. With several more pit callers in the meantime, further down the order. The Lloyd and Meakin Clio has come in, Jack Meakin taking over, the McMahon Plant Alfa Romeo has been in. The Cook family, no mistake this time, they've made their stop. Paul Goodlad's VW Scirocco has pitted, William Puttergill, the Clio of Craig Guest, and the safety car is being called. Now, just as the safety car is called, in comes the leader. I think third place has come in there as well. Yep, safety car is out. Will Stacey stayed out, so does Cilio. Now, this is going to really throw things into confusion, I think, now. Who else has been in? Yep, the Wantling Edwards car has come in, Nederveen has come in, Sapra and Bransom have come in, taking advantage of the safety car instantly. Well, we're going to head down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits. I believe he's at the Dragon Sport team, our current Clio leaders.
Right, so safety car coming out. It's getting very busy here in the pit lane, but Reece Lloyd has just come in, and we've got a dragon with us as well. Or is it a platypus? I'm not too sure.
Dragon and platypus.
Of course, Reece, you are Welsh, of course, hence the outfit. I suppose you're not in that now.
Well, it's the wrong colour. I mean, it should be red, surely.
I don't think it meets fire eggs either.
No, it doesn't mean fire. Definitely doesn't mean fire eggs, does it?
Is it just in honour of Reece?
It is, yeah. No, I said I would do it for one race, and yeah, he's going to do well today, so I thought I'd do it today.
Well, I'll tell you what, I might have to make it a permanent fixture. Reece, how was it out there, though?
Proper Clio Cup race that was, yeah, like it should be. It was a bit quiet this morning, the first race. We obviously had a good result, but yeah, that was a bit more. Yeah, defending a lot, and yeah, really proper, good stint, yeah, really good.
Fantastic. Still quite a way to go. What's the expectation? What's the target for this one?
Well, we've got a 15-second penalty from the first race, obviously, because we won the first one, so we've got to make up some time. Podium, maybe a second. If we win it, even better.
Fantastic.
The Dragons, yes, so surely that's worth 5 seconds, isn't it?
That's, yeah, if Clark, of course, is watching, if they can have that penalty reduced just because of this. Fantastic. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys. I'm sure you will. Dave, back to you. Dragon in the pits.
Well, we always say motorsport should be fun. And that's exactly what the Dragon Sport team are doing. They brought their Welsh dragon with them. That's brilliant. Yeah, it should be red, really, if it's a Welsh dragon, shouldn't it? But anyway, everybody in is the thing. There's not many cars out on circuit at the moment. Everyone's in the pit lane with the safety car out. It's easier to tell you who hasn't stopped on that last lap, because there's only 3 cars that haven't. The Clio of Darren Gerhardt's number 41, sharing with Jonathan Christie Rundle, the Spires Motorsport car. That hasn't been in. Will Stacey's Lotus hasn't been in. And Maurizio Cilio's Ginetta. They're the only 3 cars now that have not made their mandatory stop. The Wallace and Astley Ginetta, that's been into the pits twice, so I think they did come in a lap too early the first time and have had to stop again. Whether it was a problem first time, we don't know. Team Matherin in the Team Brit BMW being pulled out of the mud. That's a great shame for Team Brit. The Londoner, second season with Team Brit, suffered serious injuries in 2005 in a motorcycle crash and had to learn to walk again. Joined Team Brit in August 2021, racing a BMW 118 in Britcar with Paul Fullick. They've raced together throughout their careers. Drivers who have gone through more than most in life with the Team Brit full credit to the team for giving them the opportunity to race. Paul Fullick, the former army officer, has not only suffered a life-threatening diving accident in his time and losing a leg in a motorcycle crash as well, but they've shown immense courage, the two gents in that BMW, to come back and race, and full credit to Team Brit for their assistance. BMW is going again. I imagine Tyrone Mathurin will bring that straight into the pits. Looks like everybody else has stopped except the 41 Clio now, yet the two leading cars that were behind the safety car have come in. So only the number 41 Clio has not stopped, so technically that is now the race leader. But looking at where everybody else has cycled out on their outlaps, it looks as though it is Van Nederveen still in front at the moment, but I think, let's have a look as they cycle through over the line. Yeah, Van Nederveen dropping back, so it is Sapra and Branson. I think they're going to be your race leaders. Brian Branson now in the BMW. Jim Edwards showing as second place. And we'll see how the rest of the order pans out. They've just crossed the line. They're further round. The safety car has not picked up the leading car. There's the Lotus of Will Stacey, taking on a quick bottle of water. It does get very hot in these cars, as we've said yesterday. Well, Boston racing crew making sure everything's going well. Maurizio Cilio is currently in the pits too. So it looks like it is going to be Brian Branson who will take up the lead. Jim Edwards, the number 2 car, second, and third will be Axel Van Nederveen, but we're going to have to see where these two cars slot back in as well. They've got the extra pit penalties to serve, extra few seconds. It doesn't sound much, but even 5/100ths of a second can be the difference between win and loss in motorsport. Never mind 5, 10 or 15 seconds. Overcast conditions still here at Silverstone, but at the moment, fingers crossed, the track is staying dry. Safety car in this lap, and the pit window will close now. The pit window has just closed. There's one car that hasn't come in. It's the number 41 Clio of Darren Gerhardt's and Jonathan Christie Rundle. So it looks like that car unfortunately has missed the pit window. I can hand back down to Ian just before we get this race back underway. He's talking to Rob Boston Racing.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. We've just seen Will Stacey go out back on track from his pit stop, but it looked like you might have just missed the safety car period right at the start. That wasn't planned, was it?
No, I think the safety car board came out at Luffield exiting the last corner. We just missed it by seconds. I made the call, and as I'm saying, box, 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 it was just coming round the king. So it was one of those. I think a couple of cars around us, in fact, possibly one of the yellow Ginettas missed it as well, so nobody else got it. So it's one of those. It's just unlucky, but never mind.
Close ball, huh?
No, it looks like it's going green now as well, so double whammy, but never mind.
Double whammy, you heard it there. Unfortunately, let's see what Will can do from here. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. The race has got back underway. Now, showing at the top of the timesheets is the number 41 Clio, but that car hasn't pitted, so it will be Brian Branson, the grey BMW, who is leading, but he's got 2 cars right on his tail, which are the number 2 Ginetta, the blue car. There they are in the middle of the pack, and third place is Axel Van Nederveen, and up the inside there's the Ginetta, just nearly tangling with the back marker there. Oh, look at this, a couple of Clios. I thought the BMW was going to be tagged there. Goodness me, they're right in the traffic there. That was very close indeed. Coming through Beckett's, that's the last place you want to be caught in heavy traffic like that. Brian Branson's got the lead. Jim Edwards gets his foot down behind. Axel van der Veen's in there as well in third position. Those are your top three. Fourth place is the BMW of Simon Clark, the Porsche of Simon Clark, I should say, sorry. And then in fifth position, well, it looks like the pit lane start may have worked out with the pit penalties. The Ellick & Jones VW Golf is showing in fifth place. Sixth behind them is Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic. Then it's the leading Clio, well, the second Clio, but so we've got one Clio that hasn't pitted. So it looks like Darren Gerhardt's has missed the pit window, unfortunately, the number 41. But we heard there, Will Stacey and Maurizio Cilio, they pitted one lap too late, weren't able to take full advantage of the safety car period and have lost time making those pit stops. There's Stacey, and a notification, the safety car is coming out again, I think. Or has that just not been taken down off the timing screens there? Still says safety car on the graphics. We'll wait and have a look at the marshal's posts. Looks okay at the moment. Now I can see green flags waving around the circuit, so that's just still up on the timing. Race has got back underway. There is the race leader de facto, Brian Branson. A bit of a twitch there from Jim Edwards in the Ginetta in second place. Axel van der Veen is in third. Out of Luffield towards Woodcut they come, lapping the 83 of Edward Cook, the Honda Civic there. Well, there is the race leader coming down. There's the Clio in the background, the 41, and it still hasn't come in. They're going to get a big penalty as a result of that. Darren Gerhardt's and Jonathan Christie Rundle. No notification of any penalties at the moment. There is Brian Branson. Two Ginettas trying to close him down. They're squabbling with each other as well. We're going to have three cars battling for the lead here. The Porsche is some 20 seconds or so back in fourth place. So it's between these three for the race victory. One of the Clios in the middle there, that's Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin's car. Looks like it's done a bit of rallycrossing. Pembrey, their home circuit, is known as a rallycross venue. And he moves across there. Excuse me, says Jim Edwards. Nearly squeezed by the Clio. That's lost him a bit of time to Brian Branson here. The BMW still leads the way. Down in a club, the blue and white Ginetta of Edwards in second place. Van der Veen is third. The race between these three now, with 14.5 minutes to go. Well, one car we saw in trouble earlier on after an off was Team Brit, and Ian Waterhouse can give us an update down in the pits.
Yeah, welcome back to the pit lane, everybody. Pop down to the Team Brit garage. I'm here with Team Maturin, a very good friend of ours as well. But you did have a bit of a moment out there, though, too.
Yeah, it was a hairy one. I think I was a bit optimistic on the corner.
Part of the learning curve, mate.
You know, slightly got the wheels over the apex, and once you touch the grass, you bobbed in. Once you touch the power, that's it, spun it, and you're passing.
It can be a bit of a steep learning curve at times, can't it, in these cars? But what's it like being part of Team Brit? Because it's such an inclusive team, isn't it?
Yeah, no, massively. You know, what they're doing to help us with disabilities get to racing is massive. And you know, last year, as you know, I was in the 118, so it's a big step up. From like 1,000 horsepower to 500, 400 plus. So yeah, it's a learning curve. But, you know.
Thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the race, won't you? And I'll see you next time over at Brands Hatch. Right, Dave, back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. As we see the Team Brit BMW still running, a bit of mud falling off the underside of it there after that off for Team Matherin. It's now Paul Fullick who has taken over. These two were indeed, as T said there, in the BMW last season, the BMW 118. This is the car that won the championship in the hands of another crew for Team Brit last year. They won the Trophy Championship, so defending the title this year for the team. Looks like we've had a change for second place while it was going on. Indeed we have. At the top of your picture there, Axel van der Veen's got ahead of Jim Edwards. One car that's dropped back, surprisingly, is Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsport BMW. He was up towards the front early on. He's down to 14th now. Maybe he's had a problem in his pit stop. He's about to be lapped by race leader Brian Branson. Down to club goes the second place battle. Simon Clark is leading Class 2 despite the pit penalty, but he's nearly 28 seconds down on an overall podium. Darren Gerhardt has still yet to come into the pits. That Clio is going to get a big penalty. He's well outside the pit window now. They're still running in 5th overall. But that car has not stopped. The Ellick and Jones Golf is going well, up there in 6th place and 2nd in class. Maurizio Cilio is 7th. 8th is Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic, that's running nicely. The Coyne and Hewlett Clio is 9th. And Will Stacey's Lotus, which of course lost time at the pit stop, is down in 10th. There's the number 4 Ginetta of Anastasi. He's running in 13th place, 6th in Class 1. Well, Axel van Nederveen is overcoming that pit stop penalty very nicely indeed, up there in 2nd place. Ransom there was a white Ginetta in front of that BMW. Has van Nederveen taken the lead? No, it was the other white Ginetta, the number 24. It must have been being lapped there. Apologies there. Yes, there it is. There's van Nederveen. Those two cars look identical at a glance, to spot the numbers on them. There is the 24. Ian Astley now on board, but that car had to make a second pit stop. I think they came in too early for the pit window initially. Here comes Brian Branson. Might have a tough time passing Ian Astley here. Ian, a very quick racer. Ransom's got the fastest lap. He's just on a 2:18.011. He leads by just under 5 seconds now from the 2 Ginettas behind him, who continue to scrap it out for 2nd place. Maurizio Cilio is in 5th, behind the Porsche of Clark, and the Ellick Jones Golf is 6th. Will Stacey gained 3 places on that last lap. He's only lapping just over a second off the pace of the leader. As we see a battle further back, that's Will Puttergill battling it out with the McMahon and Plant Alfa Romeo. That's for 18th place. Well, the Clio's there, the number 22. It's Chris Bialan and Simon Mason. Simon currently on board. Well, the number 41 Clio has finally stopped. That has missed the pit window by about 10 minutes. So that's going to be a very big penalty indeed. Stop-go penalty for car 47. Oh, that's Maurizio Cilio in 5th place. Might be a slightly short pit stop there, because that's a 2-second stop-go penalty. That's a shame. Maurizio Cilio, who's in the top 5, is going to have to call back into the pits. So Brian Branson controlling this race. No mistake this time from he and Jasvir Sapra. They are looking good for their first Britcar Trophy win of the season. Everybody has now made their stops, albeit one car very late. Like the air scoop coming off the roof of that number 14 Clio there of Craig Guest. That's one of the Spires Motorsport cars, and Simon Clark is loving life in that Porsche. He's throwing the car around. In a very good 4th place. It's been a good debut weekend for him. There's the Team Brit BMW battling on, recovered after its spin. They're running at the tail of the field. Behind the race leader, who still hasn't got past Ian Astley's Ginetta. I wonder if Ian Astley thinks that's a fight for position. Especially with a safety car thrown into the mix, it is hard to know where you are. In the race order, that is. There's the number 92 Renault Clio. That's the leading Clio with Jake Hewlett on board. He and Travis Coyne. They are running in 9th overall. Will Stacey is absolutely flying in the Lotus. He's up to 4th now. He's gained another 3 places on that last lap, helped by Maurizio Cilio calling into the pits to serve a penalty. And that Lotus is not done yet. There he is, in among the back markers. Gets past the Alfa Romeo. Now he's got a pair of Clios ahead of him, hoping they'll see him. Not always very easy for some of the saloon cars to see that Lotus because it's such a low car. He's charging after the top 3. Oh, that's the second place car off. Well, it was in the fight for second. That's Jim Edwards. Exactly the same place as the Team Brit BMW went off. I was just about to say, I noticed that car had dropped down the order. And there it is, and the marshals have another pushing job to do. Oh, Jim Edwards, stuck in the mud. Is that going to be another safety car with 7 minutes to go? I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Disaster for Jim Edwards. Yep, safety car. Now, this could change things because Branson had got the gap out to over 8.5 seconds over Axel van Nederveen. I was just about to note that Jim Edwards had dropped down the timing screen there when we saw what had happened to him. Is that going to be the Ginetta out of the race? This is all going to play into the hands of none other than Will Stacey in that Lotus. We'll see how far behind he is when everybody has closed up, how many back markers are in the way, and whether he can go after the BMW and the Ginetta at the front of the field. Safety car trying to pick up the race leader there, the Ginetta. Wheel spinning over the grass, showering the marshals in mud. Look at the state of that. Well done, marshals. Come on, Jim, I know it's annoying, but you don't need to wheel spin all the way over the grass. Just take it slowly. Never mind the marshals, look at the state of that car. That's going to need a power wash. There's mud all over the circuit. Oh dear. That's the second time that car's been through the mud. On the opening lap of race 1, it ploughed across the grass at Beckett's. Look at the mud it's leaving behind. Looks like it's been rallying. Jim Edwards to be charged for the hire of a road sweeper, I think, to clear the circuit up. Okay, safety car is out again. Still throwing mud everywhere. Oh dear, oh dear. Jim Edwards is clearly an angry man. He's thrown away a potential podium place there. Just shows how wet the grass is after the earlier rain. Let's hope nobody slips on any of that mud and goes off again. So Brian Branson with the lead. There's the 41 Clio. We haven't had any notification of a penalty for it yet, but it will be a very big penalty if they get one for missing the pit window. Well, there's only 4 minutes of the race to go now, so in lieu of a stop-go, they'll probably have time added on to their race time. Right, safety car has picked up the 24 car. The leader is behind it. Axel van Nederveen second. It's Simon Clark's Porsche third. That's quite a way back in the order. In the order of cars around the circuit, that is. Now, are we going to see the safety car come in this time? We might need an extra lap to sweep all the mud up. If we get another lap behind the safety car, I think we will finish under safety car conditions. I say that the light goes out. So we are going to get a sprint finish here at Silverstone. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this for Brian Branson to hang on. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for the likes of Simon Clark and Will Stacey to catch up. Another 50-minute race to go after this for the Prototype Cup. Safety car about to unleash the pack. It pulls into the pit lane. Mind the mud. And away they go. It's Ian Astley at the front, but he's a lap down. So once they get to the start-finish line, Brian Branson will go through. You can't pass until you're over the timing line. Now Branson will go through on the inside. He's got a clear track in front of him to try and pull away from Axel van Nederveen in the other white Ginetta in second place. Now, where is Clark in the Porsche? Has he been able to close up? Let's take a look a little further back in the line. There's the Porsche. Now, where is Will Stacey? That's the question. The Lotus is the other car that can catch up. We'll take a look back down the line. It's Callum Noble's BMW. There's the Porsche of Simon Clark. There's the Lotus. So he's not all that far behind. Let's see what Will Stacey can do then. That has closed things up very nicely indeed. And we could be in for a grandstand finish here. Branson leads it. Then we've got the two back-marking Ginettas of Astley and Anastasi. They're in 11th and 12th place. Bit of smoke there from, I think that's one of the Clios. Excuse me, says Will Stacey. And he's determined. Look at this. He's got Simon Clark ahead of them, currently third overall with the demise of Jim Edwards and Julian Wantling's Ginetta. But Will Stacey is going to go hell for leather around these last couple of laps to try and catch up to the top two. He's got to deal with the Class 2 leading Porsche first. He goes to the inside coming through Club. He's surely going to go through on the run up the Hamilton straight. Yep, there he goes. Along the straight then, he can see the leaders ahead of him. Will Stacey is on a cavalry charge. Can he catch them? Can he make up for that pitting a lap too late to take advantage of the safety car? This is fantastic from Will Stacey. This time using the safety car to his advantage. Shows what a lottery GT racing can be here in the Britcar Trophy. Brian Branson still leads from Axel van Nederveen. There's the BMW. Ginetta a little bit further back. There's the Ginetta, the second of the white Ginettas. And he's struggling to deal with back markers here, Axel van Nederveen. He hasn't got past Marco Anastasi. He doesn't seem to be attacking here. They are teammates, those two. This is allowing Brian Branson to get away, starting his final lap this time. That's Ian Astley. He's a lap down, the 24 car. The gap has increased to 3.7 seconds now. Branson pulling away, but the danger man is that blue Lotus. Let's see what his lap time is this time through. 2:19.7. Yeah, exactly the same as the race leader. So I don't think Will Stacey is going to catch Brian Branson here. Nederveen, if anything, was a little bit quicker on that last lap, but he's not getting past the number 4 car. He needs to get past his teammate if he's going to attack for a double here. There's Stacey in third place, but I think he's going to run out of time. Throws the Lotus through Beckett's. Well, Van Nederveen, if he's not careful, is going to lose second place here because he's just sat behind his teammate's car then. Does he think they're on the same lap? Because Anastasi's a lap down. Ian Astley up ahead of them, he's a lap down as well. They're 11th and 12th. So Van Nederveen is not attacking here as he settled for second place. There's Will Stacey third. Simon Clark going great guns in the Porsche. He's been one of the stars of the weekend for me. He's going to take a double class win despite the pit stop penalty. Clock has counted down to 0, so it's going to be checkered flag this time in Britcar Trophy Race 2. Well, after the problems earlier on when Brian Branson missed the pit window and the team ended up being penalised down to 22nd place, that's where they had to start from for Race 2. They raced their way through. They gained some 15 places on the first lap alone in the hands of Jasvir Sapra. Sapra pitted at exactly the right time under the safety car to hand over to Brian Branson, and this time he has made no mistake at the wheel of the BMW E46 M3 run by Intersport Racing. Started by Jasvir Sapra and driven to victory by Sapra and Brian Branson. Here he comes around the final corner. No mistake at all this time. The celebrations can start for the Intersport Racing crew as Brian Branson comes in to take the checkered flag, wins Britcar Trophy Race 2 here at Silverstone. Second place will go to Axel van Nederveen. Will Stacey chased hard in the closing stages. Personal best lap on the final lap, but he has to settle for third. Simon Clark, a brilliant fourth in the Porsche. He wins Class 2. The Clio class is going to be won by Coyne and Hewlett, three-wheeling the Clio home. That's Jack Hewlett. He's going to come in an excellent 7th overall. A brilliant 5th overall for Ellick and Jones in the Golf for the TSR team. That's a superb result. And 6th place, well done, Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic. 8th place goes to Maurizio Cilio. He got a late stop-go penalty. The Tucker and Meadows Clio was 9th. And in 10th place, completing the top 10, will be Harrison and Jenkins. James Harrison and Ben Jenkins in their Clio. The G40 Cup class will be won by Brendan Hafner for the second time today. Just waiting for the last few cars to come in. Only a couple of retirements in that one. We lost, of course, the number 42 car of Mike West and Jade Edwards. Sadly, contact on the first lap, a broken wheel putting that car out of the race. And sadly, David May and Mark Skeets pulled back into the pits for a second time. There was damage to the Nissan and they dropped out. But 27 cars make it home. That is brilliant. A brilliant race to round off Britcar's opening weekend of the season in the trophy category. One race to go. We've got the Prototype Cup still to come. And congratulations, Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson. The BMW pairing got it right this time. 19 laps completed. They finished just under 6 seconds clear of Axel van der Veen. Great charge by Will Stacey once again to take third. Simon Clark takes the Class 2 win in fourth. Great results for Ellican Jones and also for Arthur McMahon in the Golf and the Civic. 5th and 6th overall after some of the Ginettas hit trouble. 7th place for the Clio winner, Travis Coyne and Jack Hewlett. 8th place Maurizio Cilio, then Tucker and Meadows and Harrison and Jenkins round out the top 10. 2 pit visits knocked back Neil Wallace and Ian Astley. They had to be content with 11th. 12th for Marco Anastasi. Callum Noble 13th in his BMW. The second Golf after a pit lane start. Jones and Rogers 14th, and it was Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin, cheered on by their Welsh Dragon, completing the top 15. And yes, the lucky mascot certainly worked, didn't it? It's because their other car won the class. Let's hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits then, in Parc Fermé, to celebrate with the drivers.
Well, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé, and what an eventful day it has been for these two gentlemen, Jas Sapra, Brian Branson. Of course, you may remember in race 1 they were heading towards victory, but actually pitted outside the pit window, so had a 3-second penalty. These guys right here, let me grab them both. Jas, Brian, come over here. Jas, we were just chatting. You guys were angry. You wanted this win, didn't you?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Yeah, we did want it, yeah.
Let's get Brian in as well, because I do feel like we've given him an awful lot of airtime over this weekend. A couple of second places, of course, with the Classic Tour cars, but now he's managed to get that winner's trophy. Brian, over you come. Congratulations. You guys have worked hard for this, haven't you?
Thank you.
You worked hard for it, haven't you?
Yeah, we have, yeah. Yeah, through close battles and what have you, but yeah, it's good.
Couple of second places, of course, through the Classic Touring cars, and now you've got the job done. You're only as good as your last race, right? And last race, you guys are champions.
Yeah,
we are the champions, yeah, hopefully.
Go enjoy it. Go on, fantastic stuff. Axel and Edvin over here. Let's have a quick chat with him as well. You know you finished second now, of course, a winner in race 1, second place, and this has been a pretty impressive weekend.
Yeah, this was better. It felt better.
Better conditions as well. They were a bit tasty. And did you know where you were this time in the race?
This time, no, and also let's say the racing was some good racing in the beginning with Will.
Yeah.
And then he made the mistake of not coming in with the safety car.
Yeah. One of those things, isn't it, Axel? It's motorsport, that's why we love it, isn't it? So let's keep going as well. Let's have a chat with Will. When we spoke to him earlier, actually, Axel looked very surprised. He didn't realise he'd won. Will was very surprised as well, but let's just quickly go. Well, congratulations. We know about maybe perhaps not quite getting in into the pits as quick as you'd like, but that's motorsport, it happens, doesn't it? And you still managed to finish on the podium.
Yeah, I think we had some good pace, especially at the end. But yeah, I think we lost communication on the radio was playing up, so I didn't really know if it was pit window yet, so I couldn't work out should I pit, should I not, and then Axel pitted. But I don't know, I just thought I didn't want to risk it and have to go and do a drive or anything, so I just went around another lap. Yeah. And we got back out, and the safety car was still out when I first went out, but I think we probably lost half a lap or so once the flag went green.
Yeah, it went green quite quick, didn't it, as soon as you got back out. It's one of those things, it's not been a bad weekend though, has it?
No, not at all.
happy with that overall. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Congratulations. There we go. Will always looks so stunned, doesn't he? But it's nice to see you back on the podium for the second time today. We still have one more race to bring you. That is going to be the Britcar Prototype Cup. So I'm going to hand you back to Dave.
Yep, thanks very much, Ian. We've just had the starting drivers sent through for our final race of the day, which is the Prototype Cup. Bit of sweeping up, I think, needed before that race because of a certain Ginetta dropping mud all over the circuit. Right, let's give you the grid then and the starting drivers. The results of race 2 giving the grid for this longer race. So it's the University of Wolverhampton car on pole position. Jess Hawkins will be starting that car, handing over at the pit stop to Shane Kelly. Alongside them, the number 77 Mittel Cars entry. Charles Hall will start that car. Scott Mittel takes over. The second row, car number 4, Teddy Wilson is going first, and Ben Stone will take over the TGM with Private Lead's car. Alongside number 18, Ruben Stanislaus going first. Rodolfo Gonzalez will take over. And on row 3, number 14, the other Idola Motorsport car, Will Stowell, is going first, with Chris Bridle taking over. And the DW Racing number 3, that's John Davis in the Radical. He drives solo. Let's grab the relevant paperwork and we can give you the pit stop times as well. There we see the podium ceremony taking place for our Britcar Trophy race. Stacey, Axel van Nedderveen and our winning pair of Bransom and Sapra. Great to see the BMW back on top. Well, we've got some interviews earlier on from Ian with our prototype racers ahead of their longest race of the day, 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. Let's hear from them.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area here. Very emotional as well. It's the final race of the day and the weekend as well. The Britcar Prototype Cup is about to get underway. Now this one's a little bit different. We've had 2 25-minute races already today. Rodriguez and Shane Kelly picking up the wins in those. However, now this is a 50-minute race. Mandatory pit stop. That means they have to stop for 140 seconds, except for this car over here, number 11, the University of Wolverhampton car, because they've got 2 pros driving, so they will have to stay stationary for 150 seconds. So when it comes to the pit stops, and it's looking like it's staying there a little bit longer, it's because it is. So it's going to be a thoroughly entertaining affair. We're going to get ourselves over to the pit lane now, and I'm going to hand back to Dave, because it's almost time to get racing.
Well, actually, what we just said on the pit stops there, they are actually going to be slightly longer than that in most cases because cars are given success penalties from the earlier 2 sprint races. If you finish on the podium in a sprint race, if you win a sprint race, you get an extra 10 seconds. Second place gives you 7 seconds extra, and third place gives you 5 seconds. So the pit stops in some cases are even longer. Let's have a look who's got what then. The number 4 car of Teddy Wilson and Ben Stones, they got a 3rd place in race 2, so they've got a 145-second pit stop. The University of Wolverhampton car does have the extra 10 seconds for 2 pro drivers. They've had a win and a 3rd place earlier on, so they've got 165 seconds to serve in total. The one car that didn't get a podium earlier, Chris Bridle and Will Stowell, they have the standard 140 seconds. That's number 14 car. Ruben Stanislaus and Rodolfo Gonzalez, number 18. Gonzalez won the first race. That's an extra 10 seconds, 150 seconds in the pits. And Scott Mittel and Charles Hall, they each had a 2nd place, 7 seconds extra each, 154-second pit stop. As for John Davis, no podiums, standard 142nd pit stop. So that's what we've got then. We'll shortly have the cars out on the grid. We've given you the grid order. It'll be 11 and 77 on the front row, with Jess Hawkins and Charles Hall starting together. Second row, the number 4 of Teddy Wilson, alongside the number 18, started by Ruben Stanislaus. And the third row, the number 14, which is started by Will Stowell, and number 3, John Davis in his Radical. Certainly plenty of entertainment from the Pragas and the Lone Radical earlier on this first ever weekend for the Britcar Prototype Cup. Certainly a novel race format, with the 2 sprints and then the longer endurance race. We'll be underway very shortly, just as soon as the track is clear.
Alongside on the front row is number 77, which is the Mattel Cars entry for Charles Hall, Scott Mattel. Charles Hall started in the drove in the first race, Scott drove in the second race. That's an indication of how the lineup for this one. 11 and 77 on the front row. The second row, number 4, was taken to third place by Ben Stone, third race. That was who worked his way through. The spin was back up to third place. And it's Ben Stone and Teddy Wilson from the TGM with Private Leads entry car 4. Alongside is car number 18, the Adola Motorsport entry for Ruben Stanislaus and Rodolfo Paolo. And Venezuela, noticed from the interviews going on the live stream, so one assumes that he is Venezuela. He is indeed. He is. Very remarkable fellow he is too. And he's on the, that car is on the second row, and then the back row is number 14, the second Adola Motorsport entry. That one for Chris Bridle and Will Stoll. And alongside is the Soul Radical.
I believe the pit window is the same as, I'm just checking that, is the same as in the race you've just seen, so there'll be a 10 minutes pit window, which opens 20 minutes into the race. So they're on their green flag lap then. Jess Hawkins leading them round. I don't see a Radical. Ah, there he is in the background. It's just been late away from the grid. Just caught a glimpse of John Davis there. It's not been a happy day for John. Had a couple of spins earlier on. There he is in the background. So pole position then, it is Jess Hawkins, the former W Series, BTCC and TCR UK competitor, a winner in TCR UK last season. Starting alongside the 77 driven by Charles Hall, the ex-Toyota Atlantic racer, among others. On the second row, we'll have the number 4 driven by Teddy Wilson in the Tim Gray Motorsport car. Ruben Stanislaus started from pole in race 2 but dropped back, so looking for better fortunes here. At least they can see where they're going this time, especially the drivers who were in race 1. It was near impossible this morning in the spray. Will Stowell off the third row of the grid. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. We've given you the pit stop times as well. The more success you have earlier in the meeting, the longer your pit stop. I reckon that could play into the hands here of Ben Stone and Teddy Wilson, because they've got a 1:45 second pit stop. Their main rivals slightly longer, but we'll see how it plays out. I've got no idea what's going to happen here. Just weaving to keep their tyres warm. It's first ever weekend for the Britcar Prototype Cup. Who knows the variety of cars that are going to enter for the rest of the season. It'd be lovely to see some LMP3 cars out there. I know there's quite a few in the UK. Duncan Williams, the ex-Open Sports Series racer, I know, has an LMP3 up his sleeve. I'd like to see him out in this series. Here they come then, up towards the red lights. The final race of the weekend here at Silverstone gets underway. And down towards the first corner. Good start by Charles Hall. He'll take the lead in the number 77 Mattel Cars entry ahead of Jess Hawkins for the University of Wolverhampton. Up into third place, Teddy Wilson in the red car. They are line astern as they head towards Beckett's for the first time. A fine sight they make. 5 Pragas and the Radical. They've already dropped John Davis, the less powerful car. He's going to struggle in these drier conditions. Round the right-hander out of Beckett's towards Chapel. John Davis already playing catch-up at the wheel of the JDS, the John Davis Special. Jessica Hawkins weaving a little there to hold back Teddy Wilson. Wilson having a look on the insides. They come down to Stowe Corner for the first time. They're side by side. Wilson goes through up into second place. It's Stanislaus in fourth position. He's relishing this opportunity this weekend at the wheel of the Praga for the second time in his career. He's on the back of Hawkins there in the number 11 car as they come down into club. Fifth behind them, the number 14 of Will Stowell. Along the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, Charles Hall leads the way. Probably the most experienced driver at the wheel of a Praga in this current set out on track, certainly. His driving partner Scott Mittel, they finished second in the Praga Cup last season behind Gordie Much and Jimmy Broadbent. And Jimmy's watching today, studying his former rivals. Won't see him back out soon. Teddy Wilson up to second. Jess Hawkins goes down to third in the number 11. Fourth is Stanislaus as they head along the Wellington Straight for the first time. Five Pragas run together up towards Brooklands and Luffield. To complete the first lap. Sky going dark again. I hope we're not going to have another cloudburst. They've been so unlucky with the weather, these cars, so far this weekend. Over the line we go then. It's Charles Hall in the clear. He leads by over 2 seconds at the end of the first lap. Here comes Ruben Stanislaus trying to have a look for third place there on the tail of the University of Wolverhampton car. I wonder if we'll get any other universities want to enter the Praga Championship this year, or the Prototype Cup. I know there's the British Universities Karting Championship that takes place around the UK. Maybe a British Universities Prototype Championship as well, if any other unis are willing to take on Wolverhampton. I know a few universities take part in Formula Students. You never know. Maybe we'll see some more university entries. There's John Davis in his Radical. He's already dropped back. That Radical, as we said earlier, giving away over 100 horsepower to the Pragas. As Hall leads. Starting to close up for second now. Ruben Stanislaus has got his headlights on, trying to close in on Jessica Hawkins for that third place. Down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Into the right-hander at Abbey. A daunting corner, that one. Will Stowell has dropped away from the draft, if you like to use an American term. They're Starting to close up now on the number 4 of Teddy Wilson on his Praga debut for that second place. These are the quickest cars we've got here this weekend, these spectacular little sports racers. Almost in the mould of the old Group C cars of the 80s and early 90s. Certainly in shape. I wonder if we'll one day see a Group C car race in the Prototype Cup. Not sure whether the regulations would allow it. We'll see as the season goes on. I do remember that one of the old Nissan Group C cars turned up at a Britcar round at Brands Hatch several years ago. Everybody thought it was there for some sort of demonstration until it went out in practice. And they were actually racing it. I forget who it was now. Fastest lap of the race, of course, recorded by Charles Hall on the first fully flying lap of the race. And Ruben Stanislaus going wide. Oh, is he in trouble? Oh, Stanislaus slowing down. That's a shame. Looks like the 18 car has hit trouble. He was going so well, chasing Jessica Hawkins for that third place. Hawkins now free to attack the number 4 of Teddy Wilson for second place. That's allowed Will Stowell through into 4th position, our other debutant this weekend, along with Teddy Wilson. Yes, the number 18 car has come to a stop. That's on the run into Beckett's. That's put John Davis up into 5th position. And sadly, Rodolfo Gonzalez isn't going to get his chance by the look of things. Unless a quick Control-Alt-Delete can be performed by young Ruben Stanislaus, and he can get the car going again. Yes, there's the 18 car stopped on the inside of Beckett's on the runoff area. Number 4 of Teddy Wilson trying to give chase to our race leader, but Charles Hall is starting to pull away now, using his increased experience with the Pragas. Jess Hawkins giving chase to Teddy Wilson. Wilson not able to concentrate on attacking for the lead because he's having to defend from the University of Wolverhampton car as they head into Brooklands. See how much drier the circuit is now. A little bit of understeer there possibly from Hawkins. She goes a bit wide, loses a car length or so. What's the lead gap going to be as they cross the line this time? It was 2.8 seconds. It's come down. It's now 2 seconds between Hall and Wilson. Didn't look like the gap had come down there, but Wilson's just done the fastest lap, 2 minutes 1.769. Jess Hawkins keeping a watching brief. She did her personal best that time through, 2 minutes 2.009. She's only 0.6 of a second off Wilson. Stowell nearly 7 seconds further back. Will Stowell just trying to keep in touch with the trio ahead of him. So Wilson with the fastest lap of the race, trying to go after Charles Hall for the lead. The car shared with Scott Mittel, the proprietor of Mittel Cars. They are able to finally race at full speed on the limit here at Silverstone in these drier conditions. Through club. There's the number 14 car, that's Will Stowell, dropping back a bit. As you said, this is a brand new class for the 2023 season. All about gaining interest, gaining new entries over the course of the year. It is early season, so new entries will appear. The grids will swell as the season goes on. I'm looking forward to seeing an even bigger variety of prototypes out there as the marshals recover Ruben Stanislaus' car. That is such a shame to see the Adola Motorsport car out of the race. Sadly, Rodolfo Gonzalez, who took that great win in the first race, won't get his chance here. Certainly one of the biggest names to have appeared in a Praga in the UK so far, the ex-Formula 1 reserve driver, former IndyCar racer. The University of Wolverhampton pit board held out there to tell Jess Hawkins the gap, maybe telling her to attack because she's just set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 0.731. She's closing on Teddy Wilson. Yellow flags were out there with the number 18 car being recovered, so no overtaking at Beckett's. Ruben Stanislaus walking away in the background. Here come the leaders, Hall, Wilson and Hawkins. What can Jess Hawkins do here? She's sizing up every move the number 4 car makes in front of her. Swing their way through the right-hander at Stowe, then drop down the Vale towards Club. Going to the 10-minute mark in this race. Still 40 minutes to go. Along the Hamilton straights, still a bit of standing water there on the outside. You saw a bit of spray thrown up there. Still some puddles in that low-lying area under the bridge. There's our 4th place man. We caught a glimpse of Will Stowell. He's about 10 seconds back from these 3. Top 3 covered by just over 2 seconds last time through past the pits. Down the Wellington straight they come for the 5th time. There's John Davis. He's still going in the Radical. Radical lapping some 20 seconds a lap slower than the Pragas, unfortunately. But he's out there enjoying himself, John Davis, and that's the main thing. Hopefully he'll have some more Radicals to race with at the next round of the Prototype Cup, as more interest is gained through the season. 2 seconds covers the first 3. Fastest lap this time for Teddy Wilson, 2 minutes, .145. Eclipsing the fastest time by Jess Hawkins by some 0.6 of a second, so Teddy Wilson getting some speed up now as he tries to go after Charles Hall, who leads by just under a second in the 77 car. Now with these 3 running together, let's have a look at the pit stop times. Well, the University of Wolverhampton car has got the longer pit stop, 165 seconds. The number 4 car has got 145 seconds, and the 77, 154. So if Teddy Wilson pushes on a little harder here, this could play into his hands. But this car, the number 14, has only 140 seconds because they didn't get a podium in the first 2 races, so have no extra penalties. Will Stowell and Chris Bridle. Chris not racing today with his twin brother Ed. John Davis still there in 5th position. Nice to see that the YouTube chat talking about some of the great sports car races. The Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, celebrates its centenary this year. The Daytona 24 Hours, the Sebring 12 Hours, and the 1,000 Miles as well. The 1,000 Miles this year was the World Endurance Championship round. The 12 Hours run for IMSA. Maybe we'll see a Praga entry in the World Endurance Championship someday, who knows. Certainly are branching out, definitely into British motorsport over the last couple of years, with a number of their celebrity guest drivers raising their profile. Now across the line come the top 3. Now what's the gap this time? Down to .576, so we have our first lap under 2 minutes, 1:59.835 by Teddy Wilson. First time in the Praga. He certainly adapted to it very quickly indeed. Chasing down Charles Hall. Are we going to see him take the lead? They've dropped Jess Hawkins very slightly here. She's dropped away a little. She's about 1.5 seconds off our 2nd place man. Now they've got to lap the Radical here, coming into Stowe. John Davis moves to the side. Top 2 move to the inside and go through. There's our 4th place car. Boyle Stowell needs to close the gap a little here in the white Praga so he can take advantage when the pit stops come and everybody else has a longer stop. He's not really within range at the moment. He's about 18 seconds off Jess Hawkins in 3rd place. The leaders head through Abbey. It's 3rd race of the weekend, the first pit stop race First ever pit stop race for the Britcar Prototype Cup. Into the loop comes Charles Hall. First rose to prominence in the likes of Formula Renault, the junior category. Went to race in America, had hopes of making it into IndyCar. So that sadly never happened for Charles Hall. Good to see him back racing with Praga over the last couple of years alongside Scott Mittel. Scott went from racing in the low-cost series for home-built racers into the likes of Sports 1000 before building his own cars. And then moving into Praga when the series kicked off in the UK. New personal best, and Hall has now lapped under 2 minutes, a 1:59.879. You can see the circuit has dried out now. Just over half a second between the two leaders. Further 2 seconds back is Jess Hawkins. She's still lapping in the 2 minutes bracket. Stowell's dropped a bit further back now. He's 21 seconds down on Jess Hawkins. So I don't think he's going to be in a position to take advantage when the pit stops take place. I reckon this is going to play into the hands of Teddy Wilson and Ben Stone. We know Ben Stone has plenty of experience in Pragas. But then again, so does Scott Mittel and Shane Kelly. Interesting if they all take their pit stops together to see how gets the best stop done. Through the puddle on the Hamilton straight. Pit window opens in 4.5 minutes, I think. Quick hello to our American viewers as well. A couple of you commenting on YouTube. Home of the Daytona and Sebring sports car races and several more. Up the outside there goes Hall. Up the inside goes the number 4 of Wilson. Is he going to take the lead? Yes, he has. As they come down into the left-hander at Brooklands, that was a good opportunist move there by Teddy Wilson. Came from quite a way back there, and we have a new leader. That's been coming for the last couple of laps there. Teddy Wilson was getting quicker and quicker. A 1:59.066 that time through. That's about 0.8 of a second quicker than anyone else has managed. Wilson was really on it there, coming through those final couple of corners. He's fired himself up, and Charles Hall is fighting back there side by side on the run up to Beckett's. Look at this. On the outside for the first... Oh, and Wilson gets sideways. I think he clipped the curb there on the inside. Charles Hall retakes the lead. Great stuff between these two. And Charles Hall back into the lead in the Mittel Cars machine. Hall in green. Wilson in red. Jess Hawkins has got a grandstand view of all of this in the blue University of Wolverhampton car. Opportunist move almost there into Brooklands to get the lead for the number 4. Then the slightest of slips as they were side by side on the run into Beckett's. And Charles Hall takes the lead back again. There is Will Stowell. He's lapping about 3 seconds, a lap slower than the leaders. He's gaining experience all the time. I'm sure he'll be up to the level of this trio fairly soon. John Davis and the Radical has been lapped. He's keeping it going this time, as here are the leaders. Hall still ahead of Wilson as they come into Village, then through to the loop. That was a brilliant lap by Teddy Wilson. He had absolutely nailed on, and nailing the curb there almost was Charles Hall. He ran wide. Now underneath the bridge, I think we're going to see Teddy Wilson try and take the lead back. He's alongside. I think he's got the move done. Yes, he has. Charles Hall ran a bit too wide there coming out of Aintree. He clipped the curb, and Teddy Wilson takes the lead. 2 minutes until the pit window opens. Now can Wilson consolidate it this time and keep it together through the next sequence of corners at the start of the 10th lap, I should say. Over the line they go. Wilson from Hall. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse meanwhile as this battle rages. He's down in pit lane.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane here. I've caught up with Charlotte Ford. She's the pit lane coordinator for the Britcar Prototype Cup. Tell us a little bit more about it, Charlotte. How did it come about? Because obviously the Praga Cup was racing with the Britcar Endurance last year.
Yeah, so Praga obviously were handling the cup for that last year, and they've now handed over all the running and everything of the Praga Cup over to Britcar, and to entice more prototypes in the UK, because obviously a lot of prototypes race in Europe because there isn't anywhere in the UK. So they've opened that gap in the market and to allow as many prototypes as we can to be able to have somewhere to race in the UK.
The racing's been fantastic, hasn't it? Have you enjoyed it, and are you happy with how it's gone so far in the first weekend of the championship?
Yes, so definitely we've had some great close racing. It's been really interesting to watch. There's a good fight going on now, actually.
There is, actually. So let's go back to Dave to take you through it.
Yes, that is exactly the ethos of this series, a home for prototypes that wouldn't necessarily have a berth to race in the UK. That's exactly what we have got here, and Britcar attempting to grow the championship across the course of the 2023 season. It can only grow from here. The pit window, I think, is about to open. Yes, it does so. So the pit window is now open. The leaders are just coming round the final corner, so I don't think they'll see the notification until they get to the start-finish line. They'll most likely pit next time through, I think, some of them, as over the line goes our leader. A very quick lap that time for Teddy Wilson, 1:58.884. He's getting quicker all the time. He increases his lead to 1.3 seconds over Charles Hall. Jess Hawkins, another 1.5 seconds back in third place, so she has closed up just a little on Charles Hall there in the University Run car. Some of the students at the University of Wolverhampton will be attending their first ever race weekend here, looking after that car, I would wager. They are absolutely loving it. The university team used to run cars in the F3 Cup. Shane Kelly, who will take over that car as one of their drivers. Also, they ran a car in the Morgan Challenge as well for the classic Great Malvern built machines. One of Britain's most famous car makers. That championship's racing at Snetterton this weekend. They're a little more spaced out now. You can see the top three. The first car has come into the pits. Will Stowell has come in at the first opportunity. He will hand over to Chris Bridle. There is the number 14 car in the pits for the Idola Motorsport team. The door opens. Both doors open. There is Chris Bridle. Will Stowell struggles out. They are very, very cramped, the cockpits of these Pragas. I had a close look at one at their headquarters last year up in Cheshire, their UK headquarters, and I declined any opportunity to try and get into one of these cars because with my height I don't think I would have been able to squeeze in and out. Very compact cockpits in these cars, as we saw earlier, as Ian said down in the pits, likening them to the cockpits of a fighter plane. Pit stop time for the number 14 car, 140 seconds, the minimum pit stop time because they didn't achieve a podium earlier on. Meanwhile, the lead battle goes over the line. The gap increases again, 1:58.801 this time for Teddy Wilson. I would imagine they're going to leave him out there until towards the end of the pit window, the Tim Gray Motorsport team, because he is absolutely flying. See the Idola car there. We get a close-up look at this Praga R1. Looks fantastic in that white livery, doesn't it? Three leaders head out onto the hangar straight once again, and Jess Hawkins has closed up. Look on Charles Hall, only just over a second behind now. They're all lapping quicker and quicker as the track fully dries out. Tyre pressure is being checked on the number 14 by Idola Motorsport, and then they'll wheel the car back to head out of pit road. Revs are up. That was close. The mechanic only just getting out of the way in time. Chris Bridle was eager to get going there. And here come your leaders. Wilson, Hall and Hawkins through Abbey. up towards farm and village. Finally, the series enjoying some more clement weather here at Silverstone this morning, as Teddy Wilson continues to lead. So one car has made its pit stop. John Davis will have to make a pit stop, and no penalties for the Radical. He's already been lapped. Pressing on in that 5th place. He's racing in Class P1, Prototype 1. Jess Hawkins is closing on Charles Hall for second. We'll wait to see if anybody's going to come in this time. Yeah, I think Charles Hall is possibly going to call into the pits. We caught a glimpse there. He was slowing to turn off to the right. I think he has peeled off. Yes, he has. So in comes Charles Hall to hand over to Scott Mittel. And we can now go down to Ian in the pits, and I believe he's talking to Will Stowell.
Yeah, here we are in the pits with Will Stowell. Now, the problem is, Will, when you're the first car to pit, would you have to come talk to us about how was it out there?
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, track's completely dry now after all the rain. Conditions are pretty good. Yeah, car was great as well.
Does it feel nice after a rain? I mean, it's like its own climate here at Silverstone, isn't it? Proper dry now, really kind of let loose in it.
Yeah, for sure. And you can really make use of the downforce of these cars, and yeah, they are great.
Have you got to grips with it now? Do you feel you're on the limit with it?
To be honest, there's still more to come for sure. It's just, I think, time in the car, building up the confidence of that high-speed stuff, and yeah, it'll come.
Over to Chris now. Enjoy the rest of the day, won't you? Thanks. Still more to come. Dave, back to you.
Will Stowell seems happy there on his Praga debut this weekend. There goes the car of Chris Bridle, number 14, his partner in crime this weekend. Wait to see where Scott Mittel rejoins as well in relation to this car. They were about 25 or so seconds apart, I think, those two cars, before the pit stops. Tom Davis continues on. There's just over 4 minutes of the pit window remaining. So I suspect this time through we're going to see the other two cars of Wilson Hawkins in. There's the 77. Scott Mittel now on board, the boss of Mittel Cars. Runners up in the Praga Cup last season. And in comes, that's the number 11 car. Jess Hawkins brings the number 11 in. She will hand over to Shane Kelly. Race leader has continued on, Teddy Wilson. I said they might leave him out there until the end of the pit window, which should be this next lap that he comes in. So the only other car that has yet to stop is John Davis. Classic shape of the Radical, the firm founded in Peterborough in 1997. Now Britain's biggest racing car constructor, founded by club racers Phil Abbott and Mick Hyde. I remember Mick Hyde racing in the TVR Tuscan Challenge back in the 90s. I believe Paul Rose, now of Fun Cup fame, was the first driver to win a race in a Radical. And they are now moving their headquarters to Donington Park. Bonnet comes off the number 11 car, possibly adjustment needed there, yes. Not sure what's being changed there. Some sort of work going on. Hopefully Ian can find out for us what's going on. Something being adjusted there. Well, the bonnet's going back on, so whatever that was, I think has been affected. Ian, what can you tell us down in the pits?
Welcome down, everybody. We're looking at the minute. Jess Hawkins has just got out of the car. I'm going to go see if I can quickly grab her. If you come around with me, we can grab Jess here. She's still got her helmet on. She's just having a quick chat, but here she is. Jess, now we had a little chat a bit earlier, didn't we? And there's a very specific reason why you go out first in these cars, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's pretty similar between Shane and I, but the pedals are far quicker to go away from me than to pull closer. So, I mean, Shane is obviously a lot taller than I am, so it's far quicker for him to push them away. So that's how it's going to be.
That's how it's going to be. Does it feel nice now? It's so dry out there. You can really let it loose and open it up.
different, very, very, very different from race 1 earlier, where it's more like a monsoon and maybe some ski pedals. Yeah, really nice to get dry racing, and so far so good.
Is there anything, Jess, that you can't drive?
An aeroplane, I wouldn't trust me with one of those.
Oh, okay, I like it. Right, enjoy the second half of the race. Thanks for talking to us, we do appreciate it. Dave, back to you.
Just over 21 minutes of this race still to go. A little bit of work going on there on the front end by the look of it of the number 11 car from the University of Wolverhampton team. So if Ian could find out if there is anything being changed or if there's a problem there, it would be much appreciated. The race leader has come in, I can tell you while that was going on. So Teddy Wilson has come in. The pit window coming to its end now, so they're in time. Ben Stone will take over. So everybody has now pitted because John Davis has brought the Radical in as well. No driver change there, of course. And we'll wait to see what the race order is when everything cycles back through. Well, there is Scott Mittell. He's about 21 seconds ahead of the 14 car now piloted by Chris Bridle. So that's about the same as it was, I would say, before the stops. How many extra seconds did Hall and Mittell have? 154 as opposed to 140, so come down a few seconds there. There's the number 4 car and the Radical. Ben Stone will be climbing aboard. We saw what he can do in race 2 earlier on. Very rapid performance indeed for the Tim Gray Motorsport team. Now it's a case of waiting for everybody to complete their outlaps. The pit window has closed. Everybody has made their stops. And we will see where everybody files back in. The number 11 car has rejoined. Here goes the number 4. Ben Stone on board. He goes. Just waiting for John Davis now, his support team down, just making sure that he completes the minimum pit stop time. Of course, if you make too short a pit stop, you can get a penalty. Now here comes the 77 over the line. So a couple of cars haven't completed their outlaps yet, so we'll have to wait and see where they all slot back in together. 2:03 that time through for Scott Mittell. He just gets the car warmed up and gets himself dialed in. There's still 18 and a half, just over minutes to go. Through Beckett's. Let's head back down to Ian meantime in the pits while we wait for things to cycle through.
Hello everybody, welcome down. Here we are back in the pits. Here we are with Teddy Wilson, being congratulated by his team actually for a fantastic drive. Let's just listen a little. There you go. Teddy, your team just congratulated on a great drive, and it was a great drive. How was it, Alan?
Yeah, it was really good to be fair. Just sort of getting used to the car, first time in this weekend, so didn't do much dry running, so it was just good to get nice and comfortable at the beginning of the race, and then just sort of ease myself into it and just got more and more confident really, and just started pushing on.
I was going to say, it hasn't taken that long to adapt then, has it? Because you've had to handle torrential rain, now you've got dry. What do you prefer?
I don't mind really. I feel quite comfortable in all conditions really. It's just building that confidence every time you go out in the car, whatever the conditions, and knowing where your limits are.
Are we seeing you for a full season?
I'd like to hope so, but not my decision fortunately. So I'd like to say thanks to Private Leads for the opportunity this weekend. So it's been great, and thank you very much, Trevor.
Whoever's decision it is, please put him in the car for the rest of the season. Teddy, thanks for talking to us. Dave, back to you.
Well, with the pace he's shown this weekend, I would certainly like to see Teddy Wilson back out for more rounds of the Prototype Cup this year. There is the car that he's handed over to Ben Stone, the number 4. And, over the line it goes to complete its outlap. So we'll wait and see when everybody else has completed their laps what the order is now. The number 4 car did have the slightly shorter stop of the front rows, 145 seconds. As opposed to the number 11 had the long stop. That will harm the University of Wolverhampton, 165, because they've got the 2 pro drivers, Shane Kelly now in their car. And the 77, 154 seconds. So I suspect the number 4 car is now on top. Yes, over the line. They are now leading by 20 seconds. 20.242 over Scott Mittel. Once everything settles down. A difference of 9 seconds in the pits. They've certainly extended their advantage on track. Let's head back down to the pits where Ian's talking to Charles Hall.
Yeah, back in the pits, everybody. I'm here with Charles Hall. We were just having a little giggle there. We're currently sat in second place, looking comfortable, but nothing's ever comfortable in motorsport, is it?
No, it's been a funny weekend because we started off testing and things in the mix, but we've kind of got a good car. I think we chose to go on scrub tyres and not new. We didn't use new in quali, so I think they've had the best. They were set from the last race last year.
So we're expecting them to sort of start dropping off a bit.
Yeah, they were, I'm sure, but I think Scott, just looking on there, looks comfortable. Teddy gave me a good run. I had the lead for a little bit, and I thought I was going to get away and go, but obviously he's a good lad. So yeah, a little bit of a battle there. I just haven't got anything left for it, so we'll see where we are.
Today's school day, as they say, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm learning again.
Thanks, Charles. Dave, back to you.
Well, everything has now cycled through, so we'll have a look at the gaps as they come over the line. Ben Stone has the lead. He's just gone through to complete his 16th lap at the wheel of the number 4 TGM with private leads car. Teddy Wilson doing some sterling work in the early stage there to take the lead into Brooklands from the number 77, driven by Charles Hall. Scott Mittel is now in pursuit of Ben Stone at the front. Mittel's just done a 2:02 compared to a 2:04 of Ben Stone. Yes, Mittel's last lap 2 seconds exactly quicker. So the gap is now 18.2 seconds between the two leaders. Chris Bridle is in third place, the shorter pit stop benefiting the number 14. They're looking for their first podium of the weekend. They're 17 seconds back. The pit stops have certainly spread the field out. Now, where is Shane Kelly? He's a further 13.8 seconds back in fourth. Chris Bridle is lapping quickly. He's done a 2 minutes .953, which is the quickest lap for that car, the number 14 in this race, a personal best. Shane Kelly just getting up to speed. His last lap was a 2:01, so a bit slower than Jess Hawkins, the personal best for that car, a 1:58.854. John Davis, of course, a couple of laps down in the Radical. So we'll wait to see if everybody can close back up again. We have got 13 minutes and 40 seconds of the race left to go. There's plenty of time for change with all that time left. So Ben Stone leads, gained experience in the Pragas last season, had a few wins in the Praga Cup. Was eventually the factory Praga number 87 that took the title. The famous Goldie. The car is still in existence. Hopefully we'll see it on track later this year. Now there is Ben Stone. Let's see what his lap time is this time through. Scream in the background of the motorcycle engine in the Radical. Over the line goes Stone. Last lap at 2 minutes 4.323, so he's lapping consistently. Wait to see if Scott Mittel is any quicker as he tries to close the gap. Yes, a 2:01.8. So that's about 2.5 seconds quicker there by Scott Mittel. Time work out, so do a bit of mental arithmetic. He's got the gap down to 15.8 seconds. Got about 6 laps to go. I think he might just run out of time to catch the number 4 of Ben Stone on that pace. Also going quicker with its fastest lap of the race there, Chris Bridle, 1:59.960, so he's lapping under 2 minutes now. Just have to wait and see how things play out. There's 15 seconds in it for second and third place now as well. Shane Kelly's up to speed too. He's just done a 1:59.47. So what we've got to do for the rest of this race is watch the lap times, watch the gaps between the 4 Praga R1s and see if the gaps are starting to come down. Shame we haven't got Rodolfo Gonzalez in there in the battle as well. But the number 18 car sadly hitting problems early on. There is John Davis still pressing on at the wheel of the Radical. 2 laps down now. Into Brooklands goes the race leader, Ben Stone. And he's actually the slowest lapping of the 4 Pragas at the moment. It shows the level of competition in among the Praga R1. Some hugely talented drivers out there. What's his lap time this time? 2:03.4. I think that's the quickest lap that he's done so far. Fastest lap for the car, the fastest of the race. 1:58.801 for Teddy Wilson. Here comes Mittel. What's the gap going to be this time? 14.004. Gap is coming down slowly but surely. Took about 1.8 seconds out of him on that lap. So he'll close him down over the remaining 10.5 minutes of this race, but I don't think he's quite going to catch him. 1:59.6, another personal best for the 14 car from Chris Bridle. Fastest lap of the race for Shane Kelly, 1:58.748. Now can Kelly get onto the podium? The gaps will start to close. The pit stops spread the field with the penalties doing exactly what they meant to do, and it's down to the drivers to close up. This is the fastest man on track, Shane Kelly. It took him a couple of laps to get dialed into the drier conditions. The earlier winner for the University of Wolverhampton team. Through Stowe Corner he goes, 12.5 seconds behind the Chris Bridle car ahead of him, but he's lapping about a second quicker. We'll see the gaps close, but I don't know if we'll get any changes in position over the final 10 minutes of this race. Let's see how much the lead gap comes down by this time. 14 seconds was the lead for Ben Stone. Here he is into Brooklands. Hopefully this close competition, very evenly matched competition, we'll see more and more prototypes attracted to race with them. Over the line goes Ben Stone, leading the way, but he is the slowest of the 4 Praga R1s at the moment. The gap was 14 seconds. It's now 12.4 seconds. Another 1.6 or so seconds taken out of the race lead by Scott Mittel. There's our 3rd place man. What's Chris Bridle going to do this time through a slightly slower lap? 2 minutes, 181. 11.8 seconds in it. He's still lapped quicker than Mittel to the tune of 1.4 seconds. And what about Shane Kelly? Kelly does a 1:58.3. He's flying. 10.6 seconds the gap to from 3rd to 4th now. Just watching those lap times come down. Lapping fully 5 seconds a lap quicker than the race leader. Shane Kelly trying to catch up. And this is where we see what a level of the pit stop penalties are. Extra 10 seconds for Kelly and Hawkins for the University of Wolverhampton because they're both pro drivers. Seven and a half minutes to go. There goes Scott Mittel, chasing after Ben Stone. He disappears. Here comes the white car driven by Chris Bridle. Only a young gun is Chris, not long out of karting. Proving Praga is a great way to enhance your racing career. You can see it's still got that bit of standing water under the bridge there. The water splash on the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight. Mustn't forget John Davis as well, pressing on in the Radical. Here comes Ben Stone. Now they're going to come across the line now to complete their 20th lap. Stone leads over the line. What's his lap time this time? 2:01.44. A slightly quicker lap time. That's quicker than Scott Mittel managed last time through. What's Mittel going to do this time? 2:01.144. He's taken exactly 0.3 of a second out of him. So Ben Stone is responding here to Scott Mittel's attempts to catch him. 12.1 seconds in it. Over the line goes Bridle, 2 minutes 0.059, so just a little slower this time. And what about Shane Kelly? Is he going to get another fastest lap? Oh, not this time. 1:58.7, but he's still the quickest on that lap. Got the gap down to less than 10 seconds to Chris Bridle now. Just over 6 minutes to go. Going to see about 3 more laps. So I don't think we're going to get any changes in position, but it'll be interesting to see what the gaps are at the end of the race as these drivers fight to close on each other. It's looking good for Ben Stone and Teddy Wilson. Some phenomenally fast laps from Teddy Wilson on his debut in Prague as earlier in the weekend and early in this race. I think have made the difference. The TGM with private leads car. They had the shorter pit stop of the front runners as well. Looks like we are going to have 3 different winners in our first weekend for the Prototype Cup. Just about every... Yes, the whole field is going to have had a podium as well by the look of things as well, because Gonzalez won the first race. Shane Kelly won the second. Neither of our earlier winners are currently in a podium position. We'll have to wait and see if that changes. So all the Praga R1s will have been on the overall podium. As through goes Ben Stowe. He's just done a 2:01.9, a 2:01.3 for Mittel, so he takes a few tenths out of him, but the gap is stabilising a bit between those two. What about Chris Bridle? 2 minutes 0.4. So a little slower that time for Bridle. And Shane Kelly does a 1:58.153. He's blitzing the fastest lap this time. He's got the gap down to just over 7 seconds. He wants to catch Chris Bridle and get on the podium. Well, if he does, that would leave Bridle and Stowell without a podium this weekend, which would be poor reward for a good drive in this race. Particularly by Bridle, who's put in some very fast laps. You have to feel for John Davis, but he's trying his hardest still. Have some radical rivals, I'm sure, soon. Or maybe some other slightly different prototypes to go racing with as this series continues to expand. Here is our leader, Ben Stone, with 3.5 minutes to go. We may get 2 more laps out of this. I don't think he's going to be caught by Scott Mittel, but we'll wait and see. It's never over until the checkered flag falls. There goes John Davis. 2 laps down in the Radical. So here comes the number 4 of Stone. Really are stunning looking cars, these Praga R1s. I especially like that blue and gold car, the car Miles Lacey raced in the first season of the Praga Cup. Absolutely beautiful livery, the blue and almost gold leaf design. So we'll get a couple more laps out of this. Ben Stone does a 2:01.6, a 2:02.1 that time through for Mittel, so the gap has actually increased slightly by about half a second. There's Chris Bridle, he does a 1:59.6, so he's back on his ultimate pace. Shane Kelly's done a 1:58.048, another fastest lap for Kelly. He's 5.5 seconds now behind Chris Bridle. He could catch up to the back of him, but I don't think he'll take 3rd place away. He's just going to run out of time. We'll see. There's Mittel, there's Bridle. I think Chris Bridle has got designs on 2nd place. There, you can see they're all in the vicinity of the Hanger Straight now. They really have closed up here in the closing stages of this race. Drivers working really hard to close the gaps. I don't think they're going to catch our leader. Ben Stone leads by 12.1 seconds. There, Chris Bridle can see Scott Mittel ahead of him. Here comes your leader into Village. Down towards the loop. There'll be one lap to go this time in this inaugural weekend for the Britcar Prototype Cup. It's been a very intriguing and very enjoyable weekend of 3 races, almost like a 2 heats and a final format, like you'd see in short track racing, but certainly a series with bags of potential. A novel race format with the pit stop penalties and so on. It's certainly worked out very well indeed. 2:01.4 is the lap time for Ben Stone as he goes into his final lap. What's Scott Mittel going to do this time through? He does a 2:01.2, so he's closed by a couple of tenths, but he's not going to catch the number 4 of Ben Stone. Over the line come the 2 pursuers. 157.9, 157.79 I should say, for Kelly. Bridle did a 159.1. There's only 4.2 seconds between those two now. One last push for Shane Kelly. He's going to try and catch Chris Bridle for 3rd place. He's really on it there. Look at this from Shane Kelly. He throws the car through Beckett's. He is a joy to watch in that University of Wolverhampton car, Shane Kelly. And Jess Hawkins has proven the perfect driving partner for him. Can he catch Chris Bridle? He'll try his hardest. The clock has counted down to 0. It will be checkered flag this time. Shane Kelly is giving it everything to try and get a 2nd podium for the University of Wolverhampton team. Ben Stone heading for victory. He's coming up on the radical. The car started by Teddy Wilson. He put in some superbly quick laps. Taken to Prague racing like a duck to water, has Teddy Wilson. Hopefully we'll see him back soon. Ben Stone then drew on his experience of the car, flashing his lights at the radical to warn him that he's there. The last thing he wants on the very last corner of the race is to trip over a back marker, but he can afford to take it easy through Luffield. Oh, and the back marker hasn't seen him there. Ben Stone had to go wide. He's going to hold back, I think, on the run up to the line. That's the last thing he wanted there on the final corner, and it matters not because Ben Stone comes through to take the checkered flag. Ben Stone and Teddy Wilson win race 3 of the Prototype Cup here at Silverstone on opening weekend. 2nd place will go to Charles Hall and Scott Mittel. Mittel brings the car home. The gap in the end, 11.009 seconds. There is 3rd place for Chris Bridle and Will Stowell. And another fastest lap of the race on the final lap for Shane Kelly, 157.239. He got the gap down to 2 seconds in the end. And indeed, Bridle was only less than 2.5 seconds behind Mittel. So they really did close up there behind the race leader for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But it's 11 seconds the margin of victory for Stone and Wilson. And John Davis finishes 3 laps down in the radical. Bad luck to Ruben Stanislaus and Rodolfo Gonzalez, whose car sadly failed to make it home. But I'm sure Ruben will be back. He has got bags of talent, the young former karter. I'd love to see Rodolfo Gonzalez back as well, the Venezuelan. Been an honour to have him here at Silverstone this weekend. The win goes to the TGM with private leads car of Ben Stone and Teddy Wilson, a time of 51 minutes, 13.903 seconds. 11 seconds clear of Charles Hall and Scott Mittel for Mittel cars. And 3rd place on the podium for the first time this weekend, Chris Bridle and Will Stowell for Idola Motorsports. 4th place to number 11, the University of Wolverhampton car of Shane Kelly and Jessica Hawkins. Shane Kelly went like a dingbat in the closing stages there to try and overcome that pit stop penalty for the 2 pro drivers and also for the results earlier in the weekend. He got the repeated fastest laps of the race. He got the perfect lap on the last lap there, fastest in all 3 sectors. 15 seconds covers the top 4, and look at that. just over 4 seconds, covering the second, third and fourth cars. Fair play to John Davis as well for turning out in something different. The Radical finishes in 5th position. Bad luck to Ruben Stanislaus and Rodolfo Gonzalez. Hopefully we'll see them back for the next round. That was certainly a very interesting contest, very enjoyable. It's almost time to wrap up them. I'm sure Ian is down there in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers in a second.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Another great race, thoroughly enjoyable, wasn't it? Here is Ben Stone getting out the car now. We'll grab a quick word with him. He's going to be a happy man, and we've got Teddy here as well. Let's just, careful boys, you've got a car coming towards you. Teddy, come here as well. Come on over, chaps. We've got to have a crack. We haven't spoke to you yet, Ben. Congratulations. Teddy put you in a gregreat position, didn't he? And was it just a case of manage the gap?
Yeah, I'd like to say I was managing the gap. I was trying so hard I could, but yeah, Teddy did a great job in the first stint. First time in the car this weekend. He's very quick, so yeah, it was great. Glad I was able to close it up.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Teddy. How does it feel to get a win there?
Yeah, great. Yeah, couldn't be happier really. That was the aim going into the weekend, so to come out of that is brilliant. So
fantastic. Yeah. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Go celebrate, relax. We've got Scott Mattel over there. I just want to grab a quick word with Chris Bridle if I can. Chris, you were closing in one more lap, huh?
Yeah, it was tough. I was racing with Will. This is literally his first ever proper day in the car. Was Friday. So he's done a mega job, and then it's got into our rhythm. I thought, to be honest, we were probably dead set third, and then I saw Scott in the distance. I saw I was reading a bit, and I thought I'm getting closer and closer. But yeah, probably I needed one more lap really. But yeah, happy with that. First weekend racing with Will, so yeah, super happy. On to the next one.
On to the next one. Well done. Congratulations. Let's go. We do have Scott over here and Charles. Let's just quickly grab them. Finishing in P2. Scott. Hey, Scott. We spoke to Charles earlier, so we'll let him go. Congratulations on the P2. Chris was getting quite close at the end, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were getting caught a little bit at the end. I didn't know who it was, but yeah, we kind of had a push to try and see if we could get the lead, and we sort of started catching him, but then time was clearly running out, so it was kind of just bring it home then. Managed the gap from behind. So
enjoyed the weekend?
Yeah, it's been really nice. It's an amazing cars to drive, and it's nice to get to drive them on the GP circuit again in the dry today. So yeah, no, absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic. Better go get your trophies, haven't you? There we go. Well, what a day it has been. The Britcar Prototype Cup comes to a close here for Silverstone. So I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Well, that does wrap up the action here at Silverstone this first weekend of the season here on BARC TV. We must thank Ian Waterhouse and also Matt Suckling for their input from down in the pits over the course of 2 days of brilliant race action. We must thank all the Orange family, the volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them, as always. Also all the other officials here at Silverstone, the medical staff, the recovery crews, the race control staff, everybody from the British Automobile Racing Club for making this weekend possible. A big thank you to our camera crews around the circuit, braving the weather today as well to bring you the action. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment, and thank you to their teams of mechanics as well for bringing us some great race action. Certainly a very enjoyable weekend indeed to kick off the season here on BARC TV, and we do it all again next Saturday. That's coming up from Alton Park, the very scenic Cheshire circuit. It's a Saturday only meeting up there on April the 1st. Certainly no April Fools there, because the Caterham Championships will be in attendance. Some of the fastest and closest racing you will see on a UK circuit. I cannot wait for next Saturday, our next instalment here on BARC TV. Do not miss the Caterham Championships from Alton Park next Saturday. Well, thank you to all of you for watching today. Thanks to everyone who has left a comment and a like on our YouTube stream. Do subscribe to BARC TV. You'll be notified of all the action that is upcoming on our channel. On behalf of everybody in our production team, all our camera crews, to Matt and Ian down in the paddock this weekend, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at the home of British motorsport here at Silverstone Circuit. From all of us here at BARC TV, thanks again for watching, and goodbye for now.